Welcome, welcome, welcome to Edgbaston for this game of Warwickshire versus Somerset, 50 overs in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They are heading towards finals day on Sunday the 21st of September, which will be at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton. The semi-finals will be Wednesday the 17th of September, depending on who gets through to those semi-finals as to where those games are played. You're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, former county player, and Barbara, the World Cup winner, BB Daniels. And you will also hear the voice of Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast, which is essential listening. We're due to start in about 5 minutes here. If you want to join in on social media, Warwickshire use the hashtag #UBears and Dare2. And for Somerset, they are We Are Somerset, hashtag We Are Somerset. So the umpires today are James Middlebrook and Amy Clark. The scorers are Ruffles and Credgington, and the match referee is someone that Baby and I know well, Helen Pack. Yeah. Helen Pugh as was. And morning, Barbara, you going to take us through the teams?
Morning, yes. So we've got a sunny day here at Edgbaston. So the Warwickshire team is Abby Freeborn, Stir Callis, Davina Perrin, Katie George, Nat Wraith, Bethan Ellis, Emily Arlott, Caris Pavley, Izzy Wong, I'll be delighted to see for the first time this season for me, Georgia Davis as captain, and Hannah Baker. And Warwickshire have won the toss and elected to field. Mm-hmm. So Somerset will be batting, and their team are Emma Corney, Heather Knight, you may have heard of. Sophie Luff is their captain, Fran Wilson, Charlie Dean, Katie Jones, who'll be their wicket-keeper, Alex Griffiths, Amanda Jade Wellington, Chloe Skelton, Ellie Anderson and Molly Robbins. So 2 strong teams on paper, and obviously quite a few games in already into this competition, which is exciting.
4 rounds already, and both teams coming off a win. So Warwickshire were at Beckenham and beat Surrey by 3 wickets. Davina Perrin got 69. Bethan Ellis got 63. Nat Wraith got 54. And Bethan Ellis also got a wicket, which was Bryony Smith, the opening batter. So good performance there. She's obviously earned herself a place in the squad today. And for Somerset, the last game, and in fact Polly and I were up at Durham calling this game, up at Durham in the freezing cold, and it was rain affected, where they beat Durham. It was a close game, but they did manage to pull that off. So, and in terms of the performances in that, Ellie Anderson, who is formerly Central Sparks, took 3 for 49. Chloe Skelton also got 3 for 16. And Bex Odgers and Fran Wilson. Bex Odgers got 60 and Fran Wilson got 58. But really, the story again is always about Amanda Jade Wellington, who will out-act and be the performer of the day always. She came in with a winning knock at the very end. So that's the story of the last 2 games that these 2 teams have played. We're going to get play started here with Izzy Wong, just outside the 25-yard circle for the women's game, 30-yard circle in the men's game. She's just holding ball in hand, and the scoreboard is catching up. So we shall have Izzy Wong to Heather Knight. First over from the pavilion end in the sunshine, as Barbara said, here at Edgbaston. The Knight plays out. Oh, that's going to be 4 runs. I think we're going to get a boundary off the first ball. We are 4 runs to Heather Knight into a gap there at sort of cover point. And everyone sort of stopped and watched that.
Well, and quite rightly, that was much to admire. That was looked a very easy shot for Heather Knight. Just lent into that, little bit over pitched from Izzy Wong. And I think from the last time I was commentating here, the bowlers who did best were just that slightly back of a length. So just it'd be nice to see Izzy settle into that. But that's, yes, a lovely start for Heather Knight. She'll be pleased. Be pleased with that.
Good noise off the bat there. Good start. So 4 runs on the board off the first ball. Izzy Wong with 95 on her back. Right arm over to the right-handed Heather Knight wailing a bat. Oh, little dab at that, straight to Davina Perrin, and there is no run.
Yeah, she wasn't quite so certain of that one, Heather Knight, and that was a better length, I think, from Izzy Wong. So I say this is my first view of her this season, and it's great to see Izzy coming back into form. and back into playing and been able to bowl. She had a really tricky time, hasn't she, over the last few years? So it would be lovely to see her develop and settle over this next year or two, and hopefully work her way back into England contention.
Let's hope so. Wong in again. Bangs that into the pitch, and Heather Knight can just defend that down. And that's swooped in, and there is no run. The other games today in the Metro Bank One Day Cup are at Southport and Birkdale, where Mike Perkins and Faith Florence are looking after you for Lancashire versus Surrey. And then the other game is at Arundel Castle, where Hampshire are taking on Durham, and Phil Green is looking after you there on the live stream. Hope you're enjoying this one as Wong comes in again. Heather Knight plays that again through that cover point area. There is a gap. They're obviously tempting her to that. It's racing towards the rope, and the ball wins the race with Davina Perrin. Another 4 to the total. Almost a repeat of that first shot she played.
Yes, it was. She just had to wait a little bit longer for that one, but again into the same space, and even Davina Perrin, who's very fast, couldn't catch that one. So yeah, we've got a 6-3 field for Izzy Wong here, with the 2 fielders outside the circle being at third and fine. Whether they're leaving that cover area deliberately, I'm not sure, but I think that's, again, it's just pulling that length back a little bit initially.
It may be we've got 2 slips in, so it probably is a bit of a trap. Heather Knight comes forward. Oh, and she's wrapped on the pads. There's a big appeal, and the umpire is unmoved, but a big appeal. Yes, I think it's probably likely to be a bit of a trap with two slip fielders. And Katie George has made, well, certainly last season, was making a bit of a habit of taking early slip catches. So we'll see if that transpires today. Warwickshire in their navy blue with a lovely sort of royal blue frontage. What are you going to say, Barbara?
I was just going to say, don't start me on the kits. That's what I was going to say. I'll come back to that.
Yeah, it seems to be all in navy blue or black this year. As Wong comes in again to Knight, who plays that down respectfully, and it goes straight to Stair Callis, who surely is getting the most, I want to say air miles, but she's obviously driving up and down the motorway. She is on loan here to Warwickshire. That's the end of the over, and Somerset are 8 without loss. Heather Knight has faced all of those. Yeah, Stair Callis is she's Yorkshire, who are, whilst being tier 2, are paying all of their players full-time salaries in tier 2, and she's on loan here to Warwickshire. So yes, some interesting.
She must have some quite good loyalty cards, I would think, on motorway stops. You know, she must have filled up a few of those by now, so get some free coffees all the way.
Yes, yes. She won't have to pay for a coffee till Christmas. So
yes, 8 after that over, but Izzy Wong looking to find a length there. They'd be really looking to get. Obviously, Heather Knight's a very dangerous player. We all know that, and it'd be again from an England perspective, it would be lovely to see Heather Knight come into some really strong form for the next, few years really.
Yeah.
But Warwickshire will want to get rid of her early.
Yeah, and without the pressure of the captaincy, you know, that's the thing. I mean, Charlotte Edwards said she was hoping she thinks the best years are ahead in terms of batting and contributions, and she wants to bowl as well.
So we've got Katie George coming in from the City End, bowling left arm over. Oh, that's a full toss to Corney, who's missed out there really. Just tried to work that round the corner, and it's gone straight to a sort of fairly square mid-wicket. Again, we're on a 6-3 field here with the third man and fine leg outside the circle.
Third, Barbara.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes.
Stick with the programme.
Yes, I'm very old. I get that. So Katie George in again. Bustling in. Oh, that's flicked off her legs by Corney, just out of reach of that square mid-wicket. And that's 2 runs to the total. So that was a bit of a. She would have had her heart in her mouth there a little bit, I think.
Amy Clark could have caught there at square leg umpire.
Oh, the umpire. Do you know, I've done that before. When you sometimes had to umpire for kids and stuff, and you I'll take the catch. Oh no, not supposed to do that. So George in again. Oh, and that's played edgily off the back foot, past the diving second slip. I don't think that was really a chance to third. Where Izzy Wong has just tried to give an underarm catch to the wicketkeeper, and it's gone miles in the air. But anyway, no more runs, just a single.
Freeborn getting her steps in there, having to come to the 25-yard circle to get the ball off Izzy Wong.
So Heather Knight's going to face Katie George for the first time, so the field switches round for the right-hander. They're both right-handed. What am I talking about?
Oh, well,
why am I saying that?
I'd like to correct you.
Yeah, no, I was thinking, but thirds in the same place. Sorry, forget that bit. Katie George coming in. It's because we've got a left-arm bowler. That's what it is. Oh, and that's tickled fine, glanced very finely. I think that's going to be another 4 for Heather Knight. Yep. So 4 runs down to a very fine leg. So yes, Katie George just searching for her line a little bit here. And Heather Knight's not going to miss out on those very, again, I haven't really seen, it's a long time since I've seen Heather Knight live, actually, apart from on the television, and just, there's a stillness about her already, you know, that the class is there.
Yeah, that's right.
So they're rattling on at the minute. Somerset, 15 for none. Katie George coming in. And that's a better length and line, and just played forward back down the pitch to mid-off, and there's no run.
Because Somerset are going to feel like I'm following them round, because I did their home game against Taunton Vale last Thursday. They were playing against Essex, which they won, and then I was up at Durham with Polly, and we were doing them beating Durham, and now back here for working for Warwickshire with Somerset again.
So Katie George in for the final ball of her over. Again, just played on the front foot down to mid-off, and no runs. That was a good comeback from George there in the last 2 balls of the over. I think Somerset would be quite pleased you're with them if you win every time that you commentate.
Well, yeah.
So, you know, we might have to kick you out of the commentary box here at Warwickshire if you...
Oh, no. Where are they going next then? I should be looking at that. Yeah, so Heather Knight was rested, I assume. She certainly didn't play up in Durham, mind you. It was a bitter cold. It was a freezing cold day. I think it was actually 10 degrees, but the wind chill made it about 3. But they were mummified on the sideline in the dugout, trying to stay warm.
I mean, I guess typically that is what the start of the seasons have been like, isn't it? We've been a bit lucky, really, the way spring has been this year. We
had that summer 2 day of 2 days about 2 weeks ago. That's probably it. But we've got a nice day here at Edgbaston.
I think we've had quite a lot of sunshine. But whether it's landed on days when the cricket's been played, I'm not sure.
True. So. Wong into Emma Corney, taps her bat at the crease. And that's worked off her legs. They're going to get through for a little sneaky little single there, as Abby Freeborn has to do. Oh, yes, it is.
I think that was off. It sounded thigh paddy.
Thigh paddy.
Yeah.
They get a single anyway. Abby Freeborn again getting her steps in, going almost to the square leg umpire to fetch that back. Yeah, so Heather Knight didn't play on Sunday, but she got 64 off 54 against Surrey and 45 off 41 against Essex. So that's worked out to Davina Perrin, who stops that, and there is no run. We saw Davina Perrin, didn't we, last week? Doing some brilliant fielding, week before last rather. Here at Edgbaston against Hampshire, she was flying round at point.
Yes, there's not much gets past her, and she's taken some spectacular catches too. So yes, you've got to be very careful thinking about taking a single there.
Wong, right arm over to the right-handed Heather Knight. Plays that into mid-wicket, but there's a fielder there who swoops in, and there is no run.
So it's interesting, isn't it? Because I'll come back to a theme of mine.
Oh, yes.
But, well, how old's Heather Knight now? She must be early 30s? Maybe.
Yes.
Well, no, and so we're talking about this post-captain England captain.
Oh, yes, okay.
phase,
yes, she's still got years left, yes.
And that her batting, actually, in the last couple of years, she's got much better, actually. She has shown, I think, that... I'll come back to this.
She comes forward and just defends that, and there is no run.
I think particularly for batters, this sort of age between sort of 27, 33, 34, is really when you hit your prime and you're experienced, you've done a lot of things, you can judge the pace of the game, and you can still, I suppose we've seen it with Jo Root and other players as well, but I think in the women's game, I think we've been a little bit, just because the nature of how things have been a little bit drawn to younger players, and I think now, hopefully, in the professional setup, we might see more of this age of player being allowed to develop fully.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. That goes down the leg side, and there is a wide. But allowed that full maturity because not non-professionally, what we know from personal experience, you know, it tends to be younger players who do well and then have to go off and do other things, find other jobs. Yeah, proper jobs or jobs that, we don't have to beg or borrow unpaid leave from to play at domestic level. As Wong comes in again to Knight, comes forward and defends that to steer Callis across the matting.
And I think the other impressive thing about someone like Heather is that not only has she just got better, but you can see she's added facets to her game. So she's added facets in the T20 sense. You know, she hits over the top. You've seen her do, you know, finishing games really well. You know, and she definitely looks a much more all-round player than she did, you know, a few years ago. So I think that's an exciting phase for her, hopefully.
Yeah, I think so. Wong into Knight. Comes forward, back past the stumps. They're going to get at least one there. There's two fielders running after it. It's gone. I think they both thought the other was going to stop it before the rope and watched each other as the ball went over the ropes. So 4 for Heather Knight. That's the end of the over. And Somerset are 21 without loss. Heather Knight on 16. Emma Corney on 3. 3 overs gone. Still in the power play. 10 overs in the power play.
I thought one of them was going to dive then.
Yeah, I think they looked at each other like, yours.
And in fairness, I think one probably should have. But
yes.
I think that's one of those that you either dive straight away before it, you know, it's gone really past you. But anyway, another again, very nice shot from Heather Knight.
Lent on that one, didn't she?
You know, and without sort of any effort, she's 16 off 14. So here we go. We start the 4th over. Katie George coming in for her second, bowling to Emma Corney. She strides in now from the city end. Oh! And there's a waft at that outside the off stump. Can't quite see whether that moved away. I think that was just again the angle of the left arm over wide of the off stump for the right hander. She'd have been annoyed, I think, if she'd hit that and got out.
Yep.
So it's the first false shot I think we've seen really today.
Because Nat Wraith standing at slip is also a wicket keeper, so she'll have those instincts from her Western Storm days.
So George in again, looking for a similar line. Again, we get that flicky, trying to turn that round the leg side. So I think there's a little bit of slight falling head over towards the off stump, which is just causing that leg side flick to go into the air. I'd be interested in a catch around there. I think those two at sort of mid-wicket and in front of square should be very interested.
Bethan Ellis at short mid-wicket and Hannah Baker, I think they're at short square.
So George in again, and that's another good ball, just pushed back down the pitch, right in line with the stumps. No run.
Emma Corney in that game against Surrey, she's got 61 off 68 balls, 7 fours and a 6.
Wow.
We might see a 6 as a shortish boundary to the Hollies here at Edgbaston.
It is a short boundary, but you know it would be fair to say that the strip they're on is not central. It's a short boundary, yes, on the offside at the minute, a longer one on the leg side. So Katie George in, and again, so just it's a no ball signal there. So do we get a free hit here? Oh well. We'll see what Corney might try and do with this. But again, she was looking for that sort of flick off her toes through mid-wicket. And that would definitely be, from a captain and a bowler's perspective, there's a chance. Not on this ball of a wicket, but as we get past this free hit. So let's see. And the umpire's just checking everybody's where they should be. And Katie George comes in to try and limit the damage here. She's in now. That's a good ball actually. So that's on a good length, straight, and Corney was trying to put some force into that, but it's just trickled up to mid-off, and there is no run. So George has come out of that.
It's a battle, isn't it, because the bowler's just given away his front foot no ball. what can they restrict the batter to in that next ball that comes as a free hit.
So George in again, just past the umpire, and that's another good ball, just short of a length. Played off the back foot really this time, back to the bowler. So it's a good over from Katie George here.
Against Essex, Katie George got 3 for 38. Number 5, number 6 and number 7.
Oh, well, she'd quite like
your
here
time
to
is
get
up.
numbers
Number
1, 2
5,
and
number
3.
6, number 7, your time is up. Come back in.
So into the final ball of her second over. Up to the stumps now, and again, just that pushing round the leg side. It was on down. She kept that down this time, but straight square leg, so there is no run. You can see she's really looking for that, moving across her stumps. And that was okay that time because she moved fully across her stumps rather than just her head going to the offside. See, I do know some coaching type things.
Oh, well,
where is Kevin now?
If you were listening to the Warwickshire versus Hampshire, there was a whole run of Kevin James ribbing Barbara after she said, "Well, why don't the spin bowlers spin it a bit more?"
And in my defence, that's not really what I meant, but yes, okay.
There was a whole running gag about Barbara's book of coaching.
That wasn't going to be very long. Just
And
bat better, run better.
What I really enjoyed was Kevin James's phone went off and you said, "Oh, it's my publisher, tell him I'll be back to him later." Which was lovely. As Georgia Davis is moving her field, so she's putting her third slightly finer, I think, to Izzy Wong for this over.
And we've got another cover, block that gap.
Yeah, another cover fielder.
Oh, that's a good ball.
God, that was right in at the toes there from Izzy Wong, and Davina Perrin cuts that off, and there is no run. That was a proper bat ender, wasn't it? Where you kind of, you end up with like you're shaking your fingers, thinking, "Ow, that really." She dug that out, and there is no run.
So yes, George Davis has moved. We've gone down from 2 slips to 1 slip. 1 slip trying to cover a couple of positions really, and yes, just block the gap in extra cover.
Wong comes into Knight, plays that to mid wicket, and there is no run. They've got that cut off as well. Got a deep backward square, and third, about 20 yards off the rope for Izzy Wong in the sunshine here at Edgbaston, this Metro Bank one-day cup between Warwickshire and Somerset. You'll listen to the voices of Claire Jenkins and Barbara Daniels. That's played forward to the short mid-wicket field, and there is no run. You will also later, in fact shortly, be hearing the voice of Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast, essential listening for anyone interested in women's cricket. We were described as the Birmingham Massive on social media, because both being fairly local, but certainly not local to Durham. In the cold up there on Sunday, as Wong comes in again to Heather Knight, and that's almost worked into leg side, but the fielder comes in quickly, and there is no run. I feel like Wong's starting to get a line and length here.
Yes,
that's
and
what Warwickshire want to see anyway.
Absolutely, and obviously we've already said Heather Knight's a very good batter. So if you're keeping Heather Knight quiet, you're doing well enough, aren't you, at the minute?
Absolutely. Wong just outside the 25-yard circle at the top of her mark and rounds it. Knight plays that down. Obviously surprised by the bounce. She looked a little surprised at the bounce. There is no run. 10 overs in the power play, which is about the fielding restrictions of the 25-yard circle, 30-yard circle in the men's game, 25-yard in the women's game. Only allowed 2 out in the women's game. The numbers are different in the men's and the women's game as well, but only 2 in this.
If it was a 30-yard circle, you'd be nearly at the boundary.
Oh, well, yeah.
On the leg side here.
I didn't want to mention that.
Oh, sorry.
Wong to Knight. Place that to Davina Perrin, who gets her hands on that, and there is cover and everything, so they don't get a run again, and that's the end of the over. And Somerset are 22 without loss. Heather Knight is 16 off the 20 balls she's faced. Emma Corney is on 3 off the 11 that she's faced. And I'm going to leave you with Barbara Nice. Barbara Nice. I was going to say Knight then. Barbara Nice, she's a local comedian. Barbara Daniels, known as BB, in cricketing circles, World Cup winner, of course, in 1993. And I'm going to hand over to Polly Starkey.
So yes, first 5 overs done, and Somerset raced off to a quick start in the first 2 or 3 overs, but Warwickshire in Wong and George have done well to pull that back and just tidy things up a bit in the last couple of overs. So Katie George is going to continue from the city end, bowling left arm over to Corney. She's in now up to the stumps. Oh, and this time Corney is looking. She looked again for that little flick down the leg side. She's got it very fine, and that's a really good stop at fine leg and retrieve down there. I can't see who's that fielder, Polly. Do you know who that one is?
I think that's Caris Pavley.
Oh yes,
number 28.
Thank you. And that's Polly's joined us there. So yeah, she's finally got one of those flicks down the leg side away, much finer along the floor, and 2 runs taken. So George coming in again. Left arm over. Oh, she's gone for that flick again. It's got like it's a wide. We have had so we're at. She's got 4 on the leg side now in the field. So whether we're it does look like that mid-wicket is getting closer and closer for this flick through there. But, fine line between trying to bowl that leg stump line and a wide, which is what happened at that time. So George comes in again past the umpire, and that's a better line. She squeezed that away through just fine of square. Fielders chasing. Turns and throws now, and they've got another 2 runs there. It's quite a long boundary down to the leg side here at the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, 27 without loss for Somerset. Izzy Wong's previous over was a maiden, which I noted down.
Well done. Yeah, I say they've done well after those first couple of glorious falls from Knight. You know, he was 16 off 14 and is now still 16 off 20. Yes, they've done well to pull that back a bit. George in again. Oh, and that's flashed wide off stump, and it's gone between the keeper and first slip for 4 runs. So Corney definitely got the benefit of throwing a bat at that. It would have been a really good catch, I think, because it was going at pace.
Yeah, there was a lot of pace on it, and beat the diving Abby Freeborn there. 31 without loss. Yeah, as you say, Warwickshire have done well to pull it back a little bit. Those first few overs looked quite loose, and Heather Knight really capitalised off them, just pierced the field really well.
Just looking at that replay, I think Freeborn, I think it just took the edge of her glove there, so she was very nearly at that catch. Would have been a really good one. So George will be looking to find that edge again. Warwickshire looking for their first wicket here. George comes in, and Corney plays that tidily back down to the short mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 31 for none at the minute in the 6th over. And again, as we often say, it's a really long time, 50 overs, so plenty of time to develop an innings. So George in again, elbows pumping outside the off stump, and that's a very nice shot actually from Corney, who's just leant into a cover drive, not trying to overhit it, and that's raced away to the boundary. A decent effort from Perrin there to stop that, and she's kind of run into the barriers in the Holly stand, and I'm hoping she hasn't hurt herself, because that's you wouldn't want to lose her in the field.
No, she's one of the most dynamic fielders, and she's so fast as well. She put everything into chasing that and rolled into the barriers in front of the Hollies.
And there's not a lot of space there beyond the 25-yard circle, so you know, once it's gone past, it's really probably going to be 4. But George in again, final ball of her over, she hopes, yes, and again just slightly back of a length. Bit of frustration there, I think, from Katie George, but well played to Emma Corney, who's got her first boundary there, I think, in that over. So she's now 15 off 17, and Knight 16 off 20. The Somerset 35 for none from 6 overs. So yes, Warwickshire, having put them in to bat, would like to be thinking about picking up a wicket.
Yeah, an expensive over for George there. But as we've seen in the I think there was a stat from Hypercourse yesterday that out of the first 14 games that have been played, 12 of them have been won by the team chasing. So I think that's partially why Warwickshire made the decision to have a bowl first.
It's always helpful, I think, to know what you're chasing. It gives you a different mindset.
As Wong continues and just nudges the leg side by Heather Knight, who's 16 from 21. Emma Corney at the non-strikers end, 15 from 17.
So yes, we were commenting on the kits. Just in terms of my bugbear, is actually Warwickshire have got mostly blue on the front, and I think Somerset are all black. But as you look from a distance from the back, they're very similar, very dark colours.
Wong in again from the pavilion end. Once again, pushed into the leg side, rapidly fielded. 35 without loss. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Warwickshire kit. I really like it. And obviously their kits will change for the T20 Blast. So there'll be even more colours for that. So Somerset, I think, are in pink.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, pink shirts. And Warwickshire, I imagine yellow and blue, kind of continuing that theme. I really like the Warwickshire colours. Izzy Wong, 95 on her shirt. That's pushed into the offside. It beats Davina Perrin inside the ring. And they'll take the single, 36 without loss.
That's nicely played by Heather Knight. She just waited a bit longer, let that come to her and just glided that down to third. And again, in terms of building scores, picking up the singles as well as the boundaries, is very important. And again, with quite a long boundary on the offside currently, even twos and threes maybe. Might even see a three. Don't see that very often.
Yeah, we saw quite a few threes actually up in Durham for Durham versus Somerset. Wong again to Corney, beats the diving fielder that's racing away to the boundary. And that'll be another 4 for Somerset. A good strike by Emma Corney.
Well, she'd be quite happy, I would think, Emma Corney. She's played a nice cover drive in the previous over, and that sounded really nice off the middle of the bat from the back foot. That'll give her a bit of confidence, I would think.
40 without loss. Corney on 19, Knight on 17.
Maybe we're on for a high-scoring game. There's been some high scores in the first rounds of the competition, haven't there?
I mean, Warwickshire broke a record in their game against Surrey at the weekend as Wong charges in again. This time just defended.
They chased over 300, didn't they?
Yeah, they chased down, I think it was 314 in the end, so it was the record for the highest chase in women's List A cricket in England.
Wow.
And against Surrey as well, who are really a batting side and have done really well with the bat so far in the competition. So a huge moment for Warwickshire, I guess. And I know Georgia Davis spoke really early on in the season about wanting to break records and set the standard, and that's exactly what they've done, as Wong is in again. This time straight to the fielder inside the ring. So there'll be no run. And that's the end of the over. 40 without loss for Somerset, who are batting first here at Edgbaston Cricket Ground, the skyline of Birmingham in the distance. And it's a decent day for cricket. Bit of a breeze in the air, but blue skies emerging.
Yes, the last time I was here commentating, the floodlights were on, so for a lot of the day. So I don't think we're going to need those today. It's a bit of a hazy day, but definitely it's still early season times. This will be a nice day for playing cricket. Looks like our first. Oh no, I thought it was our first bowling change. It isn't. I don't think. Still Katie George, but just having a prolonged chat with Georgia Davis, so we're just looking to see what they might be coming up with for her bowling to Heather Knight. It's obviously still in the power play, so you're limited as to what you can do. So Davina, perhaps we were just waiting for Davina Perrin is asking for some tape, I think. It looks like her hand is taped up anyway, so whether she's injured that again or is asking for some more, that's what we were waiting for Perrin to make her way across to point. So they won't want to lose her in any way out of the field. So George comes in to Heather Knight. Oh, tries to get another one, tries to flick that round the corner, and that's just that left arm angle deceived Heather Knight there. So there's no run, just hits the pad, no run. So 5-4 split field here for on the leg side for that left arm angle. So Katie George in, elbows pumping side to side. And that's played, glided again off the back foot to the left hand of Perrin, who dives, looks around to see where the ball has gone, but is fortunately Izzy Wong is covering her there. So just a single. Again, it all looks like she's got lots of time, Heather Knight. Again, there's a sign of a class player, really.
Yeah, she's been batting well so far in the competition. 64 against Surrey and then 45 against Essex. She also took 3 for 7 against Essex.
Yeah, she did, didn't she?
From barely any overs.
Well, and I think Lottie might have a point, you know, because she's always been a good bowler, but seemed unwilling to bowl herself very much. And that's the line. So that's that left arm line, just running it across the right-hander. And Corney's gone for an expansive drive and missed it, but that's the keeper and slip would have been interested there. That's the line I think Case George is really looking for.
41 without loss.
So George turns at the top of her mark, a couple of steady walking steps, and then elbows go. She's in past the stumps. She's tried for that line again, a little bit fuller. And that's almost into the block hole really, but outside the off stump of Emma Corney. So she just pushes that into the covers and there is no run. Well, the Holly stand is a little more populated than when we were here a couple of weeks ago. I can, you know, if I can say I can actually count them, then that tells you that there's still not thousands, but there are people who've braved it away from undercover under the media stand here. So George in again. Oh, that's off the back foot from Corney to the right. Davina Perrin, who picks up and throws, but yes, a comfortable single there.
Yeah, there are a couple of fans in the Hollies. I think there's one fan sat in. Is that the Raglan stand? I think they might all be renamed now.
Yeah.
One fan sat there, and then a couple just below the scoreboard. So obviously we can't see below us how many fans are there, but a decent crowd in for a Wednesday.
So George comes in for the final ball of her 4th over. That's to Heather Knight. Just plays that off her legs to mid-on, where Emily Arlott picks up, and that's the end of the over. No run. So we're now Somerset are 42 for the no wickets after the 8th over.
A reminder that you can watch this game via the Match Centre at edgbaston.com, where our YouTube pictures are linked up with the scorecard, all the match highlights and live text updates. And this is Warwickshire versus Somerset in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, with myself, Polly Starkey, and alongside me is Barbara Daniels, and the voice of Claire Jenkins will be heard later on. So 42 without loss for Somerset. Emma Corney 20 and Heather Knight 18, and Izzy Wong will be continuing. So far 4 overs, 1 maiden, and it's gone for 18 runs. She's in again this time, just defended back to the bowler. Izzy Wong with the shirt number 95, which I don't know how true this is, but apparently she chose the number 95 when she first came to Central Sparks because she loves Lightning McQueen. And Lightning McQueen has number 95 on the car.
Well, see, now there you go. I was just going to say, who's Lightning McQueen? and you now tell me it's a car. I was thinking it's a basketball player. Or
Wong in again to Corney. He drives that down the ground. Georgia Davis fielding that inside the ring, so he won't be able to get a run.
That's a nice shot for none, as we say. Again, sounding nice off the middle of her back. Corney's sort of playing herself into form here. Still, Warwickshire be just nibbling away, looking for a wicket. I suspect, it'll be interesting to see how long they keep these 2 bowlers going for, whether they do 5 each. But there's a bit of, here we go. I was saying we might want to change. There's a bit of change of field going on here. So we've got deep cover out. We're offering that gap at cover now, and we've moved gully in. So we've got a slip, gully, point, deep cover, and a short extra, as well as a mid-off.
Wong to Corney. He drives it down the ground. Stair Callis diving to stop it. And that's a good bit of fielding out at cover point. 43 without loss.
yes, for a minute there might have been a risky single. The ball just, whilst Callis stopped that, it just crept away from her hand, so there was no danger of a run out. But it was a good stop. She's quite tall as well, isn't she? Got long arms. Good reach.
Wong to Knight, and this one flicked off the pads down to the fielder on the leg side at deep backward square leg.
See, watching Heather Knight play that leg side shot compared to how Corney has been really quite early on, she's much stiller. She waits for the ball and then just works that round the corner, but she's not falling away to the off stump, which is what Corney was doing a little earlier. That looked much more in control.
44 without loss. Wong to Corney.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Driven down the ground into the offside. There's racing away to the boundary with Georgia Davis in pursuit. She does pick it up inches away from the rope. There's good running between Knight and Corney. They run a 3, 47 without loss.
That was a very nice shot, actually. That deserved a 4. That was, so far, I'd say, although Heather Knight's front foot drives are beautiful, there is a back foot drive like that is always very nice to see.
Knight on 19. Izzy Wong charging in. It's just defended and flicks towards Davina Perrin. Point. And there'll be no run. So end of the over. 9 overs gone, 47 without loss.
Yeah, so Somerset will be very happy with this start. I would think 47 for none off 9, getting close to their 50 off the first 10. Warwickshire will be not desperate, but would be very nice for them. They'd be looking to get a wicket. Looks like we are going to get a change in bowling now. I think Emily Arlott's coming on from the City end. I was saying earlier that after I'd commentated here a couple of weeks ago, the next day I happened to be in a coffee shop in Dorridge, and Emily Arlott plus a few of the other team came in, and not because I was there, obviously, but they happened to be in there having coffee, and I just hadn't realised quite how tall Emily Arlott is. She looked like about 8'2", but she was very friendly with her, and she had a new puppy with her, so that was, very entertaining. But she's had a really good start to the season, hasn't she?
Yeah, well, with bat and ball.
Yes, exactly.
That incredible century, which I don't think anyone was expecting, but coming in at number 7 and scoring 130 against Essex. It was quite something, and they ended up beating Essex by 108 runs, so a very important contribution.
So let's see, Emily Arlott, for her first over from the City end, bowling to Emma Corney. So she comes in right arm over. Ooh, and that's a flash on the back foot from Corney, and it's gone down to third, where Izzy Wong, I'm afraid, has made a little bit of a mess of stopping that. And that's gone for 4. That won't please Emily Arlott. But again, her height, this is when now you begin to realise why she gets the bounce she does, and that bounce has surprised Corney there, and she was lucky to get away with that, really. And I think, yes, Izzy Wong will be disappointed with that fielding effort there. So that's the 50 up as well for Somerset, 51 for none. As Emily Arlott runs in again. Oh, and that's a good ball. She's beaten her outside outside the off stump there. Just a forward defensive push, goes past the outside edge. She's getting some good carry. I've been impressed with what I've seen of Emily, really, this season so far. She's getting some decent carry, decent lengths, and her captain would love her to get a wicket here. So in she comes again, and that's played off the front foot down to, a bit edgily again, but down to third, where Wong picks up on the second go into the keeper, and that's a single, which brings Knight down to face Emily Arlott for the first time.
I was having a discussion yesterday with my dad, Richard, the co-host of the Naughty Child podcast, and we were coming up with a kind of unappreciated 11 of players who perhaps are a bit underrated, and Emily Arlott was very much in that lineup.
Here she comes again, the underrated Emily Arlott, and she's just drawn a respectful forward defensive from Heather Knight there, back to mid-off, short cover. And again, I think, you know, in the light of the changes, obviously the change of England coach, but this whole professional setup and stuff, maybe, you know, the underappreciated are going to have the chance to be appreciated, to score runs from number 7, to realise that 50 overs is a long time, and it's not all about bish bash bosh in the first 10 or 15 overs. So Arlington again, that's wide down the leg side, and she's very disappointed with herself there. So another extra goes onto the total, 53 for none. But yeah, I think there is space, and with the amount of matches they're playing, for people to genuinely show, well, a body of work over a season, really. So Arlott in again. To Knight, and that's just pushed off the front foot into the covers. Again, picked up, and there's no run.
I think the emphasis on domestic cricket by Charlotte Edwards, the New England coach, I think adds so much value to the game as well. And all these performances do count, and they are important. And I think the crucial message is Lottie is watching, and she's been at so many games. She's been spotted all around the country, and she is watching, and I'm sure she has people everywhere watching all the games.
We decided last time she should be in a red and white top, like Where's Wally? But we can say Where's Lottie? Okay, so that was the final ball of the over from Emily Arlott. So she caused some problems there, definitely, with her pace and bounce. So that's the end of the 10th over, so the end of the power play. 53 for none, Somerset. And I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Polly Starkey while I hand over to Claire Jenkins. Oh, yeah.
6 runs from Emily Arlott's first over. And it looks like it'll be Hannah Baker who's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. The leg spinner hasn't been incredibly effective so far this season, but an incredibly capable bowler. Made her England ODI debut in September at the back end of last season in Ireland. Just discussing with captain Georgia Davis, perhaps making some adjustments in the field. As Claire Jenkins joins me. 53 without loss, what do you make of that?
Well, hang on a second, I'm just having a little technical issue.
Hannah Baker preparing to bowl as Abby Freeborn looks around to make sure that the field is set. Baker to Corney, who drives that straight back to her. A slight misfield, so Emily Arlott tidies it up, but starts with a dot ball.
Yeah, Emily Arlott was obviously starting to get a line of length there, wasn't she?
Baker to Corney, and that's just nudged into the leg side. Kind of pops up off the bat, and they'll run through for a single to put Heather Knight on strike. 54 without loss.
Looks like quite a nice day out there for cricket. We've got sunshine across the Birmingham skyline behind the city end.
Baker tonight, who defends that into the ground. It's applause from Baker's teammates. It's a good start from the 21-year-old. Hannah Baker, number 3 on her shirt. And straight to Georgia Davis, one bounce. A bit of a loose ball. Full toss, and it isn't punished. 54 without loss. Heather Knight tapping her bat into the ground. This time driven nicely. It doesn't manage to beat Georgia Davis inside the ring. Good piece of fielding. They do manage to scramble through for a single. So the score moves to 55 without loss. But a good over from Hannah Baker so far. Baker into a stride. This time flicked off the pads. And sends that down to fine leg. And it's the end of the over. 56 without loss. Hannah Baker conceding 3 runs in her first over, so a good start. Heather Knight on 20. Emma Corney leading the way with 31 from 33.
As you say, perhaps Hannah Baker just getting into her stride in this season. She took a wicket at Hampshire, the best economy, and another wicket in the Blaze game, and a catch. But I think the best is yet to come this season, possibly.
Definitely.
Hannah Baker.
Yeah, she was the side, I say the sides, Central Sparks, the former Midlands team. She was the side's joint leading wicket taker in the 50 over competition last season with 15 wickets. So had a good run there.
Arlott into Corney, who comes forward and plays that to cover point. Hannah Baker comes running in, and there is no run.
.56 without loss.
Yeah, 56 without loss indeed. Warwickshire searching for that first wicket. Arlott coming in. That's played down towards point. Davina Perrin, the ever present at point, cuts that off, and there is no run.
Scores from elsewhere. Surrey are 3 down against Lancashire. So 53 for 3 there after 11 overs. And Hampshire against Durham. Durham are 45 for 2 after 10 overs.
So some wickets elsewhere. Warwickshire want to add to that. Corney plays that to point. Again, stopped by Davina Perrin, who's exactly in the right place there to take that bouncing ball as it comes towards her. Emily Arlott, of course, took a couple of wickets against Hampshire, 2 for 30. A 3 for against the Blaze, 39. Best economy and a run out. So that's not even mentioning that brilliant innings she made with the bat, which you mentioned earlier. Corney surveying the field. They're pushing back the cover point field at a boundary. Hannah Baker going onto the rope in front of the Hollies stand. Arlott in to Corney. Plays that, in fact, directly towards Hannah Baker, who has to come off the rope, and they get through for a single there. 57 without loss are Somerset here against Warwickshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And if you want a bit more information, you can always check out edgbaston.com for the match centre there, which will bring you here, but it also give you replays of the highlights of the game, etc., and the scores as Arlott comes in again. And that's played to Davina Perrin at point by Heather Knight, and there is no run.
Davina Perrin being kept very busy today. She's all over the place. 57 without loss.
He's certainly in the game there at point. Love a bit of good point fielding. Oh, I used to love. You feel like you're. I mean, everyone should feel like they're in the game, but you really do feel like you're in the game. Fielding at point as Arlott comes into Knight. Carves it again towards Davina Perrin, who again stops the ball, and there is no run. That's the end of the over, and Somerset are 57 without loss. Knight on 20, Corney on 32, and that's 12 overs gone.
Just one conceded from that over. Good bowling from Arlott, who has started to find her rhythm. As I was saying earlier, would very much be in kind of an underappreciated 11, and maybe have a think about some of the other players in there, because me and my dad were discussing this yesterday. Phoebe Turner up at Durham, who's the leading wicket taker in the comp last year. Her name doesn't really get thrown around, and we kind of theorised that it was because there are a lot of Phoebes and there are a lot of Turners, so she kind of just blends in a little bit to that. But Bethan Ellis as well for Warwickshire, I think, is one of those players. As Hannah Baker continues here, this time struck straight to Katie George. That's a good bit of fielding.
Oh, must have been.
It was a catch and a roll. Otherwise, that looked like it would race away for 4. Baker to Corney, who drives that straight back to the bowler for no run. 57 without loss.
Warwickshire geeing each other up in the field.
Baker, the leg spinner, this time slapped down the ground, but finds Emily Arlott inside the ring. So So third dot ball in a row for Hannah Baker.
Putting a squeeze on here.
Baker to corner, struck down the ground and hits Heather Knight.
Ow.
A batter at the other end. Look, that hits
might
her on
be
the back as well.
That might be
which
the
is
end of her England career.
nasty. Oh, it looks like it's her elbow.
Oh,
She's
elbow.
taken off her
Ooh,
glove and is
ooh.
just trying to shake it out a little bit. That's nasty.
Emma Corney comes down and says, "Oh, sorry. Sorry, Heather." Or Trevor, possibly.
Easily done. 57 without loss. Still
There might have been some batter who said, "You stop that going for four then."
slowing the run rate up. Baker taking a few steps and she's in again, this time nudged to point for no run. This is really good stuff from Hannah Baker, just applying that pressure, and that's what they've managed to do the last few overs. Only been 4 runs in the last 3 overs or so. Baker to Corney, this time steps back and tries to swipe it, but it goes past Abby Freeborn. It won't get near the boundaries. There are fielders in pursuit, so they'll just run through. They push for 2, which is good work in the end, and that signals the end of the over. 59 without loss, so just 2 from it, but a very good second over from Hannah Baker.
You get the sensation that Warwickshire are starting to frustrate Somerset slightly with the bat.
Definitely.
Emily Arlott to continue.
Heather Knight just having a bit of a breather after
Yes,
her
yes,
injury.
Oh, when you get caught on the elbow, oh, that's
So it's the
nasty.
bone that's really
Oh,
painful.
not
There's
much
no kind of like muscle or fat to protect it.
That's right. Because if you want to see all these players playing close up and shorter format, Vitality Blast will start shortly. And today is the last day to get your early bird ticket. So last day to get £15 tickets to watch the double header that will be Warwickshire versus Durham, the men and the women, as the Vitality Blast kicks off here at Edgbaston in a couple of weeks, the end of the month, Saturday the 31st. Get your tickets today as Arlott prepares to come into Heather Knight. Banged in, it's carved backwards past of point. Izzy Wong does a diving stop on the rope just to prevent anything else there, and they get a single, so the score moves on to 59 without loss, or 60 without loss here at Edgbaston for Somerset. And McCorney will now face the tall figure of Emily Arlott, coming in at pace from the city end. Bat tapping. She thought about playing that and nearly edged it to the wicketkeeper, but it went straight through without hitting anything, and there is no run.
Just admiring the incredible view we have up here.
Yeah, it's a great.
It's so nice with the skyline of Birmingham. Birmingham's so green, so there's so many trees, and then Edgbaston is beautiful in itself.
Yeah, sirens going off behind us as well. Arlott into Corney this time. Plays that down to point. Davina Perrin again. Shapes to do a very fast throw and then thinks better of it. There is no run. Heather Knight characteristically down her haunches, still shaking out that elbow that stopped the ball in the last over on the Emma Corney drive. Arlott coming in. Power play over now, so the restrictions are finished. They can put the fielders wherever they like as Arlott comes in. Oh, up and bounce. Ooh, proper bounce there, up and over the batter. And there is no run, and umpire Middlebrook signals 1 for the over to Emily Arlott. That's the one she's allowed. Banged into the pitch there, up and over, straight into the hands of the wicketkeeper Abby Freeborn. Arlott in to Corney, comes forward, plays it underneath Emily Arlott, who's sprawling across half of the next wicket as well, because she's so tall. and there is no run. 60 without loss. Corney on 32 and Knight on 21. Georgia Davis has a quick word with Emily Arlott. Georgia Davis led her team out on that first morning against Hampshire here at Edgbaston as Arlott comes in. Corney carves that past Abby Freeborn, who can only make a despairing dive, and it's gone for 4 runs. Another 4 to the total. So Somerset are 64 without loss at the end of the over. 14 overs gone. Knight on 21 and Corney on 36.
That over was going so well for Emma Arlott, so it slightly ruined her figures a little bit. But nonetheless, just 5 from the over. So 64 without loss. And I think the Somerset physio has just come on for Heather Knight.
Yeah, her elbow. Ow.
Yeah, provide a bit of water, maybe some pain relief.
Yeah.
I'm sure that will turn into a nasty bruise.
Yeah, as you say, there's no protection there on your elbow, is there? And it was struck fairly firmly from Emma Corney. Are you coming down to watch any of the Vitality Blast?
Of course.
Yeah.
I'll be here. I love a T20 Blast at Edgbaston.
Yeah. The atmosphere is always brilliant.
It's always so good. Especially a Friday or Saturday night.
Yeah, Saturday night it is.
Perfect.
31st of May. So last chance to get your cheap tickets today. Early bird tickets, 15 quid. 2 games. Should be good. Durham are a quality side.
Hannah Baker for a 3rd over. Just nudged into the offside and they'll scramble through for a single. I love the video Warwickshire put out yesterday about wrapping everything in bubble wrap to protect it. I thought it was really good, getting kind of everyone around the ground involved, the security, players. Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. Hannah Baker to Emma Corney. This time sliced out, beats the fielder, who kind of dives after as if he got a hand to it. I think that's Nat Wraith.
She put a spare dive in there as well as she went round.
66 without loss.
It was Nat Wraith.
Baker tonight. This time lofted into the air and it should go for 4. 1 bounce and plugs and it just reaches the boundary. I think if it looked like it was just going to bounce over, but it just plugged and held.
I think Emily Arlott was hoping that it might just plug and not actually get to the boundary. And it dribbled over.
So 70 without loss. Knight on 26. Emma Corney on 37. Hannah Baker will want to go back to putting that squeeze on. Baker tonight. This one beats Katie George. Bethan Ellis will do the fielding. Katie George at cover. 71 without loss. A wicket really needed for Warwickshire to prevent this partnership building any further. Oh, there's a swing and a miss and it goes straight through to Abby Freeborn.
I thought you called a cake ball then. And you said they needed a wicket. I thought Abby Freeborn was going to take a snick behind then.
Baker to Corney. This one driven. Katie George picks up with one hand. And that's the end of the over. Finishing with the dot, 71 without loss. And I'll be making way for Barbara Daniels.
So 15 overs gone and Somerset are 71 without loss. Knight on 27 and Corney on 37. So partnership already of 71. As Polly mentioned, Warwickshire will be searching for a wicket but also wanting to dismantle this partnership who are starting to get really settled. There's a real sense of a platform here being built by Heather Knight and Emma Corney. Welcome back, Barbara.
Thank you.
What have you made of this so far then?
Well, yes, it's a very good start. A very, sort of risk-free pretty much. I mean, there's been a couple of sort of little chances, but they've played very nicely for their 71. Warwickshire will be just plugging away, but really hopeful of another. I was going to say another wicket, a wicket.
A wicket would be good, wouldn't it? As that's played straight to Davina Perrin. There is no run. There's a theme there from Arlott's end. Arlott serves it. Heather Knight plays it to Davina Perrin, and it goes back to Freeborn. We're seeing that on repeat here. It's Arlott searching for a wicket. She's bowled well and batted well this season. She put herself number 3 in the most valuable all-rounders so far in this Metro Bank One-Day Cup. Knight comes forward, plays that back past the batter at the other end, and there's a bit of a shy at the stumps, but it was a risk-free, as you mentioned. Another one to the total. Somerset are 72 without loss.
And Corney looks like she's picked up the pace a little bit as well. She's overtaken Heather Knight in terms of numbers of runs scored.
It feels like the field have gone back a little, which may or may not be a good idea. As Arlott prepares to come in again, a slightly shorter run this time. Will this be a different ball to Corney? It plays that again to Davina Perrin, and there is no run. Because they all have to work on these variations, don't they? Slow ball, back of the hand ball. They have to have all sorts of things in their bowling box of tricks.
They do. I think especially, whatever we might think of sometimes the pitches that they end up on these obviously very good grounds. They're very good pitches compared to about what we used to play on.
Oh my goodness.
But even that they might be used to. So again, to be able to extract more out of good pitches is, you've got to be able to have more subtle variations. And work hard, which I think Emily Arlott does.
Yeah, Corney.
That's a slower ball.
A little swipe at that one. That nearly went through to the wicket keeper, but with no bat on it, so there's no run there.
Yeah, so that was a little variation. They need it, don't they? Because here we go. I say pretty risk-free. Somerset are well set here. And we could be looking at another big score with a short boundary here. Yeah. And much as Warwickshire have just chased over 300, they'd rather not be.
Yes, not having to do it again as Arlott comes in again to Corney, who swipes at that one straight to Katie George, short mid-wicket, bounced in front of her, and there is no run. It's a smart stop there actually, because that was coming at some speed from Corney's bat.
It was a smart stop actually. Corney might just wanted to wait a fraction of a second longer, and then that would have been four. Yes, because no one would have stopped that.
A massive pocket to Katie George's right there. Corney forward, plays that just down straight to Davina Perrin, and there is no run. Oh, another over goes by. 72 without loss are Somerset after 16 overs. Knight on 28 and Corney on 37.
So they're not rattling along, are they? We're at less than 5 and over, but it's a really solid base with with other batters plainly to come. So there's no panic from Warwickshire yet, and there shouldn't be. Again, as ever, there's plenty of time. But this is where Georgia Davis is going to earn her money as the captain. And just think, what else can we do? How do we change it up? Maybe we put pressure on closer in the field. They have got to protect that shorter boundary. Sure. There's 2 out there now on that, but just something different. To make the batters think and maybe induce a false shot, because there hasn't been. When we were here a couple of weeks ago, the ball was moving. It was swinging.
It was a bit of a mixed weather.
It wasn't it? So there hasn't been so much of that actually today. So Hannah Baker is going to twirl away again to Heather Knight. Oh, that's gone down the leg side, is a wide. I think Heather will feel she's missed out on that actually, because that was a bit short leg side in. She was just trying to pull that round the corner, and again that could have gone for 4. Yes. So we've got a little conversation here with the captain. Is anything going to change? A bit of pointing going on. We like a bit of pointing.
Yeah.
Oh, she's coming.
Captain's coming very deep down here too.
Yeah, she's coming to long off really, so that must have been the change. There's a magpie taking her place a bit closer to the pitch.
I don't know how the magpie's fielding.
So Knight comes in again. She doesn't.
She comes forwards again.
Knight comes forwards again. That was a nicely flighted delivery, treated with a bit of respect there by Knight from Baker. She comes again. And again, just off the back foot into Point, who isn't Perrin. So Perrin is moved into the covers.
Callis, I think, at point there, isn't she? She's also good.
So we've got quite a tight little ring here of 3 and 4 on the offside.
Fielders.
And Baker in again, and I'm going to say Heather Knight trying to pierce that, and she has just that's gone through Callis, she'll be a bit disappointed. I think that might have taken a bobble there. It's not easy fielding at point, I have to say.
Well, no. Well, thank you very much. I'll take that as a compliment.
I forgot you were the point specialist.
Point fielders union.
Okay, so into Corney now. Baker flighting that. That's gone up in the air. Going to, yes, goes straight to Georgia Davis, the captain, who takes a good catch. She's brought herself in. She came back into a normal mid-off position. And a bit of extra flight there, I think, from Hannah Baker. And that is the first wicket to Warwickshire. They'll be delighted with that. But Corney's played her part in a very good opening stand. She's gone for 37 off 55. First wicket to Hannah Baker. And a decent catch from the captain.
So I think the reward for a bit more, tightening up there.
Yeah.
Warwickshire, they'd sort of restricted them to 1 or 2 runs, and then certainly only 1 in the last over. It's a little bit of frustration maybe, but there was obviously a plan there because there was a little work, wasn't there? And then maybe a different delivery or maybe a bit more.
So in the light of that point. The run that went through point, you could see as she did that on purpose.
Yes,
just
so
to
it's
change
a trap,
the batter.
do you think?
Yes.
There was cover behind, so it's they've got those. There seems to be a fashion this season of having kind of 2 cover fielders in close catching and the point, and then a sweeper behind. But they can afford that because that's a big bit of real estate.
Yeah.
Out towards what would be towards.
It's an in-out
QE.
field, they call it, don't they? Sometimes.
Yeah.
But
sort of Wyatt stand side.
But also, it'll probably be, if it's how long you keep your slips in terms of, if you don't think you're going to get, you're not going to get stuff behind the bat so much. We've got to put in front and see if we get that false shot. Maybe people trying to play slightly too early and therefore a bit uppishly. But yes, that was a reward for a bit of pressure, close infield, a fielder moving. So again, there was some conversation between Baker and Davis about dropping deeper, dropping shorter. So Sophie Luff, who now I think you call Captain Fantastic, don't you?
Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff.
Is that because she's in some sort of Marvel franchise film? I don't know.
Is
that yes?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
She's some superpower.
Yeah, she's got many superpowers.
Let's see what she does with her first ball then. So Hannah Baker coming in to the Somerset captain, who kind of almost lets the ball hit the bat there. She sort of hesitated as to what to do, but the ball off the back foot straight to, well, I suppose it's either a short third or a gully really, on the edge of the circle. So last ball of Baker's 4th over, in again to Sophie Luff off the back foot, straight to that short cover. So that'll put a bit of a spring in the step of the Warwickshire team. So Somerset 74 for 1 after 17 overs. First wicket for Hannah Baker.
So yeah, not only restricting them to only 2 runs, but getting that wicket for their plans clearly there. Hannah Baker and Georgia Davis, of course, winning their first full England caps in the Ireland series at the end of last season in September. We were discussing or kind of texting each other about the end of last season, and it almost feels like it would be great if they did an Ireland series or Ireland Scotland or whatever at the end of the season. Great experience for them, and certainly they've come back with the confidence that you would expect to get from that kind of higher honours thing as Arlott prepares to come into Heather Knight. Plays it straight to cover, and there is no run.
Just a slight tip of the head there. She thinks she's missed out because she hit that really nicely, and again a foot either side of Kirstalis there, and that would have been, well, might have been 4. We have got there's an extra fielder out at cover on the boundary.
I like
into the hollies
as opposed to Stair Callis.
Yeah, did I say it wrong?
Yeah, it's like car in the car park.
Oh gosh, so sorry.
Arlott comes in tonight. Oh, it's played up and over. That's a shot that they've had to kind of improvise. Oh, and a diving, despairing Wong misses out on stopping that. And Heather Knight says, thanks very much, I'll take 4 runs. As that's tipped expertly over the bar, as it were. No chance of Abby Freeborn catching that into a gap. It's a low risk, high risk, isn't it? It's one of those ones where if you know there's a big gap there, you might as well have a little dabble at that and smack it up over.
She's played that very deliberately,
beautifully
up and over, and again that's the bounce that Arlott can get as a surprise element, but Heather Knight was equal to it.
What's the response from Arlott tonight? Comes forward. Oh, over Davina Perrin. Gosh. And into the Hollies for 4 runs. And there was Davina Perrin can't have been far from that. She went into the air, but needed Sophie Luff's superhero cape to get a bit higher to have taken that as a cap.
So yes, actually Heather Knight's threaded that between
She has.
point
a bit lucky
and
there. That
deep cover in the air, but well, it's either lucky or she'll say I placed that really expertly, you know, through the eye of a needle, all that stuff.
Somerset 82 for 1 as Arlott comes in again. Knight just respectfully donks that down, and there is no run to Kerr-Stallis. I like Kerr-Stallis. I was thinking about stair. I was trying to do something with stair miles Callis or air miles Callis or something.
I don't see stair. I'll be calling her stair lift by the end of the.
Oh my goodness me!
So now she's Stanner. That's it. We'll just call her Stanner.
Oh, as Arlott comes in again. Ooh, God, it goes past the edge of Knight's bat. The sort of ghost noise as it went past.
And
There's no run.
That looked like it might have just come back in on to Heather Knight there, because she was shaping to cut that, and it looked like actually it took her by surprise. It came much tighter too. So that's a good comeback for Emily Arlott. This is a good contest actually. This I like this.
This is a good head-to-head, isn't it? Arlott to Knight. And that's flicked down the leg side. Hannah Baker will do the tidying up, and they get through for an easy single there. Another one to the total. Also the end of the over. So 18 overs gone. Somerset are 83 for 1. Knight on 38, and Luff yet to get off the mark. Only faced a couple of balls. So Baker is putting the squeeze on there. 1 for 12 in the 4 overs that she's had already.
So Heather Knight using her experience to pinch the strike there. But and looking, well, definitely a little bit more expansive in that over. So whether that's a sign of she's decided.
Yeah, next gear to be clicked up.
But she's looked very comfortable, hasn't she? And you know, again, and you can see the class, and you can see the stillness. You can see the you know, she doesn't appear to be worried if there's a couple of dot balls. You know, there's the same pace actually, which is good to see. Now we've got this again, this close field in 3 sort of. In that offside, Baker in at 2 Knight floats that up, and that's driven nicely into the covers and straight to Davina Perrin. So there's no run. She is much strapped.
She's much strapped.
Yeah.
She's done a lot been busy this morning.
So Baker in again. And Knight waits, and there's just tickles that rat into the mid-wicket gap and takes a single easily. So Baker having to do the fielding, because there is a very big gap. There's no
James Middlebrook not looking like he's going to field that for them at square leg.
Yeah, actually that is quite so. I mean, really, this is set up for Hannah Baker. You've got to bowl outside the off stump really, because she's got 3 on the leg side, but we've got mid on and then 2 on the boundary. So Baker in again, and that is outside the off stump to Luff, who plays it off the back foot, and it's picked up by somebody at point. Thank you.
The Dutch Dynamo, as Michael McCann called her, which I thought was lovely. The Dutch Dynamo, yeah, which is Dutch international, of course.
So Baker in again, and again off the back foot, looking for a single there to get off the mark from Luff, but the Dutch Dynamo picked up, and there is no run. Otherwise known as Stair Callis. So Baker in again. And then that's nice. Luff just moves her feet, comes down the wicket and just touches that into the onside, where it's an automatic single, really.
Yeah, it is. It's so calmly, wasn't it? Just a little push. I know if I don't hit that too hard, there's an easy single for me there. She pushes that.
She might just get a leading edge though if they look for that gap. So that's so here we go. Baker again. Oh, I don't know if she hit that. If she has, she's tickled that very fine down the leg side.
They're going to get 2.
So it's picked up and returns to Freeborn. Yeah, leg by's given. So 2 to the total, but not tonight. So 87 for 1 at the end of the 19th over. Gosh, it feels like we're rattling along in terms of numbers of overs.
Yeah. Just the 4 off the over then. So putting the squeeze on. There doesn't seem to be any panic, but as you say, there is a little bit of an air of Heather Knight certainly getting into the next gear. Sophie Love is very quick between the wickets, and she's just got that experience that comes with being a Somerset legend already. She is. I mean, she leads from the front. I mean, she doesn't bowl,
Right.
But she might as well do. She'll do everything else as a great role model for what has been a very young side, actually.
Yes.
When
Well,
it was
'cause how old would
Western
Sophie
Storm.
be?
I don't know, but she's probably not as old as you think, because she's been playing forever. And she is a Somerset legend. There's a mural of her on the back
Wow.
of the seating as Arlott comes in. Sophie Love plays that lovely off her feet there, leg glance. There's a single, another one to the total. Somerset 88 for 1.
Do you think you're ever likely to have a mural of you painted somewhere, somewhere at Point? Maybe
Well,
they could just do that
yeah.
at Point, a mural of
Yeah.
Claire, as opposed to an advertising
That's very worrying.
logo.
People could throw things at it, that kind of thing. Arlott tonight this time. That's played forward, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. Good thump as that hits the middle of the bat there. Yeah, Sophie Love has had a very young side to marshal there down in the West Country during the regional era since 2020. Some great products of that. And of course, we've got some swapsies, because Wraith has come up to Warwickshire, and Ellie Anderson, who we'll see later with the ball in hand, has gone the opposite way as that's worked down across the matting to Katie George, and there is no run. Heather Knight does a bit of gardening.
She's a nice player to watch bat, actually.
Oh,
Heather Knight. You know, she's very calm. She's very aligned in line. She stands up quite tall. I'm enjoying watching her, even though I'd like, obviously not to score runs against Warwickshire, but that's a very lovely
She's going
shot.
to score 4 there, unless Bethan Ellis gets a motorbike. Yeah, it's 4 runs. 4 runs to Heather Knight. Played beautifully through mid-wicket underneath.
And again, it's the stillness, and you can see the ball has come in right underneath her eyes. She's still shaking her right arm, isn't she? Did she fall on her elbow? Is that
No,
what?
Emma Corney hit her at the backing up batter's end.
Right.
She had her back to her, I think. I don't know whether she put her back to her, but it was so fast.
Right.
But unfortunately, she wrapped one on the elbow from Emma Corney.
It's not stopping her playing lovely shots just at the minute.
No, it isn't. She played that down to Katie George, who picks that up quickly. The thing that I have noticed about the games that I've watched on the live stream and things is that we've had a lot of run-outs for direct hits, and I think that's courtesy of all the contact time they will have had, and the professional area really kicking in, and the fielding coaches drumming it in. It's going to be a run-out if you can get a direct hit as Arlott comes in. And that's played underneath Emily Arlott, who sprawls again onto the next wicket. There is no run. And that's the end of the over, and I will be taking a bit of a rest. So 20 overs gone. Somerset on 92 for 1. Knight on 43, possibly heading towards a milestone. And Sophie Love, captain, fantastic, and on the 2 runs of the 6 balls that she's faced. And I'll hand you over to Polly Starkey.
So yes, 92 for 1. We've still got Hannah Baker. Yes, we have. Hannah Baker is going to continue bowling her leg spin from this end to Sophie Love, who's currently on 2 from 6 balls. So Warwickshire will feel pleased that they've got the wicket, but it's still been a good start for Somerset, and they've got a strong foundation with 30 overs to go, and they'll be thinking about a significant total, I would think. So Baker in, and again Sophie Love just rocks onto the back foot and tucks that into the onside, where it is an automatic single because there's nobody in close. So we'll see how long they keep that going for. If Baker can just get a little bit of movement, then that, potentially you're looking at a leading edge as they try and tuck that round the corner. So Knight to face now on 43. She does the same thing into that mid-wicket vacant region for another single. I can see, so Georgia Davis, the captain, is heading back in. It looks like she's going to have a chat with Baker. I suspect they're going to block that gap, or at least talk about it, or suggest you're going to have to change your line. So, okay, no field change except from Davis to come back in to a normal orthodox mid-off. So Baker again outside the off stump to Luff, and that is 2 point and no run.
94 for 1. Just trying to creep up to that 100 milestone.
So Baker in again, and Luff once more dances down the pitch a little, hits it straight back to Baker, who stops that, or gets half stops it, but there's no run. There's near an airplane going over the top somewhere, where that's headed. So Baker in again. Another moving of the feet, and that's going straight. Has beaten Emily Arlott at mid-on. It's just a single as it's picked up at mid-off, or the mid-offer goes across and restricts that to 1 run. And that's Davis staying deep now, so she's come to long off now for the last final ball of Hannah Baker's over to Heather Knight. That's off the back foot, straight to point, and there is no run. So that's the end of the 21st over. Just seen Georgia Davis giving her shoulders a bit of a stretch and a shake. She might be thinking about bringing herself on.
Yeah, I suspect so. She's been effective so far this season. 2 for 46 against the Blaze, 2 for 21 against Essex, and 2 for 38 against Hampshire in that first game. So, a reliable and consistent player.
I think she might be taking over from Emily Arlott here. Yeah, she'd be very happy if she picked up a couple of wickets now. Another twofer.
95 for 1. Heather Knight on 44, Sophie Luff on 4.
There's a few more people appearing in the Holly stand. It's
into double figures.
Oh, easily.
A reminder that you can watch this game via the Match Centre at edgbaston.com, where our YouTube pictures are linked up with the scorecard, all the match highlights and live text updates. And also the T20 Blast is coming, and if you want to watch the Bears in this year's Blast Off at Edgbaston today, it's the last day of early bird tickets, available from £15, which I think is an absolute bargain for a double header. T20 double header against Durham, as Georgia Davis is in. This one nudged into the leg side by Sophie Luff, who's on 4 from 12.
A bit of a full toss that. I think she might be disappointed, but 2, 3, 4, quite well protected leg side.
Davis in again, plays straight to Katie George. 95 for 1. Davis in again.
Nice shot.
This time pushed into the offside by Sophie Luff. Races towards the boundary, but the diving Izzy Wong stops it. They'll still manage to get 2, taking the total to 97. Just getting closer to the 100 milestone as a team. Davis to Luff, and this is nudged into the leg side to square. We'll take the single. 98 for 1.
Again, really important to just keep doing that. I mean, obviously at the minute you'd quite like to see Heather Knight on strike, but just still working the singles, 2s if you can get them.
Skipper Georgia Davis tonight. This time it's running down towards the boundary. Stair Callis in pursuit. He'll go over the boundary for 4. That's just a tiny nudge.
She did get a little edge on that. So
Yeah.
She'll take that though.
And that's the
50.
100 up.
Oh yeah, 100 up. Yeah,
100
sorry.
up for Somerset. 102 for 1. Heather Knight close to that 50 milestone though.
And that's a safe little shot actually, because there's nobody behind the bat really on the offside.
Davis tonight. This one just kind of nudged into the leg side. And that's the end of the over. 102 for 1. Georgia Davis bowling her first over and going for 7 runs from it.
Yeah, it's just that boundary that spoilt that over for her there. But So yes, Baker to continue. So she's going to be into her 7th over. Again, when I was here commentating last time, I think Hannah does. This is normal for her to bowl sort of 7 or 8 or even all the way through. So she's going to be bowling to Sophie Luff. We've got the sort of reasonably packed offside in again with the cover on the or just inside from the boundary. And it's the Luff on the back foot. She has a swipe at that. That seemed to keep a bit low actually, but it's taken behind the stumps and a sort of strangled appeal, but she hasn't hit that. So, but it's a dot ball. So Baker to come into Luff again. She moves her feet, and again it's that dab into the onside as a definite single. I'm getting uneasy about that. I feel that that's too easy a get off strike thing, and it's tricky, but I'm thinking, who will I move to, or even just bring mid on in, although that obviously means she could hit over the top. But anyway, here we go. Baker into Luff, that's better, into Knight, sorry, that's a better line. So Knight just leans forward and drops that down, picked up for in the cover and no run. Baker in again. And the Knight, that's a full-blooded drive. Well stopped to her left by, is that Sophie George? Katie George? Yeah. And there's no run, so Baker in again. And goes to the left of Perrin there. And just one run because the sweeper's out in the deep. And now we've got one ball to go. Davis is now gone deep at long off. We've still got the gap on the onside. And that's played off the back foot, just behind point, where it's picked up, and there is no run. So really, there's very little room for error for Hannah Baker there, because she's really got to bowl outside the off stump to stop that nudge into the onside, or a slightly straighter to try and encourage them to go there and hope for a leading edge. But unless you're getting a bit of turn, that's, it becomes an easy shot to just rotate the strike. It's a bit cat and mouse. Sorry.
Yeah. 104 for 1. Knight on 49, Luff on 8. And scores from elsewhere: Lancashire against Surrey. Surrey 128 for 3 with Paige Schofield on 56 and Alice Davidson-Richards on 39. So they're building a nice partnership there. Then Hampshire versus Durham. Durham at 87 for 3. Holly Armitage and Bess Heath now out in the middle. Susie Bates out for 26 and Maddie Villiers out for 22. Lauren Bell with two wickets, and then Lindsay Smith getting the latter. So there have been wickets elsewhere, and we're anticipating wickets here at Edgbaston as Georgia Davis comes back into the attack tonight. This one guided really nicely into the offside, but finds Izzy Wong, and that's the 50 for Heather Knight. 50 brought up from 67 balls, including 9 fours. And it's been a decent innings, a slow start by Heather Knight actually, and she let Emma Corney take the reins at the start of Somerset's innings, but she's built it up nicely, and it's been a steady innings. It'll be Sophie Luff on strike now to face Georgia Davis. This one just pushed into the pitch for no run. 105 for 1.
I think that's a very good 50 actually. I mean, she started off with 2 fours through the covers in terms of, and then settled steady. But she hasn't looked in any trouble, and that she can go up the gears.
Davis to Luff. This one gently pushed into the offside. There'll be no run. Yeah, that's the thing about Heather. She's such a calm person, and when she's batting, she always looks really comfortable. And that's exactly how she's played this half-century. Davis to Luff. It's a push and a run. Then a shy at the stumps by Em Arlott. Well backed up by Karis Pavley.
That might have been close, I think, if she'd hit, but...
I mean, it was a very fast throw in.
Yeah.
Lots of power behind it. 106 for 1.
I mean, I think the experience you see in Knight is that she can change, she can change the tempo, and it isn't you don't have to start one way and then go another. You might go in and out of tempos, and I think that's, again, as you play more cricket and you play longer innings, you play more 50 over cricket, understanding where we're at, when do I need to increase the pace, when can I just steady down, is really crucial, and she's showing this really nicely. Ooh.
Defended. It looks slightly more nervy than Heather's previously played. 106 for 1 at the end of the over. 24 overs gone. Heather Knight 50, Sophie Luff on 9.
I think that was a good ball from Georgia Davis. That fooled Heather Knight actually, and just moved a little bit because she was looking to shape that onto the onside, and then it almost took a bit of a, well, the outside half of the bat anyway.
It looks like Caris Pavley is going to have a bowl. All-rounder, left arm off spin. 20 wickets she took last season. She's been effective with the bat so far for Warwickshire and has got scores in and around the 30s. She's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end.
Actually, when the applause went up for Heather's 50, it sounded like there's quite a few people underneath us that we can't actually see. It was a good noise, so there may be more people here than we're aware of. So, okay, we're just settling, getting the field right, and Luff's having a good look round to make sure she knows where everybody is. Still waiting, not sure. There must be still a bit of chat in the field. There is a little bit. I think Davina Perrin just checking where she is. And there's still a chat between the keeper. Oh, there we go. I think we're ready. I'm not quite sure what all that was about. But anyway, Caris Pavley, left arm round. That's short, and that's just turned around the corner comfortably to fine leg, and there is a single. So Pavley will be bowling to Heather Knight. So we have got someone closer in at mid. Well, it's Davina Perrin is in at mid wicket now, so there shouldn't be a single there. So. And Pavley comes in again. That's off the back foot from Heather Knight, but picked up by the bowler. She looked like she wanted to hit that really hard, but I think she mistimed that one, it might be fair to say. So Knight settles again. And Pavley comes almost from behind the umpire. It's quite a fast arm, and Heather Knight just plays that off the back foot into deep cover, who comes in off the boundary and keeps that to a single.
108 for 1. Knight on 51, Luff on 10.
Pavley in again. That's just short of a length and played off the back foot down, just backward a point. No run. So there doesn't look a lot of devilment in this pitch, to be honest, for the bowlers. So they just have to work up something different. Oh, it's short again. That's played nicely off the back foot, but covered out in the deep. Only a single. Yeah, something from the fielding team have got to keep trying to change, whether it be a fielding position, whether it be a bowling variation. Again, there's another conversation here. So Georgia Davis dropping back now to long off for the last ball of Pavley's over to Heather Knight, who just waits to see where the field goes and is ready now. Pavley's in, and off the back foot, Heather Knight cuts straight to point. And that is the end of the 25th over, and Somerset are 109 for 1. So we're halfway through. The drinks are coming on. Somerset will be very pleased, especially with Heather Knight being there at 51 not out. Warwickshire with work to do, but pleased that they have at least taken that one wicket.
And Barbara Daniels will be departing and making way for Claire Jenkins. A reminder that this is Warwickshire versus Somerset in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, Warwickshire's 5th game in the competition so far, live from Edgbaston Cricket Ground. You can watch this game via the match centre at edgbaston.com, where our YouTube pictures are linked up with the scorecard, all the matches, the match highlights and live text updates. So you can see medics have come out for both sides. We'll be helping the players, and you can see drinks have been brought on for both teams. We've got the likes of Amosa and Kumar and Meg Austin, players who were pushing for a place in this side, who have plenty to offer.
I'm looking forward to seeing both of those when they get a chance to play.
Yeah.
Especially Surya and Kumar, but the pace and the ball with the bowling and a really good bat as well. I think it's time to play Where's Lottie.
Where's Lottie?
Yeah, so it's that stage, isn't it? So we're looking for our spies at the various grounds. Where is Lottie? That's the question we put out there. See if we can rustle up an answer.
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling she's not in Southport. That'll be
Okay.
a long journey to make.
Yeah.
I reckon Arundel Castle is the best bet. I mean, it's also a beautiful
to.
place.
I've not been to Arundel.
I haven't either. I've just seen the pictures and it
Yeah.
looks very picturesque.
I think Barbara's played there. Have you played there, lovey? Yes.
So,
In the 1993 World Cup against the West Indies, she's telling us.
wow.
Yeah, she's played there. Yes, the pictures are beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple of very picturesque grounds. I've never been to Wormsley either.
Oh, you have to
And
go to
I need
Wormsley.
to get to Wormsley.
Yep. Wormsley, yeah. So that's the Getty estate. And it feels like there's a long estate road, and legend has it that he said, "Build me a pitch that's got the same slope as Lord's." This beautiful thatched pavilion and a thatched scorebox,
Wow.
and then surrounded by greenery. I mean, there's no. You're not looking at any buildings at all. It's proper chocolate box, rural, bucolic backdrop. So yeah, that is a great venue to, but unfortunately the Wi-Fi and the phone signal, which
Can't
could be
imagine.
an upside. Could be an upside, but in terms of getting pictures and things out there and getting a live stream out, it's a bit more challenging, shall we say? Mind you, I match managed the last women's Ashes test on an out ground there, and Lottie was captain actually. So yeah, they played an Ashes match on it. It's a beautiful setting. Yeah, but there are some absolutely cracking settings across the country, aren't
I mean,
there?
I don't think they've. I'm not sure how much List A cricket has been played here, but Bamborough Cricket Club in Northumberland is stunning because you've got Bamborough Castle in the background, so you're playing cricket with a historic castle watching over. So anywhere with castles, or I like cathedrals. That's what I really like.
Yeah.
The grounds with.
We had a castle, didn't we, on Sunday? At
We
Durham?
did.
Yeah, 'cause you've got Lumley Castle
Lumley
looking
Castle.
down on the Banks Homes at Riverside, pitch at Chesterley Street.
Yeah. So 109 for one, as drinks have concluded and the players are heading back to their fielding positions. Heather Knight on 51, Sophie Luff on 11.
So my theory about the halfway stage is that they should be aiming at 218 plus 238 would be my thought of where they're going to go. And Hypercourse pointed out yesterday that mostly the games in this competition have been won by the chasing side. So will that be the case here as Davis comes round the wicket to Sophie Luff, who can only squash that down in front of her, and there is no run.
Yeah, was it 12 out of 14 games?
Yeah,
I
something
think.
like that.
Yeah.
Won by the chasing side, which is pretty amazing.
And there've
really.
been big totals as well.
Yeah.
So it's been impressive
Massive.
to chase them.
Georgia Davis, captain, coming round the wicket to Sophie Luff, who comes forward and sort of kick hits it into the ground, and it's fielded back. And there is no run. She's got a back to us here, so I couldn't see if she got bat or foot to that. And it went just a few yards in front of her, and the fielder managed to get to that as Davis comes in again. Sophie Luff shapes for a big shot, but only manages to play it to Nat Wraith, who's short backward square, and there is no run. Beautiful day here, sort of hazy sunshine, There is some muted shadows in the field as Davies comes in again to Sophie Luff. Plays that forward underneath the diving cover field. She's going to get 4 runs. She is. 4 runs to Sophie Luff. Another 4 to the total, which moves on to 113 for 1. Knight on 51 and Sophie Luff on 15.
That was a good shot from Luff. He'll want to up her run rate a little bit, I reckon.
Yep.
They'll know the capabilities of Warwickshire and chasing down that historic total.
As Luff comes forward, plays that through the cover point gap. There's Izzy Wong comes off the Hollies rope there, sweeping on that short boundary towards the Hollies. We've got a bigger boundary out the other side, much bigger boundary. If you were able to see if you get a shot that's further out, the fielding circle is really quite close to the Hollies there. That's attempted ramp reverse by Heather Knight there. Abby Freeborn goes round and seeks the ball, but I think there's going to be a concussion check. Did somebody take that on the noggle? I think they did. Is that Abby Freeborn? Is she wandering towards a possible concussion check here? Any replies on where's Lottie? I don't think
Haven't
I've
heard anything. No intel.
Come on, people out there, we need to find out where's Lottie today. And that's the difference. We didn't see much of the previous coach. Well, coach is actually, but
of course.
Lottie's been spotted. Was your dad? Did your dad see Lottie? So wasn't he at Beckenham?
He was. Yeah. So Lottie was at Beckenham on Sunday. Against Warwickshire. So
we shall see where our scouts tell us. I think Abby Freeborn's passed a concussion test, puts her helmet back on again. That's the end of the over then. So 26 overs gone. Somerset are 114 for 1. Knight 51. Luff 16.
And it's Caris Pavley who will continue bowling from the pavilion end. Pavley to Luff, and that's defended into the pitch for no run.
I've had a mysterious message. They've spotted Lottie, but it's a mysterious message, so I don't know where she is.
Pavley, this is flicked off the pads by Luff, just past square. And they'll take the single. Mysterious, isn't it? Anonymous tip-off.
Anonymous tip-off. She is somewhere.
She is somewhere.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Which is good to know. Yes, that's a lot of information, isn't it? Well, there's only 3 games today, so it's one of those.
33.3% chance of getting it right.
Yeah.
Pavley tonight. This time it's slapped down the ground. Beats Katie George. It's racing away to the boundary. Bethan Ellis in pursuit as the sweeper, but it goes for 4.
She's picked the furthest that she could possibly hit that ball in this ground.
That is the furthest boundary. But that was plenty of power. And Georgia Davis and Bethan Ellis couldn't chase it down.
Of course, the anonymous tip-off, it may not actually be, it may be one of the decoys that she's been sending out.
Ooh.
Yeah, stripy hats everywhere.
Pavley tonight, a similar shot to previously. Bethan Ellis able to field this one, 120 for 1. But it's just so good that, you know, it sounds like a really basic thing, but the England coach is so interested in domestic cricket.
Yeah,
and is
watching.
Yeah, and is
paying
really
attention.
watching. And I'm so intrigued to see the selections for the West Indies series as Pavley's in this time defended into the ground, and see who's on her radar, because I think she is the best person to, I guess she has eyes everywhere, and she knows, obviously she's worked with the Vipers for so many years, she knows the domestic circuit inside out. Pavley to Luff this time, and is pushed as fine of square, and we'll finish the over, 121 for 1. So yeah, the West Indies series will be good, and I think it's a good time for England to perhaps experiment a little bit and test different players out. And of course there were a handful of players who earned England caps in Ireland for that series. So yeah, we'll see what happens in the coming weeks as selection is announced, and then of course England are playing India later in the summer. That's some big venues.
Do we know when that's going to be announced? Sorry, I was distracted.
I think it will be around next week-ish. There is a date that I've got in my head, but I can't quite remember it.
No. Georgia Davis coming over the wicket to Sophie Luff, who comes outside of off, plays that across the ground to Izzy Wong, who runs round from the boundary at the Hollies, and they just get a single. An easy single there, get that seasoned professional feel from Sophie Luff, who played that easily into the posh side for Barbara, the off side. Davis comes round to Knight this time, who also plays that, but this time through cover point, keeping Izzy Wong busy there off the rope in the Hollies. Another single. 1, 2, 3 for 1.
I mentioned that England series against India, and there's a T20 here at Edgbaston, Saturday the 12th of July, starting at 6:35.
That's played down straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
So get yourself to Edgbaston, because that should be a really good game. That's the first of the matches in the T20 series.
Be a really good matchup for both. As that's played straight to Katie Jordan, there is no run. Last day for the early bird bargains. So get yourself onto that box office. 15 quid for a day's excitement. Davis in again. Sophie Luff shapes for a big shot, but then thinks better of it and defends it straight down to the short cover fielder, and there is no run. Caris Pavley doing the fielding there. Sophie Luff surveys the field. Where are those gaps? Where is she going to pick? Davis in. Sophie Luff just defends that down. There is no run. It's the end of the over. Another over clicks by. 28 overs gone. Somerset are 123 for 1. Knight on 57 and Sophie Luff on 19.
Warwickshire getting through their overs quite quickly.
So we've got a 1 in 3 chance of Lottie being watching at Southport and Birkdale, Arundel Castle or Edgbaston. Which one will our spies tell us she's at? It's exciting, isn't it? And how many decoys has she got?
Pavley from the pavilion end. It goes straight to Abby Freeborn behind the stumps. A good start from Pavley. Pavley, number 28 on her shirt. This one flicked into the leg side. And there'll be 1 run.
I'm getting more reports in. We leave it to wind it up a bit, because I think I've got the answer, but we're gonna see what else, if I can get this confirmed.
Pavley to Luff. And this one just nudged behind. It's racing to the far boundary. And it will go for 4. That was a good attempt at a chase, and I think that's Nat Rafe out there who almost goes over the advertising boards. 128 for 1. Luff moving to 23. And Georgia Davis is just having a chat with Pavley. Potentially making a few adjustments in the field or reassuring her. Pavley to Luff, and this one's just defended into the pitch.
I love that twiddle of the bat that low Sophie Luff does.
Pavley left arm spin, and that's signalled a wide by the umpire. She'll re-bowl that one. So far going for 16 runs from her 2.4 overs, as a bit of width on this one, and it goes to Bethan Ellis. He fields 130 for 1.
Bethan Ellis has got a massive swathe of green out there to cover on the big boundary, but she's got plenty of time to get to it because it is quite a big boundary.
Yeah, about a third of the pitch to herself. Pavely tonight, this time just turn around the corner. The ball really plugging in the ground there. Izzy Wong just
taunting the fielders, taunting the other fielders, well, the batters really. Having a little play over the ball there. I think that she wants to get trouble. She wants to be careful she doesn't get done for mock fielding there, Izzy Wong. Taking a mickey.
131 for 1 after 29 overs. 21 overs remain. Heather Knight 58 from 79 and Sophie Luff 24 from 40. A partnership of 57 runs. Somerset have done well to build partnerships, firstly with Emma Corney and now with Sophie Luff.
Davis comes around tonight, around the wicket. Knight shapes to do a reverse and that's cut off by Stair Callis at point. Izzy Wong makes a point that she's also covering on the rope behind. Should Stair Callis have missed that, but Stair Callis swooped that up. Davis again around the wicket to Heather Knight. Plays that into the leg side but can't work it round, straight to Katie George. But how brilliant is it for all the players on the domestic circuit to think that Lottie might be watching them playing? I mean, I think we've seen some great scores and some great wickets and things, so to know that there are eyes on it. It's played underneath the cover fielder by Heather Knight and underneath the covering fielder, and that's another 4 to Heather Knight, another 4 to the total. Somerset are 135 for 1. Knight on 62, Luff on 24. Here, halfway through the 30th over. Because the other theory is about doubling at 30, but I think that works better in the men's game. But we'll see. Georgia Davis, what she got for Heather Knight, comes forward but can't work that where she wanted it, straight to the point fielder, and there is no run. Heather Knight slightly frustrated with that one. I think she was in several minds about where to play that. She's got some gaps mid wicket, but it's a long boundary, cover point. She shapes to do a reverse shot there, but misses the ball straight through to Abby Freeborn, and there is no run. They're bringing the slip in to cut that off. So Katie George is going to point, and Stair Callis is going backward point. So they've got a little point cordon here to stop that reverse from Heather Knight. They're still tempting her into that mid-wicket gap, which is where she pops the ball into that pocket. But they're making them run, so it's dropped down. It's not quite a drop and run, but it's something similar. And that's 30 overs gone. Thanks, Polly. I'm going to be joined by World Cup winner Barbara B.B. Daniels in a moment. Polly Starkey of the Naughty Child podcast, Essential Listening, and you're listening to the voice of Claire Jenkins, I played for the West, which is now Somerset, and Derbyshire, which is an actual county, so that's easier to translate. Was Derbyshire, still is Derbyshire. And as Barbara comes back to join me on the dodgy headset, you can't always hear anything going on that headset, unfortunately.
I can usually hear you though, Claire,
oh,
so
yeah.
that's probably all right, isn't it?
I don't know, it's a mixed blessing.
So that's Pavely coming in for the first ball of her 4th over, and that's played on the back foot by Knight for no run. And in she comes again. And that's a bit, that's tossed up a bit more down the leg side. Knight goes for a sweep again. I think she'll think she's missed out, but it's a wide. So she's been trying that reverse sweep a little bit. Has she got one away yet? Not really?
Not really. I don't think so.
So Pavely in again. That's on the that's a nice shot. That's over the top of mid-off, and that's just landed. Is it going to go to 4? No. Georgia Davis has chased that down. And just the 2 runs there. That, for all my money, that looked like that was coming for an easy 4, actually. That was a nice shot. Again, she waited for that and just picked that up quite easily over mid-off.
You mentioned about hitting up and over, over, which is got no risk up and over. There's no fielders in the sky, as they say.
So Pavely in again, just a little paddle, almost over her shoulder, down to fine leg. And she's got one coming in for the second now, as that's tidied up by the sweeper. So just increasing her range of shots a little. Heather Knight, which would be ominous, I think, for Warwickshire.
Yes.
Because really, I mean, what are they, 141 with nearly 20 overs to go? I mean, they should be thinking about 300, shouldn't they?
Well,
really?
they could be, yeah. I mean, the field seems to have spread a little, and if Heather Knight starts swinging a bat like that.
So that's bowled a bit faster and a bit shorter, and Heather Knight just rocks back and pulls that to mid-wicket straight to the boundary fielder, so just a single there. But yes, with Heather Knight set, and plenty of overs and plenty of batters to come. I mean, they're at least looking at 250. But again, funny old game. Pavely in. She whips that round, doesn't she? It's a very fast arm action.
Sort of slingy, isn't it, almost? Under 19 honours, of course, for Caris Pavely.
She comes in again for the final ball to Sophie Luff, who just sort of, I think
you could see the change of mind, couldn't you?
Well, I think she'd played it and run before she'd actually hit the ball, I think, in her head. So she was literally just trying to dab that into the space in the offside, but just ended up hitting it straight to Katie George at cover. So that's the end of the 31st over, 142 for 1. So I know there was much laughter about my coaching manual, but I did find myself after conversations with Kevin last time. I was walking the dogs and I chucked a ball for my Jack Russell, and it's one of those little orange quick cricket balls.
Oh, yeah.
And I was thinking, how do you get more spin then? And so I was bowling leg spin to the dog.
Well, there's another chapter in your coaching manual there. And BB, as Davis comes round the wicket to Heather Knight, who works that into the leg side behind Katie George. And that's a nice pocket there for her to get an easy single. Picking the pockets of the Somerset fielding positions here, as there's a bit of a change to Sophie Luff. Square leg comes into the circle. Davis over the wicket, and Luff takes a big swipe at that, and it's nurdled down. It's running towards the rope, and that's another 4. 4 runs to Sophie Luff. She had no idea where that was going, unless that's a very well disguised shot. 4 more runs.
I don't think that was a nurdle.
Was that a nurdle? What was that?
Nurdle's kind of like that when you just sort of, you just took it round the corner. Well, like a huge, she danced down the wicket and swiped, got a massive outside edge.
There's no fielder there, but she got 4 runs.
No, you're right. There's no. So unless the keeper gets it, that's it's pretty safe. So she did waft hard.
The umpire's holding the bowler bats so that I can commentate. That Sophie Luff just defends that down in front of her. It's 4 runs anyway. So Somerset are heading towards that 150 milestone. They're at 147 for 1. Knight on 63, Luff on 28. Georgia Davis, the captain of Warwickshire, to continue as Luff comes forward and lofts that up and over the field. That is a beautiful shot. 2 bounces 4, 1 bounce 4, another 4 to the total. Sophie Luff starting to get into a groove here, potentially.
That's what she was
need to wobble at, won't they?
That's what she was looking to do a couple of balls before when it outside edge down there before. But that was again, she's not scared of using her feet, is she? She's danced down and she's picked the right ball, and again not tried to hit that too hard.
Davis into Luff, who has a little glance at that, but there is a fielder who's going to cut that off. Nat Wraith's going to stop that. Of course, Nat Wraith formerly Western Storm, so she's back playing against a lot of the players that she would have played with in the West Country. Davis and the sunshine here at Edgbaston. That's played down into the leg side, but there is no run, and that's the end of the over. 32 overs gone. Somerset are 151 for 1. Knight on 68, Luff on 32. Now the question is, my Lottie spotting, is it a double or is it the real Lottie? How are we going to tell? Is my secret source, does she need to, or he need to,
Well, they think they've spotted Lottie.
They think they've spotted Lottie, yeah. No, I think it's probably...
I was going to say, she's pretty distinctive,
Yeah.
Lottie, isn't she, if you're a cricket fan?
So it's either a real spotting or a very good lucky-likey.
Unless she's, you know, part of her new coaching regime is that she's AI replicated herself somehow. It's a robot
Yes.
Lottie.
Well, now we're taking it in a different direction.
Okay, Pavely. So dab down for a quick single from Heather Knight. That's very quick single. Oh, and it could be an overthrow here, but except Heather Knight's run a long way past the stump.
Yes. She was too far back to realise that actually it was possibly a second. It would have been.
But that was good. I mean, that was a very good, quick single. There we go. She's alert. Luff was alert. That's not easy to say. So, Pavely in again, left arm over with this very whippy, fast. Oh, that's fast arm. That's into the block hole. Luff just looking again to sort of tuck that round the corner into the sort of gaps on the onside. So no run. Pavely in again. She does get up and over that front leg. That's good. Oh, and she's not quite sure how that's got into mid-wicket, but it has. Oh, pick up and throw and a dive. That's Davina Perrin again, isn't it? And a single there. So a bit of energy in here. Warwickshire needs something, even if it is well, not even. I mean, it could be an outstanding piece of fielding, a run out, anything, just to get them back.
Yeah, get the tails up again.
Yeah, get some energy going again. And a Pavely in off the back foot from Knight, but straight to point and wanged into the
proper throwback. That's woof. I'm here. Don't forget I'm here.
So Pavely spins herself at the ball from hand to hand, and then comes from behind the keeper. The umpire drops that short. Oh,
is it clean bowled? Is it?
I think she might have hit that. I think that is.
It is.
That is the wicket they wanted in an extraordinary fashion. It was a terrible ball, let's be fair, and I'm not sure if Heather Knight has just missed the ball or knocked that onto her own stumps. We're just waiting to see that on our little replay here. But that's 153 for 2. She went all the way across. She went outside off stump to play a lap sweep, really, and I still can't quite work out whether she's. It was a really short ball. I think it really surprised Heather Knight. She's got herself into an awkward position, and the upshot is the ball. She's hit the ball onto her own stumps, I think, where it's come off her somehow. So not how Warwickshire would have envisaged it, but they'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, well, you were calling for something to get their tails up, so
and
Heather
here we go. It's bounced much more than she thought. I think it's come off her forearm. She's very disappointed, Heather Knight. She was playing so nicely. And that is the breakthrough that Warwickshire needed. 153 for 2. Heather Knight just looking to expand her range of shots a little. And, yeah, they'll be delighted she hasn't gone on to make a big 100. Daddy 100, they call it. Or do we?
I don't know. Yes, 100. But Heather Knight finishes 70, bowled Pavely, off 93 balls, 122 minutes and 11 fours, but starting to look settled there. So
yes.
Just a momentary lapse there.
Well, and we might give the bowler credit. Maybe she just thought, right, I'm going to bowl a faster one, a shorter one, and just see what happens. Well, something did happen. So well played, Warwickshire. And can they press this advantage home? So Fran Wilson comes in at number 4. Right-hand bat. She's going to face the final ball of Pavely's 5th over. She's just trying to wave the attention of the boundary square leg there to go further backwards of square, to go a bit finer. So Pavely in, and that does go. That does go fine. There's a sweep from Fran Wilson. I'm not sure if she's hit that. I think it's going to be a leg by. Yeah, leg by signal by the umpire. So one more to the total. So the end of an over with the wicket of Heather Knight falling. So Somerset are now 154 for 2 at the end of the 33rd over. So I guess the whole of that. So that whilst that was exciting, I was thinking about Lottie doubles and thinking about a lot bot.
Oh, yes, a lot bot.
Or
yeah.
A robot Lottie.
Robot Lottie. Well, I've got somebody sent me a photograph.
Oh, okay.
And
we're not encouraging the stalking of Charlotte Edwards here, are we? That wouldn't be on.
No, but it's just a bit of fun, isn't it? Where's Lottie?
Okay.
She's got a cap and dark glasses on.
What, and you sure it's a cap? Not a trilby and a Mac?
No, I think it's a cap and dark glasses. But I think it's great that that the players will know that they're likely to be watched by the England coach, who is watching how they're doing. And
Well,
Lottie is a great watcher, as
Yes.
the portrait of her in the long room.
Yes, how
will-
amazing is that? She'll be
will,
delighted with that.
Will attest as well.
But I think it's not just this season, is it? Because Lottie has been coaching in these competitions for the last
Yes.
few years, they also know that she knows who they are.
Yes.
And that she does know what they're capable of. She has played against, or her teams have played against them. So she has already got an existing vast knowledge of the players who are playing in domestic cricket. Now she's free with no domestic team to go out and about and see others. I mean, I honestly don't think there'll be a massive shift immediately in personnel. There might be one or two. I think it'll be really important they get a good win straight up.
Yeah.
So she might tinker a little, but
Wilson
that's it.
plays that through cover point. They're going to get through a single. And that's me. That ain't.
Yeah.
Change of bowling. So Bethan Ellis has come on, and Luff has got. Oh no, it's not Luff. It's Wilson. Just got quick single off there. No risk. Bethan Ellis, right arm over, a bit of pace, medium, and Luff plays that up over his shoulder. They're going to get 4 runs for this. They are, because Karis Pavley won't be able to cut that off. 4 more runs to the total.
That's
Rocked back by Sophie Luff there and played that up and over her shoulder for 4 runs.
I mean, that deserved 4, to be honest.
Yeah,
it was
it
a
did.
full
It was a
toss
nice
down the leg side, really.
nice
So,
shot.
yeah. But the scoreboard's got that wrong, hasn't it? As to who's facing.
Yes, this is Luff facing. That was what slightly confused me with that first one. But this is Luff facing Bethan Ellis, right arm over.
That's a
Alice.
better ball.
Yeah, that's played straight to mid on, and there is no run. Of course, Fran Wilson and Sophie Luff, sort of engine room, if you like, of the middle order for Somerset and previously for Western Storm. 2 experienced professionals here.
They count as top order, don't they?
Well, do you know what I mean? That sense of the seasoned professionals, as Luff plays that down on that but can't get a run. Looks slightly frustrated with herself, but tabbed down. Nevertheless, there is no run. Somerset 160 for 2. Wilson on 1. Luff on 38. Abby Freeborn right up to the stumps here for the medium pace of Bethan Ellis. Right arm over. Stump to stump. Luff plays that, carves that backwards a point. Callis won't get to that. It's another 4 runs. 4 easy runs there. A little bit of a loose ball down the offside from Bethan Ellis.
Oh, it's an irritating boundary as a
It's a
captain
short
into
corner, isn't it? There.
Yeah, so you're just never sure whether to just say you might as well stay on the boundary and we'll just give them 1, but you equally don't want to be. You don't want that easy. Oh, I can just rotate the strike. So there's very little margin for error, in fairness, for the bowlers from that end with the short boundary. Which also, whatever score Somerset end up with, Warwickshire. Well, you'd hope this short boundary does mean that runs could be
gettable.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a word I was trying to find.
As Wong cuts that off on the boundary and takes a big dive, and they get through for a single. Another 1 to the total.
Now, has Izzy Wong always done that in the deep, or has she been practising, do you think?
The little dive afterwards?
Yeah, she's doing it every time.
Well, I mean, it's a sort of safety thing to do, isn't it? If you can roll with it, I suppose. That's the end of the over. So 34 overs gone. Somerset are 164 for 2. Wilson on 1. Luff heading towards a possible milestone. 42 off the 54 balls she's faced, and that was Bethan Ellis's first over.
Just taking another note for my coaching manual.
Oh yes, what?
Diving, rolling,
Diving,
post,
dive for a
picking
roll.
up the ball.
Yeah.
When is it required?
That's about, yeah. Well, yes.
I think when you're going at pace, I think that's
It's quite handy to take the momentum out of it by doing the roll afterwards, potentially.
So she's found the edge there. That's a good stop. Sort of in the gully. So they took a quick single there. So we've still got Pavley into her 6th over. Bowling to Luff, who's just paddled that round the corner. Actually, that's very nice because a bit of pace on that from Pavley. Still, I think it's just going to be a single as Izzy Wong is quick round there and fires that one back in to the keeper.
Keeping her busy round there on that
She
boundary.
is keeping her busy.
On
She didn't roll over
Polly's.
at that point.
No roll there.
That was fine. Didn't need to. I'm just laughing at
We'll
us
s-
at our
we'll see
age,
some-
thinking, why aren't they diving? Why do they do thinking how much
see
we
s-
did with a big boot on the,
Well,
on
I
the
did
boundary.
lots of diving, not
Oh,
necessarily
point.
usefully. Yes. Uh-huh.
Pavilion again, left arm round, and that's played on the front foot but straight back to the bowler, so no run.
In the
Scored.
second innings, we shall see Charlie Dean, and we see how soon the Charlie Dean roll comes out. So
Oh, right,
yeah.
okay.
it's something
okay.
to look for. Second half.
So Pavely in again, that's a bit shorter and wider, and that's just helped through the covers for a single. She's got away with that rather, actually. The field moves again for Wilson. So
Yeah.
we've got a short fine leg, well, at 45 really, perhaps to
Yeah.
stop that paddle sweep.
Yep.
So Pavely in, and she's worked that into mid wicket, and there's just one run there as the fielder comes in off the boundary.
Hannah Baker there.
Hannah Baker's quite tall too, isn't she?
She's sort of long-limbed, isn't
Yeah.
she? That's the thing.
So Pavely to complete her 6th over to Luff. Again, that's short, tucked into the mid-wicket region again, so repeat. And that's thrown in on the bounce for the second time. To the keeper, so one run there. That's the end of the 35th over, and Somerset 169 for 2.
I'm going to hand you over to Polly Starkey of the Naughty Child podcast and leave you in the capable hands of World Cup winner Barbara Beebe Daniels.
So many names, so many names. So yes, we see. So Ellis is going to take a second over here. So Warwickshire will be delighted that they've got rid of the very dangerous Heather Knight. So, but you know, Somerset have got batting here and to come, so they will still be very confident about posting an imposing total here with 15 overs still to go and 8 wickets in hand. So welcome to Polly.
Bethan Ellis is in, and that's racing away to the boundary. It's going to go for 4 despite efforts in the field. It's not the ideal start for Bethan Ellis's second over.
Although that was a genuine edge, but there's just nobody behind the keeper, is there? So
Can see a few of the men's players looking on after having a net. 173 for 2. Sophie Luff on 49. Bethan Ellis in. There's a slower ball, and there's an appeal signalled wide by the umpire.
an appeal for a stumping there, I think, wasn't there? That was a
Yeah.
good take actually from Abby Freeborn. But yes, that's a wide. Just struggling to settle Ellis, I think.
174 for 2 as Ellis runs in again to Luff, and has pushed into the offside, and that brings up the 50 for Sophie Luff. The 50 comes from 60 balls, and it's been an important innings for Somerset. 7 fours within that knock. She just fist bumps Fran Wilson. They've got a job to continue here. 175 for 2.
Well, she's just kind of calmly got on with that, really, isn't she? All of a sudden, she's at 50. Oh.
Ellis to Wilson. He takes hold of this and lobs it into the leg side. Fast throw in from Karis Pavely, but they'll scramble through for 1. 176 for 2. It's just been a steady innings from Somerset. They've only lost 2 wickets, but they've just kind of gently put on runs as Ellis is in from the city end. It's pushed into the leg side. There'll be no run.
Well, I mean, they've laid, you know, I think, where are we? With 14.2 overs to go, 176 for 2. So there's, you know, they've laid a very effective platform for other people to push on a bit more quickly with wickets in hand. You know, as they get sort of over the last 10 overs, but Warwickshire will be wanting to stop that.
Ellis to Luff, and this one's just defended into the ground. Yeah, and I mean, Somerset do have explosive batters. We saw the capabilities of Amanda Jade Wellington in a few of their games, particularly the game against Surrey, where they won the game with the last few balls, just kind of taking that out of Surrey's hands, which was remarkable. Charlie Dean as well, a capable batter yet to come in. As Ellis to Luff, and this one just nudged to Nat Wraith. And that's the end of the over. 176 for 2. So quite a few runs from that over in the end.
I mean, they've got to be looking at 250 as a minimum, you'd think, from here in this position. I mean, Warwickshire obviously would do everything they can to stop that, but at the moment it looks, everybody who's come into bat has looked pretty comfortable. There's been very few false shots. There's been the odd edge. But there's been no drop catches or anything, so it looks like it's a nice day to be batting, and Warwickshire just need to keep working hard to keep the score as low as possible in terms of what they're going to be chasing.
Yeah, particularly as we approach the last, the latter overs, just making sure they don't pile on any runs at the end, which could end up proving crucial.
So we've got Hannah Baker returning now from the pavilion end, so she's got 3 overs left. She's done well so far, 1 for 19 off her 7. She's going to be bowling to Fran Wilson. The leg spin there, she onto the back foot, and Wilson plays it down towards point, and it's picked up and there's no run. So yes, Georgia Davis ringing the changes here, just not letting people settle. Taking the pace off maybe a little bit more as well. So Baker comes in and sets herself for the sweep. There's Fran Wilson, and it's straight to Izzy Wong, I think, yes, down at square leg. It does stop and roll again, so it was interesting. I'm just interested. I think that was probably an acceptable roll because it came quite fast. But Fran Wilson likes that shot, doesn't she? She was in position very early for that. So now we've got a bit of a change in field for Sophie Luff. So we've got the ring in on the offside. We've just got Gully coming in now. Again, the mid-wicket region very clear. Oh, and so sorry. Sophie Luff comes down the pitch and smashes that through the covers, but in the air, and it was only just wide of the dive of is it Katie George there, or is it? Yeah, it is. I mean, that would have been a spectacular catch, but it wasn't very far away from her. But that was dancing down the pitch with intent, which now means that Georgia Davis is staying at long off. So how's Baker going to respond to that? In she comes. That's wide again. Onto the front foot from Luff, and she's played that nicely through the covers, and she has bisected the field. And that's another 4 runs. So pushing on effectively, Somerset.
Back-to-back boundaries for Sophie Luff, and diving from Katie George, and she didn't quite manage to get that.
Going up over the top again, this time over mid-on, and that's the 3rd 4 in a row from Hannah Baker. So although the bowling has changed, Warwickshire won't be happy with the outcome so far. Baker's making a couple of, she's making some fielding changes. So square leg is coming in off the boundary, mid-on is going onto the boundary. So we've got 2 on the boundary straight, mid-on, mid-off. We've got mid-wicket on the boundary, on the short boundary. She comes in again, and that's just nudged into the leg side. And there is a single. Square leg a little bit slow to respond there. So that's the end of the over, an expensive one for Warwickshire. A very good over for Somerset. 190 for 2 after the 37th over.
Yeah, 14 from the over. Proving very expensive. But it will keep Katie George. He's going to be returning from the City end.
How many overs has she bowled? She hasn't bowled that many, I don't think, has she?
She started with 5.
With 4
I think she started with 5. Yeah, so this will be her 6th over. No, in fact, it was 4. Correct, it was 4. So this would be her 5th.
While they're just sorting out the field, Polly, why the Naughty Child podcast? What's the... Maybe you've talked about the title before. Just interested?
I'll say it all came from my dad. I'm incredibly well behaved. I just happened to be born in the noughties. So I was born in 2004, so he called it that because he was born in the 70s. So initially it just started
so
about us.
Naughty spelled N-O-U-G-A?
Yes. Yeah.
I see.
Katie George in from the city end. There's a slight edge on that by Sophie Luff, and that's guided down to Izzy Wong.
I do like a bit of a pun, so there we go.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. But, I mean, as I say, it didn't start with cricket, so it was kind of just about us and, I guess, generational differences, but it ended up turning into cricket, as many things do between the two of us. So, yeah, the name doesn't quite make sense in a cricket way, but... yeah, I mean, it's about our... I think
you can
podcasts...
score naught, can't you? So,
yeah,
I mean,
that's
maybe
very
in
true.
That sense.
I think also podcasts really are about the relationships, and it's about the bond between the people who are doing it. Otherwise, it isn't as interesting as Katie George's into Wilson this time, who pushes it into the offside for the single. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's the only father-daughter women's cricket podcast, which I know is incredibly niche.
I'm thinking of the Venn diagram of that. Just
yeah.
Well, no, that's great stuff. I just kept thinking, no, why is it called that? I might as well ask you while we're here.
Yeah, but no, I would like to clarify. I was very well behaved as a child.
Excellent.
Katie George steaming in from the city end, and that's played down the ground for no run. 192 for 2. Sophie Luff 64 and Fran Wilson on 6.
Warwickshire could do with a couple of good overs here, even if it's just stemming this flow of runs a little.
George in again, this one defended. Another dot ball. Good work from Katie George.
How old would Fran Wilson be now? Because she was in and around and out in and out of the England side for a bit, wasn't she?
Yes, I can tell you. Fran Wilson is 33.
Okay.
2017 World Cup winner.
Yes.
Katie George, penultimate ball of the over. This is flicked into the leg side. Karis Pavley having to run in from the boundary to do the fielding, so they'll manage to run through for 2. Good running between the wickets. 2 very fast batters out there in the middle.
See, this is another good thing of the professional era. So there's Fran Wilson, who, you know, has been out of the England setup for a little while now, but, you know, he's going to be able, he's earning a living as a pro cricketer in her mid-30s, and again, should still be in the prime of her batting capabilities. You know, still got a lot to give and a lot of success to gain, hopefully.
George to Luff. Pushes that into the offside. She's just pausing. She looks in a bit of pain.
Yeah,
holding her knee.
She was just stretching out the ball before, so I don't quite know what she's done there. Maybe it was in that running of the 2.
Yeah.
Whether it was her knee or... She hasn't called anybody on just yet. And as we're aware from Claire, she is Captain Fantastic, so, you know, maybe she's got some superhero treatment somewhere. It's just zapped her hamstring back into place.
194 for 2. Sophie Luff on 66, Fran Wilson on 6.
Now, what's happening here? So it was an expensive over from Hannah Baker last time. I think we might be in for a change. I think it could be Izzy Wong coming back. It is. Izzy Wong going to be coming back from the pavilion end, and we'll be bowling to Fran Wilson. So I think Georgia Davis is right. She's got to do something different. It was, like I say, expensive over for the return of Hannah Baker. It's always a risk, I think, bringing extra pace on, but the slow bowlers haven't managed to stem the tide. So maybe a bit of extra pace.
They looked like they were having a right laugh down there when Izzy Wong was walking to her mark. Didn't seem like they were discussing tactics, but now they're setting the field.
It is lovely though. She does look like she's enjoying being on the pitch, Izzy, so that's good to see. And in she comes now for her first ball back to Fran Wilson. Oh, that's lipped up into the air. Oh! Sorry, that's not very accurate commentary. But it's just, I think Wilson was trying to flick that round to the leg side. She's just managed to scoop it up towards mid-on. Izzy Wong couldn't get there, and Perrin was trying to get there with a dive. She didn't manage it, but now it looks like she may have hurt herself. So
yeah, it could be a bit of cramp or something. But she's having her legs stretched out. It was one of those where it was up in the air for such a long time, but no one could really get to it. The batter was running past her. Izzy Wong couldn't get past. Davina Perrin with a great effort, really diving in. But didn't quite manage it. And yeah, hopefully she's not injured, because it seems like she's been through the walls a little bit today, diving all over the place.
But there you go, that's a chance straight away. Izzy Wong, it would have been tough for her to turn and go back to that one, you know, at the end of her delivery. And yes, it was just out of Perrin's reach. She's up now, hobbling a little bit. But she's very young. I'm sure she'll be all right. But,
yeah, 18 years old.
She'll be disappointed she didn't take the catch. But it would have been, again, it was just one of those tantalising ones that's in the air for so long. You think someone's going to get it. But in fact, the umpire was in the best place to catch that, really. So let's go again. So Wilson to face the pace of Izzy Wong. It's full and straight, and Wilson punches that into the offside. They're running. It's very good running, actually. That's 2 easy runs. Running the first one quickly, and actually Luff seems to be okay. She was holding a knee or leg or something, but she ran that second one fast enough and turned quite smartly at the opposite end. So yes, the superhero juice must have kicked in somehow. So Izzy Wong from outside the 25-yard circle starts her run up. Very measured these days, and in and a slingy action off the back foot, straight to point, well fielded, and there is no run.
196 for 2, close to the 200 mark.
It is good to see Izzy Wong back in the team. I know she's not playing every game at the minute, but see her enjoying being on the pitch, enjoying her bowling, looking a bit more relaxed. I'll say plenty of time for her age-wise to just continue to develop. And she comes again, and that's hit out in the air straight down the pitch from Fran Wilson. I thought that might be close enough to Emily Arlott from our angle, but it obviously wasn't. And that's didn't sound like it was off the middle, but she's clubbed that very effectively for 4. 2 long on.
That's the 200 up for Somerset. 200 for 2 in 38.4 overs.
And there's a confidence about Fran Wilson's game actually as well, and maybe coming back to her age and experience and that kind of stuff. She's aware of what's required with just over 11 overs to go. So Izzy Wong in again. That's Fuller, and she just waits for that. Gets her front leg out of the way actually and pushes that into the covers. They were looking for a speedy 2, but who's that? Caris Pavley coming in from the deep very quickly, and with a left-handed throw keeps that to a single. So Sophie Luff to face the last ball of Wong's returning over, and they're just dropping Gully down to third to the boundary. There's 2 on the offside boundary as Izzy Wong turns into Luff. Oh, there's some pace there. That was that was a good ball. So she plays and misses at that, and that goes straight through at good pace to Freeborn, and there's no run. So 200 is up. 201 for 2 after 39 overs. Warwickshire still looking to try and keep the runs down as much as they can. I say it's looked relatively straightforward for batters today so far. We'll see what that looks like in the second innings. But yes, so this is again in this where you've got to keep going for this last 10 or 11 overs, and even if you're not getting wickets, even if you're feeling like you're a bit frustrated, what can we do to just keep this run rate down as much as possible so we make it as easy for ourselves, knowing that last time we were here, I was here, it was a tie. So, you know, every single run is really important. Saved or scored.
Katie George will be continuing from the city end. This time to Fran Wilson. Doesn't beat the diving Callis. inside the ring. Just take the single. Stair Callis, who we've mentioned, is probably the busiest cricketer at the moment. All over the place, playing for both Yorkshire and then on loan here at Warwickshire.
Wonder if she has to change accents with each team that she's playing for.
George, that bounces high and goes through to the gloves of Abby Freeborn for no run.
The umpire's indicating that's 1 for the over in terms of short ball. But that was an element of surprise. That could have got a little edge, but it didn't.
We mentioned accents. Stair Callis is obviously Dutch, but she's played in Yorkshire for Yorkshire-based teams for a number of years. So I think she does have a little bit of a Yorkshire twang to her Dutch accent. As George running in to Luff, and that's skied in the air. That's a beautiful shot. Is it going to go all the way? It's 1 bounce and 4, and that's a really nice shot from Sophie Luff.
So she's hit that a long way. I mean, she's not very tall, is she, Sophie Luff? But she's got, that was right in her arc, as they say, and she hit all the way through that. 1 bounce 4. So the element of surprise, the ball before that was short, and then this one much fuller. And I think if it's up there, it's going. That was very well hit.
Katie George wanting some redemption, and that's been nudged. It's a quick nudge and run from Sophie Luff.
That's really good cricket, that is. So you've had the 4. You've then even though you've got 2 fielders in the covers, they're both batters, know what's going on. They just a hit and go, and there's that's a very safe single.
207 for 2. Luff on 71 and Wilson on 14. Be Wilson to face as Katie George bowls her penultimate ball. And this one goes straight through to Abby Freeborn. Katie George can't believe it. Just took a moment.
Actually, that looked like her back foot was outside the leg stump by the time she played that, so she backed away really, made that a wider ball than it should have been really. But yes, lucky not to get an edge on that, I think.
Georgian again to Wilson, who comes down the track, ends up slicing it into the offside. I'll just take the single. 208 for 2 at the end of the over. 40 overs gone, 10 overs remaining. Sophie Luff 71 from 76, Fran Wilson 15 from 16, and a partnership of 55 between the pair. And Barbara Daniels will make way for Claire Jenkins. Georgia Davis just having a discussion with Katie George, as Izzy Wong is going to be bowling from the pavilion end. So far, 6 overs, 1 maiden and 30 runs. Wong is in and sliced down to Hannah Baker.
Shall I bring you news of the other grounds when we get a gap?
That would be great.
Hampshire are 100. No, yes. Durham women are 170 for 6 at Arundel.
Wong is in and that's played on the back foot. It's racing away to the boundary and will go all the way for 4. It's good from Sophie Luff. Timed it well and noticed the gap in the field. Utilised the pace of Wong.
Yeah, so at Arundel, where Phil Green is looking after you, Durham are 170 for 6 into the 46th over. Meanwhile, Surrey are 235 for 6 in the game up at Southport, where Mike Perkins and Faith Florence are looking after you on the live stream there.
Izzy Wong from the pavilion end to Luff, and that's defended for no run. 213 for 2.
Got confirmed reports now on Lottie Watch. She's here. Yes!
Wow.
How exciting is that?
Wow.
She's here somewhere, so we'll look for a stripy hat, or possibly a cap and dark glasses in the photograph I've got.
Wong in again, this time chipped in the air, but goes behind. There's a fielder out there to prevent the boundary. 215 for 2, so the 2 coming from it.
Sunshine near Edgbaston, but it's looking a bit stormy, Polly.
Yeah, that's what I was
It's got
thinking.
A
It
bit like
got a
naughtiness in the air,
Yeah.
but it's not, we're not forecast any naughtiness.
no.
So that's all about.
It's kind of blue skies to the left of us, and then to the right there's some darker clouds as Wong is in. This is flicked over, goes past the fielders, and will go all the way to the fences by the Holly stand. And we can see a few more spectators. And that moves Sophie Luff into the 80s.
Beautiful shot there, wasn't it? Really,
Really
nicely
nice.
picked up.
219 for 2. Wong just discussing with Georgia Davis and Katie George.
Yeah, what's the plan, Stan?
Wong, number 95 on her shirt. Coming in, and this one's nudged and misses the bat. I think goes through to Abby Freeborn. A few gasps round the ground. 219 for 2.
Gasp here in Barbara in the back back of the commentary box.
Fran Wilson on 16, Sophie Luff 81, a partnership of 66. 41 overs gone, 9 overs remaining, 219 for 2. Reminder as well that you can watch this game via the match centre at edgbaston.com, where our YouTube pictures are linked up with the scorecard and all the match highlights and live text updates. And if you want to watch the Bears this year, blast off at Edgbaston.
Last chance to get cheap tickets, isn't it, today?
Yeah, it's
Polly?
today. Early
Today's
bird
the last day.
tickets for £15. T20 double header with both teams taking on Durham.
We had the pleasure of seeing, well, being in the cold, but seeing Durham play. And they've got quite a team there. Susie Bates, New Zealand White Ferns world champion. Holly Armitage in charge up there as captain. Baker comes on from the Birmingham end to Wilson. Waggles her bat, reverses straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Short gully there. Over the wicket, but a spin from Baker, and that's played down to fine leg. There's a chase on, and it's gone over the rope. That's another 4 there. So another 4 to the total. Score moves on to 223 for 2. Wilson on 20 and Sophie Luff on 61. Was it 81 or 61? It's a long way away.
81.
81. She snuck to that, didn't she? She snuck to the 50, and now she's getting on with it now. As Nat Wraith rejoins the circle. 223 for 2. A big swipe at that. That's going to go to square leg. It's going to get picked up by Caris Pavley, who does the fielding out there. That's a big long way to hit the ball, but it's across all the practice strips as bouncy out there. Sophie Luff takes her guard. Hannah Baker comes over the wicket to Sophie Luff. Caris Pavley comes into short square on the 25-yard circle there. Baker weaving a web. Straight back to Baker, who squashes the ball on the way past. Sorts out her ponytail. Bit of spin from Baker. Sophie Luff, another big swipe past square leg. That's going to be another 4 runs 4 runs to Sophie Love. She heads to another possible milestone here. Will we see 3 figures? What do you reckon, Polly? She's in the mood, isn't she?
Yeah, she's looking in fine nick, and it's similar to Heather Knight. It's just been a nice innings. Like, there have been quite a few boundaries, but other than that, it's just been nice and gentle. She's looked quite comfortable, and she's just kind of plodded along with it, which is what Somerset have needed.
So what's the plan then? What web of deceiving bamboozlement can Baker serve? Comes forward, plays that into the gap at mid-wicket. They get a single. They both raise their gloves in almost synchronised fashion to say no more, just the one. So 42 overs gone. Somerset are 229 for 2. Wilson on 21 and Luff on 86. What can they get? 8 overs, what do you reckon, Polly?
Oof. 8 overs. I mean, with, because they know what Warwickshire can do, they'll want to push up closer to 300. I don't think they'll get 300. I think realistically 280 potentially.
I mean, 48 balls left, so they're going to want to put like 50, north of 50 on, aren't they?
Yeah.
From here. And with these two settled now, it depends if Warwickshire can get another wicket, so maybe why they're changing the bowling this end for you then, Polly. Emily Arlott.
Emily Arlott starting her 7th over. So far has gone for 27 runs, yet to pick up a wicket. But has found good wickets against 3 for 29 against the Blades, 2 for 51 against Surrey, and spent first part of 2025 in Australia, playing for Western Australia and a bit of club cricket, I think, as well.
Bit warm out there as well. Western Australia.
Yeah, it was roasting in the winter, I think.
Did you get to Perth?
I didn't go to Perth. I wasn't that part wasn't on the Ashes tour, but I remember when I was somewhere in Australia and I saw in Perth it was around 40 degrees, which is
hot
too
there.
hot if anything.
It is proper hot there, and they have a breeze that comes off the sea that they call the Fremantle Doctor, and because it's cooling, it's making it a bit more livable.
Marlott from the pavilion end. This one driven back to her, but beats her hand, and just take the 1 run from it.
She must have wondered if that was going to stick as it went past her. She
Yeah.
put paw out, didn't
It's
she?
a nasty one if it clips your fingertips.
Yeah.
230 for 2 from Wilson on 21.
Is the field creeping closer? It feels like they are, but I suppose they can with a fast bowler.
Arlott in again, and this one pushed into the offside. They do a really quick single, won't go back for a second. 231 for 2.
She made that into a full toss, didn't she? It was going to be a Yorker, but playing that really nicely into that big pocket there.
Luff on strike. 87 as Arlott is in.
Oh,
This one's a no ball, and I'll take the 1 run. Just came out of her hand a bit loosely, a bit too early. She looks a bit frustrated with that one. Georgia Davis just having a word.
they can change the field because the batters have changed, but normally if it was the same batter they couldn't.
233 for 2 from Wilson on strike. Be a free hit. Arlott in, and it's a better ball you could bowl after a no ball, preventing Wilson from making contact.
In fact, Wilson probably, she went so far over, she made it into a playable ball. If she'd stayed in her she'd stayed where in her main stance, she's just checking with the umpire, shall we say. Was that not a wide? No, well, he went out to greet it, so yeah, she made it into a playable ball there.
Arlott to Wilson and through to the keeper again. to our left we can see Meg Austin and Amusa and Kumar with the drinks. Walking round. Two players. Meg Austin made her debut on Sunday against Surrey.
Hit a nice first drive down the ground.
Surrey and Kumar yet to get a game as Arlott's in. This time lofted over the ring. And they're scrambling through for a second. It was a slightly risky second. But two players that have been comfortable between the wickets. So Wilson on 24, Sophie Luff on 88, and the score 235 for 2. The final ball of the over. Emma Arlott at the top of her mark. Here at the pavilion end. Arlott to Wilson. There's a couple of shouts. But
Davina Perry, like, how's that? Well, she's got to connect with it, so probably not.
Abby Freeborn looks around a little bit confused at that shout. But the enthusiasm is there.
Yeah, we like the enthusiasm, yeah.
So end of the over, 34 overs gone, 7 remain, 235 for 2. Sophie Luff on 88, Fran Wilson on 24, and the partnership 82.
Yes, something's going to happen here. Warwickshire needs some wickets. What can they get to in those 7 overs? Sunshine here, but slightly gathering gloom at Edgbaston. We're going to see a change of bowling from the Birmingham end. Izzy Wong trying to get a breakthrough here. 2 for 59 and a catch, and the Surrey game did Izzy Wong. Round the wicket to Sophie Luff, who plays that off her legs. Nat Wraith does the fielding. They come back for, again, sort of slightly risky, but not in the end. Second run, so they've obviously decided to speed this up to this up now. These two, Luff and Wilson, who will have batted a lot together, and I imagine they're probably on a pretty similar wavelength as Nat Wraith comes into a gully position. Hannah Baker replaces her down in front of us at fine leg. Wong comes round, and Sophie Luff plays the same shot really, and Hannah Baker does a tumbling stop in front of us, and they only get a single. Another one to the total. 238 for 2 are Somerset. Into the 44th over. Last few overs. Somerset will want to drive this total. Sophie Luff, the captain, the non-strikers end, as Fran Wilson prepares to face the next ball from Izzy Wong. Plays that 2-point, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Stair Callis shapes to throw the ball to the stumps. There was no chance of a run out there. There is no run. 238 for 2. Last few overs. Somerset wanting to wind this up past 250 and beyond, as Wong comes in round the wicket to Fran Wilson. Oh, plays a lusty shot down there to long on. They get through for a single. Sometimes the hit is almost too good, because a softer shot might have yielded a couple of runs there. 239 for 2. Approaching the end of the 44th over. Izzy Wong to Sophie Luff. Ooh, plays that over her shoulder, but it goes down the leg side for a wide. Tries to have a little go at that as it goes past her at shoulder height. 240 for 2, heading towards that milestone of 250 here at Warwickshire, at Edgbaston. Follow the match centre at Edgbaston for all the details and the live stream link, etc. That's down the leg side again. Another wide ball. Another bonus run. And another bonus ball to be bowled by Izzy Wong. Yeah, the match centre here's got highlights, replays, live scorecard, and a link to this live stream. If you're watching and you're able to, please hit that like so other people can find us. As Wong comes in again to Luff, comes forward and I think probably gets a boot on this. I think we're going to get a leg by to short square. Yeah, that's going to be James Middlebrook. Yes, a leg by. One more to the total. 242 for 2 are Somerset against Warwickshire here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. You're listening to Claire Jenkins and Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast. You'll also hear the voice of Barbara Beebe Daniels as Wong comes in. Oh, tries to have a go at that, make it into a full toss, but misses it unfortunately. And that's a dot at the end of the over. So 44 overs gone. Somerset are 242 for 2. Wilson on 25 and Luff on 91. Is she going to get to those 3 figures then, Polly? What do you reckon?
Yeah, the nervous 90s. I mean, Sophie Luff is a very capable batter, and I'm sure she's dealt with a lot of nervous 90s in her time, a lot of centuries and big scores in the regional era. Now moving into the county era. This is kind of her first big score of the season so far. She got 24 against Essex, but it's been nothing quite as notable. So this is an important innings for her, really.
She's getting herself in the highlights already, though, isn't she? So
definitely
this is a landmark innings, I think, for the Somerset captain.
Emily Harlott will be bowling another over here. And so far 7 overs and gone for 33 runs. Harlott to Luff over the field. That's going to race away. Oh, that's a great attempt at a stop by Caris Pavley, who gets a hand to it, slows the momentum of the ball, and for a second I thought maybe it won't go all the way. A valiant effort from Caris Pavley, but ultimately does go all the way for 4. She made some good ground to get round as well. She's been busy in the field. 246 for 2. Luff on 95. Harlott to Luff. She stretches, but it's signalled a wide by the umpire. A partnership of 94 between Wilson and Luff. Harlott at the top of her mark, running in past the umpire to Luff. This one just pushed into the offside for no run.
I don't know if she kicked it or played it with a bat. It almost felt like a ow, no run.
247 for 2. Harlott to Luff once again, who drives that down the ground. They'll scramble through for the single. It's a risky decision, and there's a good throw from Georgia Davis, but the score ticks over to 248 for 2. Wilson now on strike. Luff at the non-strikers end on 96, the partnership worth 95.
Fran Wilson just doing her shoelaces again. Maybe taking a little bit of a breath. They've been doing a lot of running here.
Yeah. They've been really good between the wickets.
Players anyway, but just readjusting the gloves. Twiddle of the bat.
Harlott running in. Wilson waiting, and it's a poor ball from Harlott. It's signalled wide. They're going to capitalise and take a few runs. Love was hesitant, but Wilson was keen, and they end up running 2 in addition to the wide. So 251 for 2. It's been a bit of a frustrating time for our lot with the ball. Runs in again, this time to Wilson. Flicks that behind. I'll get the 1, rotating the strike. Sophie Luff, the captain, on 96.
One blow could take her to that 100 milestone. She can find a gap. There's a big one through covers. There's a possible one through mid-wicket, slightly riskier.
Penultimate ball of the over as our lot is in. Luff poised, and she pushes that. That won't be the one that gets her to the milestone, but it's the 100 up for the partnership. And it's been a worthwhile partnership for Somerset. Some great work between Fran Wilson and Sophie Luff out there in the middle to push Somerset to 253 for 2.
Because we saw Fran Wilson get a runnable 68 up at Durham. They will be patient, won't they? That's the thing.
Our lot to Wilson. Final ball of the over. That's struck down. Goes straight to Perrin. So they'll just get the 1.
I don't know if I'd take a single to Davina Perrin. She's affected quite a lot of run-outs this season, but didn't quite have enough time to get that one there. Thank you, Polly, of the Naughty Child podcast. Essential listening for anyone interested in women's cricket. We'll ask her later how many people on the pitch she's interviewed. It's probably easier to ask her how many she hasn't interviewed, as I'm rejoined by World Cup women from 1993, Barbara BB Daniels. She's going to join me again.
I still keep forgetting to push buttons. Sorry about that. Here we are. So tough for Warwickshire at the minute. They've just got to hang on in here. So still Izzy Wong.
It is Izzy Wong from the Birmingham end. In to Fran Wilson. Crouches down, waggling a bat. Plays that into that big gap they've left her. Square leg. Harris Pavley comes in off the rope and they get a single. It's a danger when they're rotating the strike and finding these pockets that the score is ever increasing, and the extras is going to be frustrating again, I think, for Warwickshire.
Well, it is, but from here, where are we? We've got 5 overs to go, 30 balls. I mean, really, you know, and we'll just let Izzy.
Luff tries to hit that one, but it goes straight through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I think that might have been a slower ball. Just saying. I think if they get away with Somerset not scoring 300,
yeah, I suppose that's a victory. Yeah.
I think you'd settle for that. I mean, they still have to bat very well.
Yeah.
But so at this point, you might be saying, well, okay, if they get singles, I don't mind. I don't want them hitting. There's been quite a few 4s, hasn't they? They go to the 100 off 70 odd balls. So
yeah, Luff on 97 plays that into the offside.
That should just be 1.
Rather, and they just get the single. Do you fancy batting on here then, Barbara?
Do you know, I was thinking about that this morning.
Oh, yeah.
You know, every now and again, I get the itch to I just want to play one ball and have it come off the middle of the bat.
I'd like to have done that all my career.
Just that feeling of you've played a nice shot. I don't want to play all day. I don't want to play for 50.
All right, perhaps T20. Come back for the blast as Wong comes round the wicket. Wilson takes a swipe at that. It's it's a great dive there from Katie George. I thought for a moment, because she seemed to hang in the air for ages, that she might actually do a absolute speck in, and she is one of those players on this pitch who can do that. Gosh, but it drops just behind her.
So that was a false shot. I mean, we know what they're looking to do. So again, I think credit to Izzy Wong there. I think she's varying her pace, but that would have been a spectacular catch.
Would have been an amazing catch as she comes in again.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, down the leg side, losing their direction a little. Arlott and Wong here. Another wide, another one to the total. Frustrating for Warwickshire.
She's bowling right arm round.
She is bowling right arm round. I don't know. What do you think the plan would be? Cramp her up, maybe?
I guess.
Stop her playing
Well, I
the
guess so. But
leg
obviously the
sided
danger
shots.
is, are you going to bowl down the leg side? But I mean, just interesting. Let's see.
Yeah.
Looking to go
Love-
across her.
oh,
Oh, that's a
no.
fine tickle.
Fine tickle.
don't
Well, it
think
comes off bat, and Baker's going to cut that off down below us to just get through for 2 there. 2 more to the total. It's signalled as a leg bye, so Luff not getting the runs there. That was off her toe. I think she wiped some dust off her shoes. Somerset are 260 for 2. Luff tithering on the edge of that ton milestone. 98.
And just all the offside. There's nobody on the boundary in the offside. This
I
is so she's
know.
bowling right arm round, like trying to go at her heel, I would think. Is what
And that's
there.
played into the mid-wicket gap. She gets through for another one. She's on 99 now. Captain Fantastic, Sophie Love. But she has pinched the strike, so she's going to be on strike next over. So the score is 261 for 2. 46 overs gone. Somerset batting. Wilson on 29. And Sophie Love 1 run to get to the ton milestone.
Oh, that looks like, is this Caris Pavley coming back? Oh, unless she's just... No, she's just wiping her
drying
hands.
her hands.
Or
She
is
might be
she?
coming back on.
Yeah.
Some
Yes,
discussion.
it is,
Yeah,
I think.
it probably is.
Again, I think that's sensible. Let's just keep. Don't let them settle. You've got to try and, like we say, we were here for the tie, weren't we? You know,
Yeah, it's exciting.
you just
take it down to
anything
the
you can do here to just. It's really hard work because you think, oh God, they're getting away. They're going to score a lot. We haven't taken many wickets, but actually the name of the game here is, can we restrict them?
And Warwickshire with the confidence built by chasing over 300 in their last game against Surrey. So what might have been daunting perhaps in previous seasons, they now have that experience of the last game as they bring in. Captain goes to short fine leg. Caris Pavley for you.
So Pavley coming in, left arm around the wicket, and that punched off the back foot. 2 point knocks her over, but no run. Luff looking for that 1 for the 100. I mean, I don't know. Might you bring them in and make it harder? But you don't. The bigger picture is you don't want her to score 4, do you? Just in terms of the.
It's a balance, isn't it?
So Pavley in again, and there she drops and goes. This is the single, and it is
Wow.
a very well made 100 for Captain Fantastic.
She is.
Over
Captain
to you.
Fantastic, yeah, Captain Fantastic. 100 runs there for Sophie Luff. 98 balls, I think. We'll get a confirmation of all of that. 98 balls, 115 minutes, and 15 fours is what I make it off of what I'm looking at. But yes, very much the cliche klaxon going off. A captain's innings. Wilson to face this time.
So yes, Pavley coming in as Wilson settles, and she's gone up and over. Is it going to drop short of the fielder Emily Arlott at long on, and she just keeps that to 1. So I mean, any wickets now would slow the scoring rate, whoever it is. But these two are doing the right thing in terms of pushing for as much as they can get. Here we are in the 47th over.
Yeah, 99 ball 100. Do you fancy one of them, Barbara?
Oh yes, obviously, back in your dreams. But in she comes again. Another sweep from Luff straight to deep mid wicket, and there's just the 1 run.
Because you were sort of saying she didn't seem to be going very fast, and then accelerated a bit, sort of.
I don't think Sophie Luff. I'd say
snuck
without
to
you
it.
noticing it, she was at 50.
Yeah.
And she was batting with Heather Knight. Oh gosh, she swept that in the air to mid wicket, and is that Katie George?
Katie George will count that as a drop, but it would have been again a spectacular catch, but doable
Well,
potentially.
I don't know, that was doable. I think she had time to
Could be
see
mad with
that.
herself for that, I
Dive
think.
to her left. I think she'll be disappointed. And again, it would just slow the scoring down. Wilson making her intentions plain. Pavley again going up in the air, and it's dropped short again of mid off. Just the single.
She's got her back to us, but I imagine Hannah Baker's eyes lit up at that point as she took that big swipe towards her. But yes, dropping in front of her.
And that's the end of the 47th over. So 267 for 2, Somerset with 3 overs. So 18 balls left, assuming no other extras. So what were you on? 275 or something? What were you suggesting?
I didn't,
Oh.
but we were, well, my formula's blown out of the water because that was 238, so they clearly have gone on, but that's, I suspect, because they've had this fantastic partnership that we've got 114 already off this partnership.
Off 86 balls. I think that's that's the acceleration, and again, we know that Lottie is here, but also just this, all of us thinking about, as this era moves on and wanting more people who can bat for longer and learn when to accelerate the scoring. This is a good example of that, I think.
And Polly was talking about the underrated players. I mean, Sophie Luff might, is it too late for Sophie Luff England colours? Arlott comes in. That's played by Fran Wilson, backward of square. And there's a diving, despairing dive. It's another 4. Wilson gets a 4, so Caris Pavley did her best to try and stop that, but it's bounced awkwardly in front of her and it cannot be stopped. So another 4 to the total, 271 for 2. As you say, maybe a victory if they can keep Somerset below 300, but
well, I mean, Somerset will be
flow.
Yes, they'll be aiming for they'll want 300 if Warwickshire can.
Will want them,
I mean, I'm just looking at the fielders are not quite on the boundary. I think if she was now in these last few overs, if she was on the boundary, they should have had the angle to cut that off.
To you. She's going backwards. Look. It comes in, played up in the air, but it's up and over the fielders. Oh no, it's not. I thought the trajectory was different from where we stood. That's caught, and that's out. I'm afraid caught by, I think it's Hannah Baker out there, but we'll get that confirmed. So Fran Wilson goes for an enterprising, I think, 37 off 36 balls, but what was the perfect foil really for Sophie Luff's magnificent innings so far, and not finished yet. 101 off 100 balls is Sophie Luff, and Somerset are 271 for 3. And yes, Wilson 37 off 36 balls, 63 minutes and 2 fours.
And she's done a really good job there. She's got a run at ball. I mean, she scored some boundaries, but again, they've run really well. They've scampered runs. They've looked for singles. They've run 2s, and that energy, it all adds up. And Warwickshire sensibly need to be watching and working out what have they done, because we're going to need to do more of it. And it isn't, as we've always said, it's not all about hitting 4s and 6s, although they're great. But it's reducing the number of dot balls, isn't it? And just saying, okay, we're turning this over and hoping that you get one or two of the players like Somerset have, who's gone on to big totals. So Heather Knight and Sophie Luff.
And also Wilson's innings is one of those ones where if you just looked at the scorecard, it wouldn't stand out.
No,
but actually being here.
Yep.
As we know Lottie is, but being here, it was an absolutely key. Now, talking about key innings, we've got Amanda Jade Wellington here facing. What's she got to offer? Oh, she takes a swipe at that one, and it's out. Oh, I was just gonna. I've got loads to say about Wello. AJ Wellington. She gets caught behind by Abby Freeborn off the bowling of Emily Arlott for the first ball without scoring, and I was working my way up to saying that she got 24 off 7 balls with 6 4s against Surrey, and she often bats too late. Well, that might also be a case, but there hasn't been a fall of wicket for so long that she's probably thinking she wasn't going to bat the way Wilson and Luff were batting, so we're going to get another batter coming in now.
And this is important for Warwickshire because this could just slow them up enough.
Yes.
So,
and dot balls.
Yes. So we're 15 balls to go, and this is it's tiring. You just need. They've played a lot of cricket, haven't they, in the last few weeks? But this is it. Come on, we've got to.
4 games into the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Got to be on this now to just can we slow them down even more? Take another wicket or 2, but just keep them under that 300.
What's Arlo going to serve? So Arlott is going to bowl to Charlie Dean. Or Dino. We think there's three O's after Dino, and we think that Ed Seaborn thinks there's probably several E's because he says it's Dino. New import to Somerset, great asset. We'll see her rolling about in the field later and bowling, no doubt. Bat in hand this time. Arlott comes in. Dean plays that into the covers.
Hit.
And Coach Daniels is encouraging Katie George to take a shy at the stumps there, but there isn't much chance to back up.
No,
it would be throwing into this big expanse of real estate to our left.
That was my next realisation. I just looked like she was a long way out.
She was thinking about it. Yeah, she was thinking about it. One more to total. Somerset 272 for 4. Luff to face this time. Banged in. Up and over the fielder. Yes, that's another 4 to Sophie Luff's total.
I was just wondering why there's nobody on that offside boundary. It's so short. It's, that I know she's got this ring on here. We've got no restrictions, have we?
No restrictions now. That's the power play over. I think,
so we've got 3 out on the leg side, and then the whole of the offside is up on the ring.
Well, it just seems like the rest of the game they've had somebody stationed out there somewhere, haven't they? And they're obviously hoping for a catch here from Luff. That's worked to point, and they can't get a run because it goes straight to Nat Wraith, and that's the end of the over. 48 overs gone. Somerset are 276 for 4. Dean on 1 and Luff on a magnificent Captain Fantastic 105. And they need to build a partnership here, but not long to do it. 2 overs. What do you reckon then? Barbara, what do you reckon?
Well, you've got to look at a run a ball, haven't you? So at least, so that gets them to 288.
Yeah.
But if a couple of boundaries, a couple of wides, they could be pushing that 300.
Maybe the cat and mouse now is, can Somerset want to get to 300 and Warwickshire want to frustrate them out of it?
I mean, obviously, whilst Luff is in there and playing as well as she is, and so we've got Izzy Wong coming back on from the pavilion end.
That's right.
Now. But I think you've got to stop the boundaries. I mean, look at this point. If they get 6 singles, fair enough. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
If they're scoring, 4 fours off this next 12 balls, then plus singles, then.
I mean, I think if AJ Wellington had stayed in,
she's
the
gone.
Ball would have
just
gone.
let it go.
Let it go. No, I know. I was so excited. I've never met her, but she's the sort of person you imagine you could just call Wello. It's like, all right, Wello, should be up for it.
Okay, so there's a bit of adjustment of the field. So we've got deep cover, deep, backward point third, 2 on the boundary on the leg side. Izzy Wong into Charlie Dean. Charlie Dean smashes her down the ground, and that's going to be 4. That's a super shot, actually.
Umpire Clark had to duck out of the way of that one.
That's dead straight. So now Izzy Wong bowling at the death. What are we doing? Are we going to vary pace? Are we going to go?
I don't know what she got in her back. She's
shrugging.
There was a shrug there. So I don't know what to do.
I mean, that was a good. In fairness, that was a very good shot.
It was very good. She came out to meet it, didn't she, and played that.
And even
proper thump.
Even though there was long on, Emily Arler, she just, there wasn't time for her to get round. Really.
No, there wasn't. Dino surveying the field.
And so, whoa! And she smashed that again. I think that's going to be 4 more runs.
Yeah,
To out the square boundary. So that's 2 fours. So I was just saying, if they're looking at in these last 12 balls getting 4 or 5 fours, well, they've got 2 of them. So we're at 284 at the minute.
Yes, need to put some pressure on Charlie Dean, don't they, here with something.
And Charlie Dean's doing the right thing. She's just playing good, proper shots.
Yep.
Izzy One's got to find something on the back of a length. That's a better ball, and that'll just be the single.
Another one the umpire has to duck out of, because it is that if you can hit a really, really straight drive, there is often a run or several there, isn't there?
Yes. So. And here we go again. Warwickshire, you've just got to. This is when it's really hard. You've just got to keep at it and know that you, like you say, they've got it in their locker to score 300.
Yeah.
So Wong's in again. And it's a slower ball, and that's sliced in the air by Luff. Out to the painfully again. She's covered some miles out there and actually got her hand to a lot of stuff. But I think, again, if you're a Warwickshire supporter, this is what you've got to be looking at: is there are runs here. There are runs on this pitch, and they mustn't be scared of this total, although they'll be tired and they'll be frustrated.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, they've ticked up the scoring rate, Somerset, but at one point you might have thought they'd have scored well over 300.
Yes, and we've talked a lot about trying to I mean, I think the key will be who can defend the Hollies side.
Yes.
The better.
Yes.
That may be the difference between the two sides here. And we know from this competition that chasing sides can do well here.
So Wong's in again to Sophie Luff. Oh my goodness.
God.
She smashed that back at Izzy Wong, who almost took a brilliant catch. And it was travelling at such pace, it spun her round, I think.
It did. It turned around, it was going so fast.
That would have been one of those, well,
That would
again,
have been
stuck or doesn't stick, but it didn't that time. But it was, and as a result, there was a single scored, just so we're aware. 290 now for 4, with 7 balls to go.
Warming Wong's hands there. Ooh.
Gosh, that hurt. Yeah, she's shaking.
I don't know
her
how
left
she
hand.
even got hands to it, actually, because it came back so quickly.
So she's into Charlie Dean. He's 10 off 4. Oh, he's tried to go across her stumps and work that, shovel that round to the leg side, and it's missed everything. But more importantly, a dot ball. I think Izzy Wong's going off because she's hurt her finger. She's called for a sub-fielder. So 290 for 4 with 1 over to go.
So Wong finishes her 10 overs, 1 maiden, 66 runs, but wicketless. But she's sometimes sacrificed accuracy for speed potentially, but not as much as she has done in previous seasons. But quite rightly has a little moment, because that must have really hit her hands hard, that ball.
And I think, again, we've got to give space and time to Izzy Wong. It's great to see her back. It's great to see her enjoying her cricket. But,
Yeah.
and I say, but she's still only no age, is she?
Yeah, no age at all.
And plenty of time for her to just build confidence, and I hope that, you know, they're very careful with her. But also, I say, it is, from my perspective, lovely to see her enjoying her cricket, and she will get better and better.
She will. I think there's just that, you wanted to be almost too good too quickly, as Arlott comes into Luff, who takes a big stab at that. There's a chance of it. It's that, I think Katie George thought about taking a shy for the stumps, but I think there's that split second of realisation that behind the stumps, if she misses, Davina Perrin has got to sprint 100 yards.
Well, there'd be at least another 1 run, wouldn't there? So.
Yeah, and you're giving away a run there as Arlott comes into Dean. Oh, has a little swipe at that. Is that caught behind? She's out. That's caught behind. So she had a swipe at that, got an edge, and Abby Freeborn says, "Thanks very much. I'll have another catch."
That's another wicket for Emily Arlott. So
yeah,
she's gone for more runs than she might have wanted, but she's picked up
getting
3
wickets.
Yeah.
And I think that, and that's a job as well in itself, isn't she? So she got 2 against Hampshire for 30. She got 3 against Ablaze for 39, and a good economy there. This may not be the economy, but it's certainly 2 wickets, and given that they have lost so few wickets, that's really key. So Somerset are 291 for 5. Griffiths is coming in, Alex Griffiths, and to bat with her captain, who is on Nelson, 111 of 105 balls. So
Yeah, no, I think, again, Emily Arlott in the underrated player category.
Yes.
But she's kept going. She's had a couple of overs where she's a bit, she's bowled a couple of wides and got a bit frustrated and stuff. But she's come back in multiple spells. I think Georgia Davis has done everything she can to just keep mixing it up. It looks like a very decent pitch to bat on, doesn't it? And a good outfield.
Yeah.
We may be eating our words when we see.
Yes,
who knows? But I would hope
tell
that this is going to be, a good chase.
And Griffiths has done all right this season. She got 46 against Lancashire, 4 4s and a 6, and 15 off 22 against Durham on Sunday, as Arlott comes in again to Griffiths this time. Plays it up and over, Emily Arlott. Thanks very much. They get through for 1. They're going back for 2. Will they risk a 3rd? No, just the 2, but still. And that was played back through a long off, and they get 2 easy runs there. I don't think bowlers like being hit over their head, so I'm not quite sure how mean. I don't think Emily Arlott is a mean fast bowler, but they want to keep it to below 300. So there's 3 balls left. Can Warwickshire keep it below 300? Somerset's challenge is, can we push it beyond? That's played into the mid-wicket region, but Davina Perrin's behind that and stops that. They're going to take the second run because Sophie Luff's on this 2 more runs. They're getting closer.
That's good. I mean, that's good running.
Good running.
It's good fielding. It's not a boundary, but that's, you know, it's a decent throw from long throw out there. So it's sensible to run on that.
Yeah,
at this stage of the innings.
Sophie Luff's well warmed up at this stage. Alex Griffiths has been on the bench for a while as Arlott comes in. Griffiths plays that to
Nice
long
again.
on. Fielder comes off the rope there.
She's
They're going to
running
do
2 again.
Sophie Luff's after 2 there.
Yeah.
She wants the captain wants 300. She's pushing Alex Griffiths here.
Emily Arlott's looking a bit fed up with that too. But to be honest, again, it's a long boundary.
And the
out
fielder
there.
is right on the rope at long on. So
1 ball to go.
297 for 5. Will Alex Griffiths go for the big 4 to get that 300?
Anything outside off stump would be it.
Up and over. Is it going to get caught? Oh, it's a great diving catch. I think that's out. I'm not sure. I think it's out.
Yeah.
So Katie George runs forward and takes a great catch in front of her at short cover. Just off the turf there, diving forward. Thank you very much. So another wicket down, and more importantly for Warwickshire, Somerset don't get to that magic 300 number. So it's that sort of...
It's a bit psychological, isn't it?
It's a bit psychological,
Let's
it
be
is.
fair, it's still a lot of runs.
It's a
and
lot
it's
of
going to
runs.
take a lot of getting.
Yeah.
But from what we've seen, I say batting, you know, most of the batters weren't that troubled, really. You know, there was some tight bowling, but, you know, they've had value for their shots. 1 short boundary, they've kept going, and I think that's what Warwickshire need to be looking at, is you can play your way in here.
And as you mentioned, they've had to be very patient because there wasn't a lot of wickets in the middle of all that. There's just a few at the end there. So Somerset finished 297 for 6. Griffiths caught off that last ball for 6. Sophie Luff remains unbeaten on Nelson, 111 not out. That was a great innings from the captain there, who came in at number 3 earlier. 111 off 105 balls with 17 fours. Pick of the bowling, well, Emily Arlott, who takes 3 for 61 off her 10 overs. A wicket apiece for Baker and Pavley. And we shall join you again in the second half. You've been listening to Barbara Daniels, Polly Starkey and Claire Jenkins. We're going to take a bit of a break for lunch, and we will be back for the run chase. So not quite 300 for Warwickshire to get in the second half.
That is as good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes!
Full driven. And that should race away for 4, but Davina Perrin set off in hot pursuit. That's a good, quick run from Sari, and Surin Kumar was
Game against Durham.
driven. That's 4 more. Width from Izzy Wong, and Bryony Smith has started ever so positively here. Her second boundary of the over. Cut away, that's a beautiful shot from Bryony Smith, who has started this innings so well. And she moves on to 14 off just 8 deliveries. Pulled away, that'll be 4 more.
If I could play a shot like that, then I'd try and play a lot more.
Flicked around the corner by White Hodge. Wong shows her frustration. White Hodge has just been struggling for some rhythm this morning. Pulled around the corner again, and that'll be 4 more. Wong lost her line earlier in the over and loses her length this time. Helmet. Swung away. There is protection. Baker runs round but is unable to prevent the ball from trickling over the boundary rope for 4. Pulled away. That is that brutality that Georgie was speaking about earlier with Bryony Smith.
Oh, but
It's cut away, should be caught, is caught. A real loosener from Izzy Wong, caught by Davina Perrin at point. And that is a freebie for Warwickshire. White Hodge is walking off disgusted with herself. Short, cut, and this time it beats a diving Perrin at backward point. Will it race away for 4? It does. It's very quick down in that direction of the ground. It runs away down the hill.
good morning to you.
Good morning. Wow, well, that's a shot to greet me, isn't it? 6. Straight back over the bowler's head, as straight as you can get. Nice use of the feet. It's funny. Oh, she dragged that back on. She has dragged that back on as Capsy Arlott, who's in that over, been crunched back over her head, just dragged her length back a little bit, and Capsy was sort of in no man's land, looking to dab that through. Now then, that's gone way up in the air, back behind the bowler, all the way for 6. One bounce onto the side screen. It's a meaty blow from Dunkley. Good use of the feet. Oh, that's been hammered away as well. This time on the offside. And again, Baker just guilty of dragging it down a touch. Bryony Smith, the skipper, brings up a half century.
She fires that in quickly, and Dunkley's able to use the angle. It was a long hop from Pavley. That is up in the air and well caught. Simply caught by Perrin at backward point. Short again, pulled over mid-wicket, and there is no fielder in that area, so that will skip away for 4. We have a high uptake. Driven up to mid-off. Dunkley hits and runs, and despite the direct hit from Davis, it does take her to a second 50 of the season.
This is when it,
That's skewed in the air and down to mid-off, and prohibitive. Now then, this has been larruped, and it might have gone all the way. It has. Very sportingly signalled there by the fielder at long off. 4 boulder, full straight, really good bowling from Wong. Right in the block hole. Schofield at this stage looking to drive anything full. Just goes over the top of the ball. Well, it's going to bowl the last over. First ball, she picks up the wicket. Chatley looking to clear the fielder, couldn't quite. Where's this got out towards deep mid-wicket? It's just going to be the single. Right, they're going to run back for the second. Oh, and a direct hit would have been out. And instead, Dunkley brings up 100. It's been a great knock from Dunkley. Last ball of the innings. Swung away out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll look to come back for the second. Throw comes in, and I think she's made it. She has. That's fabulous running from Moore, but a fabulous knock from Sophia Dunkley. She'll finish on 102, not out. She's really anchored.
It's a lovely shot by Austin. It looked to just have been tapped towards Schofield at mid-on. That's a full toss. Pulled away. That should be 4. It gets so quick down in that direction. Runs away down the hill. And there's that big trigger again. The Freeborn will get another boundary because it was another full toss from Monaghan. Hit to mid-on, out. Comfortably taken by Schofield. Austin looking to go aerial. And McDonald Gay has her and Surrey's first wickets of the afternoon. Flicked behind square. Kelly Moore sets off once more, but this time the ball beats her to the boundary's edge, and that's 4 runs for George. Pulled away behind square, that'll be 4 more. Monaghan just lost her length, and it's an almost identical shot to how George scored a boundary off McDonald Gay from the other end. He's basically explaining in very simple terms. That's lofted, and it could be caught by Schofield, and is.
It was going to come from a much needed one for Surrey. Capsey with the breakthrough.
Skips down the track and hammers the ball through mid-off. And that is a half century for Wraith. Drops inside. This should be a run out. Appeal and given. And Wraith is run out, and that is a huge moment in this match. A winning plan. That's short and bold. Well, there's the breakthrough Surrey needed. Arlock went for that French cricket shot once again. Gets down leg side. Was there a little bit of glove on that? The ball's racing away. It will reach the boundary. Just trickles over. Runs given. Edge dropped. Low to Chatley's left, and the ball run away for 4.
She found the gap again, and this time hit it more firmly. It's going to run away for 4. Oh, that's a
very well round.
that's a brilliant bit of backing up. But Ellis is through for the single that takes her to 50 off 56. Well, they're not going to just play around. Instead, that's a wonderful shot from Bailey to find the gap. Many watching. Now then, there is the wicket. Pavley just chipping the ball up in the air, taken easily at mid-wicket. Not far. Oh, now that has been driven away for 4. It's gone past mid-off. Diving effort. The scores are now level. Having to lick their wounds this evening. All right, they're coming through for a single, shy at the stumps, and she's in. And that's the victory for Warwickshire by 3 wickets. It's an historic List A run chase, the highest in English List A history.
When I play cricket, I feel unstoppable.
This is our turn to be in the spotlight.
When I look at myself, I see this.
So I said probably right at the start, I said we need to make history in the first game, and we're starting to do that, and that's a real exciting thing for us as a group.
And what was it like being part of that game on Sunday?
Yeah, really, really good fun. I think stressful at times. It was a big score on the board. I think they probably still left a few runs out there though, and it was like batting on the M25, I think. So it was a good old pitch. So we always felt we were in the game, but yeah, it was a really exciting game to be a part of. When we were out there, I kept trying to say to the girls, like, we know it's a really good pitch, so we know that we're going to have the same as them, as kind of thing. So we knew we were always going to have runs to score out there. So when we were bowling, I know it probably looked like they were scoring quite well, but we always still felt we were in the game. And yeah, so when we came off, like, obviously we knew it was a big score, but we knew that we still were in the game, because probably 350 there is probably a par score. So actually we did really well as a bowling group to get them to 313 was it? So yeah, obviously losing wickets, early wickets, is never ideal, but I think the fact that we'd was up with the rate the whole time made that an easier task for us to keep scoring at the same rate. So those wickets thankfully didn't really affect us, and it was really good to see how positive the girls were when they went out. It's difficult, isn't it, because you see a score like that and you can potentially go into your shell, but the girls didn't. They expressed themselves, and we weren't really too disappointed with the wickets, because they were sort of wickets in the right way, in a positive manner, so we were happy with that. When Nat and Bellis were going really well in the middle there, we probably thought, they made it look really easy, and they didn't have to take any risks really, and they just played really, really strong shots and got us into a really, really strong position. And obviously Bellis saw us through at the end, and she played brilliantly. But all the batters chipped in. I think there was, like, everyone that came in did a job for us, and I think that was really important for us. Everyone came in and got a score, and just helped us over the line, and it was brilliant to watch.
And the emotions at the end?
Yeah, wow, history makers, it was it was pretty exciting. I think even though it was a really good pitch, it's still quite a big score, and obviously it's like the highest English run chase, isn't it, in domestic cricket? So yeah, we were so buzzing with that. It was such a good feeling at the end, and I was just glad I didn't have to go in at the end again. I'm enjoying it, I'm really enjoying it, and I think that's helped by the fact that the girls are doing such a fantastic job for me. They're helping me out massively. I know I can turn to anyone on the field and they'll do a job for me, and I think that's really, really reassuring as a captain, to know that everybody's backing me, and they know they've got my backing as well. And I think we've got a real belief in this side, so it just makes my job so much easier when all the girls are behind each other. So yeah, I've really enjoyed it, and I'm loving my time doing it.
As good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes!
Full driven. And that should race away for 4, but Davina Perrin set off in hot pursuit. That's a good, quick run from Sari, and Surin Kumar was...
Game against Durham.
Driven, that's 4 more. Width from Izzy Wong, and Bryony Smith has started ever so positively here. Her second boundary of the over. Cut away, that's a beautiful shot from Bryony Smith, who has started this innings so well. And she moves on to 14 off just 8 deliveries. Pulled away, that'll be 4 more.
If I could play a shot like that, then I'd try and play a lot more.
Flicked around the corner by Whitehodge. Wong shows her frustration. Whitehodge has just been struggling for some rhythm this morning. Pulled around the corner again, and that'll be 4 more. Wong lost her line earlier in the over and loses her length this time. Helmet. Swung away. There is protection. Baker runs round but is unable to prevent the ball from trickling over the boundary rope for 4. Pulled away. That is that brutality that Georgie was speaking about earlier with Bryony Smith.
Oh, but
It's cut away, should be caught, is caught. A real loosener from Izzy Wong, caught by Davina Perrin at points. And that is a freebie for Warwickshire. Whitehodge is walking off disgusted with herself. Short, cut, and this time it beats a diving Perrin at backward point. Will it race away for 4? It does. It's very quick down in that direction of the ground. It runs away down the hill.
good morning to you.
Good morning. Wow, well, that's a shot to greet me, isn't it? 6. Straight back over the bowler's head, as straight as you can get. Nice use of the feet. It's funny. Oh, she dragged that back on. She has dragged that back on as Capsy Arlott, who's in that over, been crunched back over her head, just dragged her length back a little bit, and Capsy was sort of in no man's land, looking to dab that through. Now then, that's gone way up in the air, back behind the bowler, all the way for 6. 1 bounce onto the sight screen. It's a meaty blow from Dunkley. Good use of the feet. Oh, that's been hammered away as well. This time on the offside. And again, Baker just guilty of dragging it down a touch. Bryony Smith, the skipper, brings up a half century.
She fires that in quickly, and Dunkley's able to use the angle. It really was a long hop from Pavley. That is up in the air. and well caught. Simply caught by Perrin at backward point. Short again, pulled over mid-wicket. And there is no fielder in that area, so that will skip away for 4. And we have a high octane. Driven up to mid-off. Dunkley hits and runs. And despite the direct hit from Davis, it does take her to a second 50 of the season.
This is when
That's skewed in the air and down to mid-off. And prohibitive. Now then, this has been larruped. And it might have gone all the way. It has. Very sportingly signalled there by the fielder at long off. Ball boulder. Full, straight, really good bowling from Wong. Right in the block hole. Schofield at this stage looking to drive anything full. Just goes over the top of the ball. Well, it's going to bowl the last over. First ball, she picks up the wicket. Chatley looking to clear the fielder, couldn't quite. Where's this got out towards deep mid-wicket? It's just going to be the single. Right, they're going to run back for the second. Oh, and a direct hit would have been out. And instead, Dunkley brings up 100. It's been a great knock from Dunkley. Last ball of the innings. Swung away out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll look to come back for the second. Thoreau comes in, and I think she's made it. She has. That's fabulous running from Moore, but a fabulous knock from Sophia Dunkley. She'll finish on 102, not out. She's really anchored.
It's a lovely shot by Austin. It looked to just have been tapped towards Schofield at mid-on. That's a full toss. Pulled away. That should be 4. It gets so quick down in that direction. Runs away down the hill. And there's that big trigger again. The Freeborn will get another boundary because it was another full toss from Monaghan. Hit to mid-on, out. Comfortably taken by Schofield. Austin looking to go aerial. And McDonald Gay has her and Surrey's first wickets of the afternoon. Perrin's off the mark with a beautiful drive through the offside. That's 4 runs. Now, Perrin is an incredibly classy player, very talented.
Effective seamers in the competition that year.
Hits in the air, should be caught, is caught. 2 wickets in almost identical fashion for Surrey. And Freeborn, who had been very active in moving around the crease, takes 1 risk too many.
Long sleeves.
Oh, that's a big full toss. George does well to carve it away. It's given a no ball immediately by the umpire. Bit short, and that's just cut over. Short third where Danny Gregory leaps into the air. Flicked behind square. Kelly Moore sets off once more. But this time, the ball beats her to the boundary's edge, and that's 4 runs for George. Pulled away behind square, that'll be 4 more. Monaghan just lost her length, and it's an almost identical shot to how George scored a boundary off McDonald Gay from the other end. He's basically explaining in very simple terms. That's lofted, and it could be caught by Schofield, and is the 3rd wicket to fall in that exact fashion, and George goes for a very enterprising 28 off 19.
That's a lovely shot.
That is splendid. It's gone all the way, very close to a... Looks like a young girl in a pair of shorts there. Given that the ball was nowhere near the bat of the throw coming in, and the keeper... Oh, dropped! Dropped by Kira Chatley.
And that sort of really put the wobbles on.
Flick of the wrist, and she's got her. Caught out at long on. Wondered where a wicket was going to come from. A much needed one for Surrey. Capsey with the breakthrough.
Skips down the track and hammers the ball through mid-off. And that is a half century for Wraith. Drops inside. This should be a run out. Appeal and given. And Wraith is run out, and that is a huge moment in this match. A winning plan. That's short and bowled. Well, there's the breakthrough Surrey needed. Arlock went for that French cricket shot once again. Gets down leg side. Was there a little bit of glove on that? The ball's racing away. It will reach the boundary. Just trickles over. Runs given. Edge dropped low to Chatley's left, and the ball run away for 4.
She's found the gap again, and this time hit it more firmly. It's going to run away for 4. Oh, that's a
very well round.
That's a brilliant bit of backing up, but Ellis is through for the single that takes it to 50 off 56. Well, they're not going to just play around. Instead, that's a wonderful shot from Pavely to find the gap. Many watching. Now then, there is the wicket. Pavely just chipping the ball up in the air, taken easily at mid-wicket. Not far. Oh, now that has been driven away for 4. It's gone past mid-off. Diving effort. The scores are now level. Having to lick their wounds this evening. All right, they're coming through for a single, shy at the stumps, and she's in. And that's the victory for Warwickshire by 3 wickets. It's an historic List A run chase, the highest in English List A history.
When I play cricket, I feel unstoppable.
This is our turn to be in the spotlight.
When I look at myself, I see this.
So I said probably right at the start, I said we need to make history in the first game, and you know, we're starting to do that, and that's a real exciting thing for us as a group.
What was it like being part of that game on Sunday?
Yeah, really, really good fun. I think stressful at times. It was a big score on the board. I think they probably still left a few runs out there though, and it was like batting on the M25, I think. So it was a good old pitch. So we always felt we were in the game, but yeah, it was a really exciting game to be a part of. When we were out there, I kept trying to say to the girls, like, we know it's a really good pitch, so we know that we're going to have the same as them, as kind of thing. So we knew we were always going to have runs to score out there. So, you know, when we were bowling, I know it probably looked like they were scoring quite well, but we always still felt we were in the game. And yeah, so when we came off, like, obviously we knew it was a big score, but we knew that we still were in the game. It's probably 350 there is probably a par score. So actually we did really well as a bowling group to get them to 313, was it? So yeah. Yeah, obviously losing wickets, early wickets, is never ideal, but I think the fact that we was up with the rate the whole time didn't then made that an easier task for us to, you know, keep scoring at the same rate. So those wickets thankfully didn't really affect us, and it was really good to see how positive the girls were when they went out. It's difficult, isn't it, because you see a score like that and you can potentially go into your shell, but the girls didn't. They expressed themselves, and we weren't really too disappointed with the wickets because they were, you know, sort of wickets in the right way, in a positive manner, so we were happy with that. When Nat and Bellis were going really well in the middle there, we probably thought, yeah, they made it look really easy, and they didn't have to take any risks really, and they just played really, really strong shots and got us into a really, really strong position. And obviously Bellis saw us through at the end, and she played brilliantly. But all the batters chipped in. I think there was, like, everyone that came in did a job for us, and I think that was really important for us. Everyone came in and got a score, and just helped us over the line, and it was brilliant to watch.
And the emotions at the end?
Yeah, wow, history acres, you know. It was pretty exciting. I think even though it was a really good pitch, it's still quite a big score, and obviously it's like the highest English run chase, isn't it, in Western cricket. So yeah, we were so buzzing with that. It was such a good feeling at the end, and I was just glad I didn't have to go in at the end again. I'm enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it, and I think that's helped by the fact that the girls are doing such a fantastic job for me. They're helping me out massively. I know I can turn to anyone on the field and they'll do a job for me, and I think that's really, really reassuring as a captain to know that everybody's backing me, and they know they've got my backing as well. And I think like we've got a real belief in this side, so it just makes my job so much easier when all the girls are behind each other. So yeah, I've really enjoyed it, and I'm loving my time doing it.
That is as good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do.
Full driven. And that should race away for 4, but Davina Perrin set off in hot pursuit. That's a good, quick run from Sari, and Surin Kumar was
Game against Durham.
driven. That's 4 more. Wit from Izzy Wong, and Bryony Smith has started ever so positively here. Her second boundary of the over. Cut away, that's a beautiful shot from Bryony Smith, who has started this innings so well. And she moves on to 14 off just 8 deliveries. Pulled away, that'll be 4 more.
If I could play a shot like that, then I'd try and play a lot more.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for Warwickshire's run chase against Somerset here at Edgbaston in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It was almost a 300, but not quite, from Somerset. Captain's innings of 111 from Sophie Luff, 111 not out, so also good for the averages. Brilliant innings there, which also was hot on the heels of Heather Knight's 70, which is also a great knock. 37 apiece for Corney and Wilson, 10 runs for Charlie Dean and 6 for Alex Griffiths at the end, who got caught off a great diving catch from Katie George. So they have been set. Warwickshire need to get 298 in 50 overs, which is almost a run a ball. 6 off the over, so it's 5.96 if you want to be pedantic about that. So Somerset finished 297 for 6. Warwickshire to bat here at Edgbaston. What do you reckon? Do you fancy this to chase then, BB?
Oh, well, no. 2 weeks ago we were here thinking, oh, Warwickshire were dead set to win this, and then it ended up being a tie, didn't it? So I don't think we'll have that today, but we know they can score 300, but it's a lot of runs, isn't it? It's a lot of runs to face, so they need a good start, and that whole scoreboard pressure thing can tick on. But 50 overs is a long time, so Somerset will be looking to take early wickets. Warwickshire looking to just get a steady start, really.
Yeah, I think Molly Robbins is on her debut. There was a cap being given out. Blonde-headed Robbins runs away from us, and that goes straight past the batter, and there is no run. So we've got, opening the batting, we've got Stair Callis and Abby Freeborn. Stair Callis is facing up at the moment. Molly Robbins with the blonde ponytail bowling away from us. And sunshine here at Edgbaston. Slightly muted sunshine as that's played to cover and there is no run. Just trying to work my
It's trying the sunshine. It's very cloudy here at the minute, but Looks like a couple of long sleeve sweaters out there, and Heather Knight is sporting a bandaged elbow after she got knocked.
Emma Corney played a blow back almost past Heather Knight, but it hit her elbow rather nastily as that's in and played through the covers. That's a lovely cracking shot. Was enough energy taken off? Will they actually haul it in? No, that's the first boundary of the innings. Callis gets a 4 out through the point boundary. That's a long boundary there.
She hit that hard, because actually that was a good hand on that ball, and it still made it for 4.
Yeah. There's a good bit of fielding there. I think that's Chloe Skelton out there at cover point. Got a hand on it, but still, as you say, it must have been hit with some force to go through the hand for 4. Cover point this time. There is a gap there, but I think they're going to reel this in. Charlie Dean's running after it, and so is Sophie Luff, who gets to it first. They got 2 there, I think.
Oh, that's a nice little stretch the legs for Sophie Luff after being 100 and whatever not out. Was she 111 not
111, yes, she was. She was
stuck on Nelson.
Not out on Nelson, that's right. But great for the averages, though. You're listening to the voices of Claire Jenkins and Barbara Daniels, and you will also hear the voice of Polly Starkey as Robbins comes in, and there's a clunk and a muted appeal, and there is no run. We'll wait for the marathon woman to come back on again. She's enjoyed a fish and chips at lunchtime.
So how old do we think Robbins is if she's making her debut?
We're going to we'll ask our assistant to check that out. 26.
Okay.
Just not necessarily making a debut in your teens. Robbins in. That's played through
nicely.
Point. She's found another gap there. It's properly carved out through third. It's going to hit the rope. That's another 4 for Stair Callis, who's liking this posh side here. That's the end of the over. So 1 over gone, and Warwickshire are already 10 without loss. All to Stair Callis, who has faced all of that over, Barbara.
Yes, well, I think Somerset and Heather Knight started off with 2 glorious shots through the covers for 4 in their innings. Well, that's been 2 nice boundaries there for
Stair Callis. She's worried about mixing the names up now. She called
Care
it Stallis earlier.
Stair Callis. Anyway, yes, the Dutch Dynamo we decided.
Dynamo, yes,
and yes, I would hope by the end of this season she has got a bit of a Brummie accent to add to the Yorkshire Burr. But
well, she's played a bit for Birmingham Phoenix in the 100.
Well,
so
there you go.
We hope that
there you go, Bab. She should be all right then.
Yeah, all right, Bab.
But so yes, they'll be happy with that as the first over, and that's interesting to see. And Robbins making a debut, like you said, in mid-20s. She looks like a, she's a tall girl, strong bowler. Looked like she was getting a little bit of movement there as well. So bowling from the City end is somebody with no name at the moment.
Ellie Anderson, I think.
Ellie Anderson. Oh, is this the girl who used to be at?
Yes, used to be at Central Sparks.
So she's coming in, fast arm to Freeborn, who just knocks that into mid-wicket. No run. The ball comes in over the head of the keeper, but is picked up by Heather Knight.
I was just having a chat with Ellie's mum and dad, Sue, and I don't know what Dad's name.
Sue and Dad.
Sue and Dad. And if I had some nice cake from Sue at Trent Bridge. Yes, lovely bit of lemon drizzle from Ellie Anderson's mum. I was just having a chat with them.
Anderson's in again. Oh, that's going to be close. Oh, I didn't. She get a little.
We're at the wrong angle.
I know we're at a very wrong angle, but she looked in trouble, but it did sound a bit edgy. So there might have been an inside edge onto pad there. I'm not sure, and we haven't quite got our replay.
No, it's playing up.
Screen.
I don't know quite why.
There's
something weird going on here.
Oh,
there it is back again.
Our tech wizard might have just sorted that out. So Anderson in again. Freeborn waits with her bat up in the air, and that's beaten her quite comprehensively, and that's through to the keeper. Interestingly, her front foot went outside leg stump then as she went to play that forward, but that must have moved, I think.
She will have faced Ellie Anderson presumably in the nets.
Well, yes, that's true.
Sparks, colleagues. So, but Ellie Anderson, the tail up this season.
So, Anderson in again. Oh, there's a little shimmy forward from Freeborn, but she misses that as well. So it's noticeable she stands waiting with her bat in a backlift high. You see quite a lot of that. You don't see it quite so much these
Tammy
days.
Beaumont's probably one of the higher.
Yeah,
back
that's
lists,
true.
isn't she? But yeah.
Still only waist height for most people, though.
Oh, bless her.
So Anderson in again, and Freeborn does get a bat on that one and just pushes it drops it into the covers really, where there's no run.
Yes, Ellie Anderson got 2 for 44, including a hat-trick chance at Essex. 3 for 49 against Durham, and took a wicket in the Surrey game, which was Bryony Smith, who's the opener, which was very useful. She's been doing well with the ball, settling in nicely.
So in she comes again. Step backwards and then push forward from Freeborn, and she's wafted and missed at that again. So she's struggling to pick Anderson. It's quite noticeable just when you look on the replay that Freeborn, as she goes forward, I think her front foot goes outside leg stump as opposed to towards the ball. So whether she's deliberately trying to make herself a bit of space, but when you're trying to play straight, that looks like that makes that a bit trickier. But we'll see. That just might be she's struggling with the movement there.
Which chapter of that of your coaching manual, which we heard about from the Hampshire game here at Edgbaston?
Which chapter? I think
that's the way to put
page 2.
Barbara was being teased by Kevin James about her coaching tips as Robbins winds up to Callis. Plays that down respectfully, and there is no run.
Yeah, no, she's got a nice sort of straightforward action.
Right.
Robbins.
Okay.
All aligned. Doesn't look like there's much to go wrong there. She's got the shoulders of a swimmer.
She has. She has. I was just looking at. Oh yeah. Strong upper half. As Callis plays that down, sort of squirts it into the offside, and there is no run. Yes.
Yeah, she was
the shoulder, isn't she?
She was shaping up Callis to play that to mid on, and then that again, that's just shaped away a little, towards late, and that's why she ended up sort of face on and skewing that out into the offside. So there's something happening here, I think.
Yep. Robbins looking to make something happen, as Barbara said. Played into the leg side. There is a gap there. They're not going to catch that. That's a short boundary. It's that one that we've been talking about. 4 more runs to Stair Callis, who moves on to 14. In fact, she scored all of the Warwickshire runs so far. We talked quite a lot in the first innings about short boundary to the Hollies side, and that maybe the difference between the two sides is who can defend that the better one. So Callis taps her bat, leaves that one to go through, and there is no run.
That's a sensible leave after a good 4. Again, there's just a little shape away here from Robbins. Let's keep Heather Knight interested at slip. But yes, there's, again, little margin for error. If you drop it short, then there's a lot of space. Out. There's a space at square leg out to that Hollies stand.
Slip and a gully in place. Robbins comes in. That's played forward defensively, and there is no run. Charlie Dean swoops. Wait for the first Charlie Dean roll.
There you go, that's proper cricket. That's a decent ball and a very solid forward defensive. Nice sound off the bat. Yes, Callis seems to be settling in from her many motorway miles, whether she's in Yorkshire or Warwickshire.
On loan from Yorkshire to Warwickshire.
That's a nice shot.
There's a roll after the ball. Do you like that one? We were talking about rolling after the ball.
Yes, I think that was acceptable. It was only just sometimes, you wonder whether it's required on the boundary.
Well, the Aussies call it putting mayo on it, don't they? When you do sort of
something a bit extra.
Yeah, overly extra. That's the end of the over. So 3 overs gone, and Warwickshire are 15 without loss, all scored by Stair Callis. So Freeborn has faced 6 balls, but sort of struggled, I think, a little against Ellie Anderson. Not quite sure what to do, as we heard Barbara suggesting what she maybe should be doing with her trigger movement.
Well, I don't know. It's just I say we're at an odd angle here, but it's just when you look on the replay, it looks like we'll see if she does it
Callis is
It's
facing
Callis to
this
face,
time,
yes.
so I think Freeborn will be glad to be on.
Well, she might get a look and see what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, see what's
Now this
going
is one for you, Claire, because
Oh, yes.
just from this distance, Anderson at that far away reminds me of Kelly Evenson.
on. Oh yes, formerly of Warwickshire, in the last time round.
And she's in, and that's outside the off stump, and Callis was looking to, yes, just on the. She has another go. She's looking to cut that through, point for 4, but don't know whether that kept a bit lower than she expected. Anyway, she missed it, so no run is the outcome of that.
Kelly Evenson used to play for Warwickshire,
West Midlands
West
in her
Midlands,
previous iteration.
because you were captain of West Midlands, weren't you?
Anyway, Anderson, not Kelly Evenson, is in now, and that is the shot that Callis was looking for the last ball and rehearsed, and then has managed to do that this time. So again, there's a decent bounce there from Anderson, but enough width to allow Callis just to wait for the ball and punch that nicely and cleanly, actually, through the covers.
Do you think Callis could score all of Warwickshire's
that would
runs?
be
I mean, there must
something.
be a stat in there, mustn't there? All scored by one batter.
So Anderson runs in again, and that's a sort of goes to drive that, looking to hit it hard, gets an edge, and that's just goes down to third. So only a single there. So now we do bring Freeborn back onto strike. So yes, Kelly Evenson also used to work at Warwickshire. She was a coach.
Yeah, she works at Warwickshire as coach.
Yeah.
Is it her and her brother?
Yes.
Coaching business, I think. I've seen her in a while. She's local.
So yes, Anderson into Freeborn, who's yet to get off the mark. And she steps out. That's interesting.
That's what she's trying to do.
Outside the off stump and flicks that round the corner in a ramp style. And she is off the mark now with 2 runs in unorthodox fashion.
Yeah, that's what she was trying to do, wasn't it? Jump to the offside.
I don't
play
know.
it into the leg. She likes to do that.
Yes, that's what she was doing then. I don't know that's what she was looking to do before, but she's decided at the minute that's her. I mean, there's a big gap here. So, but you know, if you're the bowler, I think you're pretty interested here. If that's what Freeborn's going to do.
Place, Heather Knight.
So Anderson in again. And Freeborn's going across again. She's backing herself. She's paddled that round the corner. That's still and fielded there for a single. Very deliberate and premeditated tactic, and she's got a good eye.
Keeping Chloe Skelton very busy at backward square on the large boundary in front of us. So we're at sort of very fine leg, looking down where we are now. It would be long off when it's the other end.
So Anderson in for the final ball of this over, and that's played much more orthodoxly by Callis, who knocks that back to mid-on, and there is no run. So end of the fourth over, and Warwickshire are 23 without loss.
So there's a power play which involves the fielding circle of 25 yards in the women's game, 30 yards in the men's game. It involves that 25-yard circle, and in the women's game they are allowed 2 fielders outside of that in the first 10 overs. The idea being that if you can hit it up and over the circle, that the batters get a bit of an advantage in those first early overs when the ball is still hard and shiny. Not everyone can do that. I think my personal view is that they should put it out to 30 yards. One, because a lot of the commentators who don't do their homework don't know the difference, but also because actually it's sort of a disadvantage, because it brings the fielders even closer and makes the gaps even smaller in the women's game. So Robbins to continue from the pavilion end to Freeborn. Rocks back and knocks it on its head, but manages to not. Could easily have gone onto her stumps there, as there is no run. Molly Robbins getting some good early pace in here for Somerset, bowling from the pavilion end here at Edgbaston in this Metro Bank One-Day Cup fixture. 50 overs. Robbins in again to Freeborn. Big jump to the offside, swipes towards it but doesn't get anything, and then pushing each other off the ball there. There's a bit of fun going on with Heather Knight and AJ Wellington trying to push each other off the ball.
I think that's just gone off the wicketkeeper's pad. I think that's what.
Is that what it was?
I think
we
that's
got a
what.
one
So
anyway.
she missed the ball. Yes, very. significant movements, isn't there, for Freeborn?
Lots of premeditated.
Yeah.
Callis faces this time. Robbins coming in. Long legs. Oh, big
Oh,
swipe.
that's a
That's
super
through a
shot.
gap. I'm hoping that. I think the fielders probably are as well. That hits the rope. 4 more to Stair Callis, who's enjoying hitting the boundaries and the gaps here. She's getting plenty of game time, certainly playing for Yorkshire and coming back to play for Warwickshire.
Enjoying holding the pose there. I think she knew that the minute she'd hit it, that was 4.
Yes. Oh, she was hoping it was, otherwise
Yes.
they'd wasted a lot of time. Warwickshire 28 without loss. Callis has got 24 of those, and Freeborn has 4 of them. We're into the 5th over, halfway through that. Robbins, blonde figure away from us, and that's squirted through sort of where the second slip would have been. Heather Knight's on her way after it. Is it going to stop before it gets... No, that's another 4. 4 runs to Callis, who is absolutely enjoying this day here at Edgbaston.
Well, I think Robbins can count herself a little unlucky then, because that was a good ball with just enough movement. That was a genuine outside edge. I don't think it would have been a catch because it was quite, it was going down. But that was, I think that's a Pyrrhic victory for the bowler. That one.
What's that mean there, Barbara?
You got to try and describe it.
You've got a ball to work out.
So
what
it
that
means
is.
Although it's gone for 4 runs, so it feels like a loss. Actually, it's like a
so
moral
sort of-
victory.
Okay. Well, Warwickshire will be wanting Sir Callis to get as many moral victories as she can. As that's
Yes.
knocked down for no run. We've got Heather Knight at slip. We've got Amanda Jade Wellington at gully.
Very short gully in there, isn't she?
Charlie Dean at point. And they're just sending Chloe Skelton out to the boundary, that big boundary, to our left. Oh no, it isn't Dean at point. I think Dean is in close at cover, I beg your pardon. Robbins in, and that's the gap that they've left Stair Callis to play the ball through. They want to let... Is that the... Oh, there's the end of the over. So 5 overs gone. Warwickshire are 33 without loss. Callis enjoying hitting boundaries here and is on 29 off the 30 balls she's faced. Freeborn on 4 off the 10 balls she's faced, and I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of World Cup winner Barbara Bibby Daniels, and I will be giving way to Polly Starkey of the Naughty Child podcast.
So yeah, a good start for Warwickshire, 33 for none off the first 5 overs, which is probably something similar to what to how Somerset were. I'm not sure I'd be giving a single to Callis to keep her on strike. I think I might be trying to bowl at Abby Freeborn at the minute, try and get her out. But anyway, Anderson is continuing to bowl from the city end. Whoa, that was short and sitting up, and Callis was just about to try and hit that for 4 by cutting it, but she realised it was wide and left it, so that is a wide and an extra to the score. Polly is back in situ.
Back from my lunch.
Excellent. You found it in the end.
I did.
Sent her on a bit of a mission. Anderson in. Oh, and that's a good ball. That's just... Callis goes back, and that's edged safely, but down through what would be gully into third there for a single. So Freeborn comes back to face Anderson, and in the last over she adopted the tactic of moving across towards the offside and lapping and look to the leg side as a very deliberate intention. So let's see if she's going to carry that on. She waits again, bat held high behind her. Anderson comes in. No, she has waited for that one, and more orthodox push into the offside, no run. And whoever this is fielding here, it was looking... Oh, she was backing up. That's a good old run, isn't it? I was thinking she was getting ready for the lap round the corner. You do cover some miles on some of these pitches.
Yeah, Chloe Skelton there, who's already done quite a bit of running today, and we're only 5 overs in.
So Anderson again to Freeborn, who steps forward. Again drives at that and misses, so she's taken a shuffle forward. And then backs up. She's a bit frustrated with herself, Freeborn, because she hasn't really... I mean, she's had those couple of laps, but she's not really connecting at the moment. But again, this is a good start, so if she can keep her head. You don't want to gift anybody a wicket at this stage.
High score of 40 so far this season, which is against the Blaze, where she also took 3 catches behind the stumps.
Anderson in again. Oh, I'm not quite sure. She went to hook that one. It was a short ball, went to hook it, missed it. Oh, it's come off her shoulder. It might also just hit the bottom of her helmet. It's ricocheted off, gone to third. A leg bye given. And are we going to have a concussion check? I think we are. I think that's, I'm not even really sure that's hit her helmet. I think that's hit one of the, the side pieces off her shoulder. But got to check. So
it's also her second of the day.
Ah, okay. She got one when she was keeping, did she?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So she knows the score. She's taken a helmet off. They're just having a check. Is this where they ask them all the questions?
Yeah, who's the Prime Minister and that sort of thing.
That sort of thing.
Yeah, I was playing a university game on Monday and we had 3 concussions within our team. Which was, I mean, one person turned up concussed and we were like, no, you can't play. So that was quite a big blow.
Turned up concussed?
Yeah, she turned up. Apparently they were training the day before and like multiple of them got concussion and now one of them's in A&E.
What are they doing in training?
I don't. It sounded like they were just lobbing the ball at each other's
Did you
heads.
get American football in training or something?
I wasn't there to oversee proceedings, so I'm taking zero responsibility.
I don't think I ever saw anybody get concussion in my entire career. I edged the ball into my face once, but that was about it.
I threw the ball back to our wicket-keeper and I accidentally threw it into her chin and she was wearing a hat. So that's all I take responsibility for. But I don't think she's even concussed. It's the others. So it's important to do these concussion tests.
So Anderson in. We're all set to go again. Callis, facing now. And just goes backwards and plays a defensive push back to the bowler. And there is no run.
Callis has started well here. Some good shots, and I mean, they say best when fresh, but for Callis, it's like you don't get off the treadmill. She just keeps going.
So Anderson into Callis, and she's left that one. It's just moved away. No wide given. That's the end of the over. End of the 6th over. Warwickshire 36 for without loss. So they are absolutely up with the run rate. I was just thinking about the concussion test. If it was with Kerr Stallis, they'd say, who do you play for? Oh, I don't know. Yorkshire, Warwickshire, Yorkshire, Warwickshire. Oh no, she can't go back on.
No. She's very unsure about that one.
I like to amuse myself. Sorry. So this is Robin's debut. Have you seen? You haven't seen her before. Or you have
I've seen her for Western Storms in
okay.
previous seasons. So yeah, she's been around the squad I think since 2023. I'll just double check. Yeah, so 2023, and last season played 10 matches, took 4 wickets.
So it's a debut for Somerset.
Yeah, debut for Somerset.
Right. Okay.
But has been around the Western Storm side and been in the academy and stuff. So it's not like she's emerged out of nowhere, age 26.
But she looks like a tidy bowler. I mean, that's you know, and getting a bit of shape. So and I don't think she's bowled much at Freeborn yet. So let's see how she copes with this one.
Robin's in from the pavilion end. This one's hit down the ground into the offside for no run.
She does. See, Freeborn gets that front foot and it goes outside the leg stump, which gives her. So she's played that one nicely into the offside, but that clearing away your front leg gives her space to hit through or to hit across the leg side. But if you've got a bowler who can move it, that is potentially going to get her into bother.
Robin's running in again, and this one just defended down the ground. Remains 36, not out.
She takes a big step back on that one. It's very just fascinating to watch the different trigger movements, and Freeborn does different ones. So she is trying to, consciously and deliberately mess up a bowler's line. That's obviously part of her tactic and strategy.
Freeborn 4 not out as Robbins is in, and this one's hit straight back to the bowler up in the air.
It's a bump ball, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's one of those. It could be a crowd catch.
Speaking of crowd, we've got a couple more spectators in. The Hollies is looking a little bit busier. there were plenty in the members area.
I was going to say, when you went down for lunch, it looked like there was
a lot of people having fish and chips.
always a good draw.
Oh yeah. Robbins at the top of her mark. Coming in again. And Freeborn almost tries to scoop it, but plays it flat. There's a diving stop.
Yeah.
But they managed to run through for another one. A slight pause at the end of the roll instead of a straight throw back.
No, that's a well run too. And she likes those shots. Again, she's good at those. Cross batted, she's got herself down quickly and just paddled that round the corner. And again, a little bit finer, and that's 4 runs. So she, you know, I think she knows her game, Abby Freeborn. So I just think a bowler with a bit more movement, and potentially you're in business.
Robbins to Freeborn. This one whacked into the offside.
So again, she's taken herself, literally taken herself outside off stump, then goes forward, and again just clears a path for her hands to go through, to get her hands through quickly. It's really interesting to watch. You know, so many different ways of playing, and I'm not saying that Freeborn's doing anything wrong at all. It's just fascinating to watch and see how people approach it.
Robbins to Callis. This one nudged into the leg side for no run. Callis 30 not out. The Dutch international from The Hague, a very nice part of the Netherlands.
See, there you go. See, that would be the other thing. Who do you play for? Holland? No. Yorkshire? No. Warwickshire?
Yeah. Yeah, played for the Netherlands for quite a few years. In fact, I was having a look, and she played in a series back in January. It was a tri-series against Nepal and Thailand.
Gosh.
Scored 98 not out against Nepal. Yeah, since 2014 she's been playing for the Dutch side, so 11 years. So she would have been about 14 when she made her debut.
I was going to say, she wouldn't have been very old, would she?
No. But I would say she's one of the success stories from Dutch cricket coming to play here, and she's played around Yorkshire sides for ages. I mean, even in 2018 was playing for Essex. So has had a lot of success over here.
So that's Anderson in again, and Abby Freeborn's just managed to get something on that down the leg side, and it's Heather Knight is storming after this ball, but the ball's just going to beat her. So that's 4 runs. It's a leg buys, actually, 4 leg buys. So Freeborn was looking to just sort of paddle that round the corner, and it's come off the base of her pad, I think.
Heather Knight looked like she was on a mission.
She did. She was sprinting away
powering.
then. There we go.
43 without loss.
So Anderson from the city end comes running in. Freeborn waits, bat in the air, and that's in her arc, a little bit shorter, and she's pulled that very effectively for 4 through mid wicket. So she'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable, Freeborn, having put bat to ball a couple of times now, and perhaps faced a few more balls. So 47 for naught now, Warwickshire from 7.2 overs, so that's 8 runs off the first 2 balls of this over, albeit forward leg buys. So Anderson comes back in and past the stumps. Oh, and that, again, Freeborn sort of goes back towards leg stump. She may have got an edge on that, but it's gone, beaten the wicket keeper on her left hand side, so she's probably got an under edge or an inside edge, I think. Buys given. We might have just missed the replay on that one, but that wasn't what Freeborn intended, and Anderson may count herself a little unlucky there at 2 runs scored. Yeah. So Anderson in again. Oh, that is a wide this time. I should be disappointed with that.
Yeah,
so I think Freeborn causing some sorts of chaos out there, actually, by her moving around the crease, by a little inside edge, by leg buys, and Anderson just needs to keep her head here and bowl what she wants to bowl, really. It's quite disconcerting when someone moves around that much, I think. So she's ready, just wipes her hand on the grass and comes running in now to Freeborn, who's on the front foot, driving into the offside to cover, and there is no run. And we've got the
Chloe Skelton.
Skelton just doing her few more steps, backing up all the way down to fine leg and then back to square leg. So she's keeping herself going. So Anderson in again. Right arm over. Whoa, Freeborn moves across to the offside. He's looking to ramp that over her head. And it's beaten her somehow outside her right shoulder. I can't even quite... There's always something to watch here at the minute. She's been perhaps lucky to get away with that. And Somerset will feel that they're in with a shout, won't they? They'll feel that there's a wicket coming. So Heather Knight's just moved from slip to short fine. To try and stop that paddle maybe. Let's see if this does anything different for Freeborn. Anderson in, and that's a good shot into the covers, well stopped, and there is no run. She can certainly hit a ball, Abby Freeborn, can't she? And I think she does like that, just open the body, take the front foot slightly outside leg stump, and I can get my hands through.
So that's the 50 up for Warwickshire.
Yes.
Chasing 298 here at Edgbaston Cricket Ground. A reminder that you can watch this game via the Match Centre at edgbaston.com. Our YouTube pictures linked up with the scorecard, all the match highlights and live text updates. Also, exciting news that the Blast is coming to Edgbaston, and today is the last day you can purchase early bird tickets, available from £15, which is such a bargain for a double header.
I was going to say, that £15 gets you both
for
games.
A double header, yeah.
That is a bargain.
Against Durham. So get yourself down to Edgbaston, because that game should be a really good one.
To be honest, £15 a bargain for one game, isn't
Yeah.
it? Really, you know. So if you don't think you can last 2 whole games, it's still a good price. And will be good to see.
So Molly Robbins to bowl her 5th over. This one beats Katie Jones, the wicket keeper, and is heading towards the boundary. Fielder in pursuit. And they'll run through for a couple. Signalled wide by the umpire.
What was that, Polly? You'll have this information. What was the extras total from the Warwickshire fielding
The
side?
extras total was... In the end, it was 26.
Okay.
As Robbins is in, and this one's nudged into the offside. Yeah, so there were 2 byes, 8 leg byes, 14 wides, and 2 no balls.
14 wides. We've already had a couple of wides here, haven't we? The leg byes.
Yeah, so far there are 9 extras here. 2 byes, 5 leg byes, and 2 wides. Robbins from the pavilion end, and this one's just defended down the ground. Esther Callis holding the pose.
She hasn't had as much of the strike of late, has she? So she's just, I say slowed down. She's still on 30 off 26, isn't she? But she hasn't seen so much of the ball.
Yeah, it's her highest score of the season so far. She had 27 against the Blaze playing for Warwickshire and 22 not out against Derby playing for Yorkshire. This one's struck Chloe Skelton, the boundary rider, out in the dilapidated area.
It's quite interesting because it's such a contrast in batting styles of these two players. You know, Callis is tall and upright, and she's, you know, more orthodox so far in terms of what we've seen, hitting through the ball. And Freeborn has found a way to score awkward runs, I think.
It's interesting because I don't normally associate Abby Freeborn with this style of playing, but it's been effective-ish so far. This one's...
Well, in terms of moving about quite so deliberately.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen... I've watched her quite a lot, but I haven't seen it to this extent before.
So whether this is something she thought, you know, is planned before because she knows the bowling she's going to face, or whether this is what as I'm in the middle of the game, this is how I'm thinking I'm going to score some runs. Or get her out if she was a bit frustrated early on.
Molly Robbins, the debutant.
Ooh.
And that's just defended like it hit on the pads.
She was just looking to push that round the corner as well, and just gone a little too early.
54 without loss as we approach the penultimate ball.
But she's definitely an awkward person to bowl at, but you would still all the time feel that you're in with a chance.
Robbins.
Oh,
played a miss.
I'm not sure.
It goes all the way to the boundary.
That's beaten her on the inside and gone past the leg stump to the boundary for 4. That's another 4 byes, I think, isn't it? Is he given that? Yeah.
Oh.
In with a chance, you see. You are in with a chance. But again, Warwickshire won't mind how they come. They're more than up with the run rate at the minute.
Indeed, after 9 overs, 58 without loss, so 47 not out at the time. The previous innings even.
Tim, Polly's so good. She's got a very neat notebook here, and she'll tell me exactly what Somerset were at 10 overs.
Somerset 10 overs.
They were 53. Okay, and Warwickshire already 58 for none.
Yeah.
Off 9. So I was going to say, without doing anything remarkable, they're well up with the rate. But I think Freeborn.
This is remarkable.
Yes,
what you're watching.
She hasn't scored as many runs. I mean, Callis is, is obviously the main run scorer. But here we go. Callis facing Anderson in the 10th. Oh, she's just played with that, really. She was just, maybe just trying to run that down to 3rd, which is only a 1 there, but that was a bit of a lapse, I would say. Yeah, she's thinking about whether she should have left that one. But that's a good line from Anderson, and that's all she can keep doing. It's just, I've got to keep this tight line, whatever Freeborn is jumping around at the other end. But Anderson in again to Callis, who drives on the front foot straight through the covers and into that Holly's boundary for 4. That's much better than just flirting around on the off stump, off the back foot. Very straightforward for Callis. Front foot forward, hit through the ball.
Yeah, lovely from Callis, and she looks quite comfortable at the moment.
Let's not tempt any fate, but yes, she does. But in fairness, I say most of the batters so far have looked pretty comfortable. But Anderson in. And Callis stands up tall and pulls that through mid-wicket for 4. That was imperious, actually. She's used all of her height there, waited for the ball without any fuss at all. That's a very good start to the over for Warwickshire and Callis.
It just looked confident, the way she struck it, and then kind of just was like, yeah, whatever. It was really casual. It was like she was just batting in the nets, and she just struck it and was like, okay, next ball.
But there is, you're right though, in terms of how many matches she's playing. There is something to be said for that regularity. Once you've got on a roll, you're hitting the ball, you're seeing it, you're in a rhythm. I mean, it's not always helpful if you're going through a really bad trot, but she's just edged that down towards 3rd, where it's been stopped on the boundary, but they're coming back for 2. That's good running. So this is a big over for Warwickshire already.
I think Callis as well is in a slightly difficult position because her opposition is varying so much. She's obviously got Tier 1 where I would say the standard is pretty similar across all the teams, but within Tier 2, within the 10 teams, there's such a disparity. And, Yorkshire thrashed Derbyshire 2 games in a row.
Yes, they did. That's a wide ball from Anderson. He's just got to regroup a little here. It's been a tough opening spell for her for all sorts of reasons. She's bowled some good balls, but she's just got to hold her line here.
And yeah, that disparity, and she'll have bowlers who are a lower ability than these Somerset players, and actually adapting to that and adapting her game, I think can be quite a difficult thing to do.
Anderson in again, and that's a much better line, and that's just kept Callis quiet, who's just had to go onto the back foot and knock that down defensively. It is a difficult thing to do, and it's with that range of abilities that you're facing. You've still got to give it the same concentration, and treat every ball on its merit, literally. But I think the benefit for her, obviously her who's playing in 2 teams, is the regularity of what she's doing. But even for the others who are playing, I mean, they're playing twice a week, really, aren't they, in matches, plus training. It's just a whole world away from not just when Claire and I were playing, but even more recent times. So Anderson in again, back foot by Callis. She's pushed that beautifully, actually. She's placed that to the right of third. And again, it's such a short boundary down there. However good an athlete you are, that's a really tough ask to cut that off. And it wasn't. So she ends the over with another boundary. Callis already on 45 from 33 balls. Warwickshire are 73 for none at the end of the 10th. I'm going to leave you in the hands of Polly Starkey, and Claire is going to join.
73 without loss. Callis on 45, Abby Freeborn on 11. And it's been good from Warwickshire so far. They're 20 runs ahead of where Somerset were at this stage. So already a bit of comparison between the two. And Abby Freeborn will poise as the first ball is going to be bowled by Amanda Jade Wellington.
Yeah, I was wondering when they were going to deploy the Wellington. Is this me or you? It's you. Okay.
Amanda Jade Wellington, the Australian leg spinner, is in, and this one struck by Freeborn. It's down to mid-on for no run. I was expecting to see a flurry of runs with the bat from Wellington when she came in. Didn't quite happen, as this one's in again, and it's half swept all the way to the boundary. That's another 4 for Warwickshire, and Abby Freeborn moves on to 15. It's a better strike of the ball from her. Wellington takes a few steps into action, and this is lofted in the air. It should be taken, and it's taken. Abby Freeborn is out for 15. She struck it, just went down the throat of the fielder in front of the Holly stand. And that's the first wicket that falls. 77 for 1 of Warwickshire. And Amanda Jade Wellington, instant impact in her first over.
Yeah, he wondered how soon it would be before they used Amanda Jade to see if they could make a change here. And Freeborn has been using her feet and manufacturing all sorts of shots, confusing the bowlers. But it felt like more than 15, but it was a useful innings, and certainly a confusing for the bowlers innings. But yes, the first wicket, which they'll be glad of. But as you said, Callis steaming ahead with her 45. Just having a look at the other grounds today. So down at Arundel, where Phil Green is looking after you. Durham set 190 for 8 off their 50 overs, and Hampshire need 81 runs from 29 overs. So that's looking like that's certainly in the hands of Hampshire down at Arundel. And meanwhile, back up at the seaside at Southport, Lancashire need 213 off 33 overs, where Surrey got 296 for 8.
So it'll be Davina Perrin, the incoming batter for Warwickshire. Had a great start to the season so far. She's the side's second leading run scorer. Got 53 against the Blaze and 69 against Surrey, so is in good form. And it's really interesting going into the season. I was looking at kind of young players and players to watch out for, and I picked Davina Perrin as kind of the star player, and instead of the young player, because even though she's 18 years old, she is a bit of like a veteran within the side. She's played for a number of seasons professionally. This one, Wellington's in and pushed by Perrin down to mid-off for no run. Yeah, making her debut, I think it's just after her 15th birthday. So she's been in this side for a number of years and is very experienced, with 2 under-19 World Cups under her belt, as Wellington's in again, and this is defended. So plenty of experience.
Just all-round athlete, and a product of Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme to get more Afro-Caribbean players back into the game.
Wellington to Perrin. He walks down the wicket a little bit, but just defends it. 77 for 1, and Wellington finishes her over.
Because Perrin, you mentioned those two scores from Perrin, 53 and 69 in the Blaze and Surrey games, but they were both the top score. So she's certainly enjoying the Metro Bank One Day Cup and the 50 over format, which allows you to see a little bit more of a narrative and see how players react to that longer format. They will be swapping to Vitality Blast T20 format sort of next weekish, and that takes us through till the 100, and then they'll come back again to finish off this 50 over competition as Charlie Dean comes on from the Birmingham end, and Callis will face on 45. Callis comes forward and just defends that straight to mid-off, and there is no run. So the power play is over now. The restrictions that go around the 25-yard circle are now removed as Dean comes in again to Callis. Squirts that under the bat to Gully, and they get through for a single. Davina, but the other thing about Davina Perrin is she's very quick between the wickets as well. So that was not a risk for Davina Perrin. There's another one to the total. Warwickshire are 78 for 1. Dean to continue, this time to Perrin. Warwickshire trail by 219 at this point. Plenty of overs left. Umpire Middlebrook just holds Charlie Dean back a little. Perrin comes forward and defends that, and there is no run. Right arm over to Perrin, who comes forward but sort of squirts it out from underneath her feet into the leg side, and they get a single. Another one to the total. 79 for 1 Warwickshire. They are 218 behind the total set by Somerset as Dean comes in again, this time to Callis, tapping a bat. Played into the leg side, and that's swooped up by Sophie Luff, and there is no run.
Good from Dean, just taking a bit of control.
Slowing it down a bit
Yeah.
as well. Callis back and defending again, no run. That's the end of the over, already at the end of the 12th over, and Warwickshire are 79 for 1, Callis on 46 and Perrin on 1. At the same stage?
57 without loss. So I mean,
Runs better?
slow it over with 2 just coming from it. I think Warwickshire struggle a little bit more against the spin, so actually playing against the seamers was a bit easier, but when Wellington's come on, and obviously with Dean coming on in the most recent over, it's just a little bit more difficult. So Wellington to continue from the pavilion end with Davina Perrin just waiting as a physio is really sprinting off. Wow.
Well, he can
He is on a mission.
Crikey. Was he on a motorbike then?
79 for 1. Perrin on 1 as Wellington's in. This time she really tries to like chop at it. Doesn't quite get the contact with the ball she would have wanted. But they're going to go for 2. As she said, Perrin really fast between
mission.
the wickets, and she wants to get that total up. 81 for 1.
I think she wanted to hit it harder, and she's almost making a kind of frustrated twiddle with the bat as she ran down the pitch. Weird. Wellington's just moving out square leg, square up.
Wellington in again, the leg spinner. This one goes up and go to Katie Jones, the wicket keeper. England under-19 teammate.
Oh yeah, Katie Jones, yeah. She'll know Perrin.
Wellington in. This one pushed into the offside. It beats the diving fielder inside the ring, but they'll just take 1 from it. Rotating the strike. Stair Callis, who's on 46 from 37, and has really helped this innings so far for her lone side, Warwickshire. Wellington in, and it's just defended with a straight bat for no run.
That's what we didn't see from Freeborn. She was doing exaggerated defence the other day, so she's obviously decided that it was licorice all sorts today.
Wellington, this one kind of chopped into the ground and heads towards point. 82 for 1. This is exactly what Somerset need from Wellington. That's why they sign an overseas to the calibre of Wellington. In once again, this time nudged at backward point. They'll get the single. So finish the over 82 for 1. Callis on 47. 83 for 1 even. So 13 overs gone.
Yeah, Amanda Jade Wellington, of course, played in the previous setups for Western Storm, so no stranger to playing out of Taunton and the West Country. Been a great addition to the side, very enthusiastic, brings a big international following with her, certainly. Is it Life with a Willow or something she does on YouTube? I mean, you can get lost in that rabbit hole, let me tell you, on YouTube, following Amanda Jade Wellington round the world. Very amusing. As Dean comes into Callis, who taps her bat. Oh, shapes at that down the leg side, and that'll be given a wide, and is. Katie Jones tidies up on the spare strip, 2 over from where they're playing. Mat across it. Make for some interesting bounce off that, I think. Dean comes in to Callis. Plays that too long off, and they get through for a single. Good sound off the bat there. Another one to the total. Warwickshire 85 for 1. 212 behind. Dean to Perrin this time. Plays that into the leg side but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Sophie Luff there, positioned in the perfect place to stop that one. Perrin plays that into the offside but straight to the field, and there is no run. Because if you want to see these players playing T20, you've only got a couple of weeks to wait, and today is the last day to get early bird tickets at £15 each to watch that first doubleheader in the Vitality Blast, as Dean comes into Perrin, who tries to work that into the leg side but can't. Not given enough room by Charlie Dean. Weaving a bit of offside magic here. With her off spin. Perrin comes forward, nibbles at that, and it's going to race away to the third boundary. It's a 4. 4 to Perrin. Just edged, not really where she meant it to go. A little nibble at it, but enough with the pace out of Charlie Dean's hand to get the 4 runs to the total, which moves to 89 for 1, our Warwickshire, in reply to Somerset. Warwickshire trail by 208 runs. Dean and again. Perrin tries to find that gap at cover point, but only finds the fielder. That's the end of the over. That's 13 overs gone, is it?
14.
14 overs gone. And Warwickshire 89 for 1.
Yeah, Esther Callis has just slowed up a little bit. It looked like she was going to fly to that 50.
Yeah.
Now she's kind of stuck on
Nervous
48.
40s, maybe.
And Jade Wellington being a big part, a big factor in that.
Yeah.
Slowing up really for Warwickshire.
She's, I think she's underestimating we talked about this on Sunday actually. I think she's underestimating in terms of how much she thinks about what she's doing, strategies. You only have to hear her on the mic when she's mic'd up, in terms of she knows exactly what she's going to bowl.
Wellington in again, and this time through backward point, racing away to the boundary. Chloe Skelton coming all the way around. Also another fielder in pursuit. And they'll run through for
Is that
3 in the end,
Callis's?
I think. And that's the 50 for Stair Callis. 51 from 42 balls, including 4 nines. And that's her best innings of the season. A good knock by the Dutch international on loan here at Warwickshire. Important contribution. And Warwickshire will want her to convert that half century into a century, as Sophie Luff did for Somerset. Wellington to Perrin, who nudges that through the backward point area. And they'll manage to push through for 2. Their running has been fantastic between the wickets.
Bit of cramp setting in, I think. Perrin's just feeling a leg there.
Yeah, she struggled earlier after that big dive she did towards the
yeah.
back end of the innings. Wellington to Perrin. This one pushed to point and bobbles up, so they won't take the run. 94 for 1.
Edging towards that 100 milestone of Warwickshire.
Wellington taking a few steps, bowling a leg spin. This is just nudged. Perry looks keen to go,
She
but
just wants to get off strike, I think.
a bit over enthusiastic. Has to stay at the striker's end. Warwickshire trading by 203 runs as Wellington is in again. There's gasps here in the commentary box as Katie Jones takes that one behind the stumps. .94 for 1. Wellington, and again, final ball of the over. This one struck down the ground, but there will be no run. Finish with a dot ball, end of the over, 94 for 1, 15 overs gone, 35 remain. Stair Callis on 51 and Davina Perrin on 10. I'm going to depart and make way for Barbara Daniels.
Yeah, so Warwickshire find themselves 203 behind. They are 94 for 1. Callis has just got a 50, 51 off 42 balls. Perrin on 10. Freeborn had an interesting and creative innings, trying to manufacture all sorts of different shots, but was unfortunately out caught Griffiths off Wellington, as that's played down by Stair Callis. And there is no run.
It's a shame for Freeborn because she was just getting going, wasn't she? She played a super shot, sweep shot through square leg, and then she just lifted one straight to the fielder. It's so annoying.
Dean to carry on to Callis. Big wind up, but only straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run.
So Warwickshire got. I mean, they've obviously started really well, but you've got 2 class bowlers on now in terms of Amanda Jane Wellington and Charlie Dean.
Spin.
Not going to be, so much on offer, but even if you can get them at 4 and 5 and over, you're still they're ahead of the rate at the moment.
Yeah.
And
that's another edge. I think we're going to get 4 for that. We are 4 runs to Callis, 4 runs to the total. Callis moves to 55, and the total to 98 for 1. So almost at that 3-figure mark for Warwickshire. They trail by 199 runs.
So it's under 200.
Under 200, yes, that's it, yes.
It's still
that's
a long way
that's
to go.
That's the small win, isn't it, for Warwickshire, as Dean carries on. Callis to face. Tries to work that into the leg side, but only succeeds in sending it straight to Sophie Luff, and there is no run.
You said Sophie Luff without saying Captain Fantastic. I'm just saying I don't think I've heard that before, Claire.
Oh, well, Dean into Callis. And just a single there into the leg side, where Captain Fantastic Sophie Luff does a bit of fielding. Yeah, well, I'm just conscious that at I'm working for Warwickshire today, so
yes, just remember that.
Georgia
Claire.
Davis is fantastic as well, but in a different way. Dean comes into Perrin. comes forward, tries to play it through the covers, but only succeeds in sending it straight to Alex Griffiths at short. Oh, Heather Knight's at short cover, who, as we rightly said, has that elbow that she got clunked by Emma Corney when she was batting. I'm only laughing because she's all right. You know, it was just a sort of comedy moment. Bless her. Got a big bruise on her elbow, no doubt. No, there's no flesh there, is there? There's no forgiveness when you get hit with a ball.
Painful, and I imagine tomorrow that'll be sore and stiff.
I remember somebody trying to say to me, I played a little bit of indoor, not much, but for a very successful Wolverhampton side, I would say, despite me, I suspect. I got hit on the side of the head, and somebody tried to say to me, well, it's a low impact ball indoor. I'm like, no, when you get hit on the side of the head, let me tell you, don't feel like a low impact ball. They were still,
that indoor?
Proper soggy.
Oh no, that was hard. Indoor. Those balls, yeah, no, that would have hurt. Right, meanwhile, we're back at Edgbaston. We're not reliving Claire's youth.
Back in the room.
So Amanda Jade Wellington to twirl away from the pavilion end. Oh, that's going to be. Oh, Callis hits that just over the top. Was that Robbins?
Yeah, it's Molly Robbins,
who's really tall.
Yeah.
I thought she was going to catch that.
I did. Yeah, it looked like we were going to have a caught there.
That's Warwickshire's 100, so they're now 103 for one off in the 17th over, and they'll very much want Callis to keep going, because what they don't want is to lose a wicket or two here and it all start to get
a bit messy.
Tight, and we don't want to end up like it was with a tie.
Rosa Talks Ball said that they inherited Central Sparks' collapse, which I hope they haven't.
Oh,
look, you see. What have I done now?
So she's hit one over the top, just cleared the fielder, and then she's got played back to this ball from Amanda Jade Wellington, and it's bowled her. I think she'll be. I think she's just missed it. I'm not sure that did a huge amount. I think she probably just misjudged the length, actually.
I suspect it's a bit of bamboozlery from Wello.
Oh, it did move. Actually, that did turn. I take that back.
Nice innings from Callis, however. So she goes for 60 off 49 balls. She was out there for just over an hour, 61 minutes, 11 fours. She was certainly picking the gaps early on. Took Warwickshire straight to sort of 10 and 12 and whatever. She was scoring all of the runs at one stage, batting with Abby Freeborn.
No, that's it.
Slowed up a bit.
Yeah, well, again, the slow bowlers coming on, both Dean and Wellington, as they've obviously tightened up. But that's a really good start, isn't it? But who's coming in now? Katie George. So this is going to be tough. It's tough to come in and face these two, I think, and feel that you've got to pick the runs up. They're ahead of the run rate at the minute, though, so they just need to remember what happened in the Somerset innings and see that it's, once you're in, actually there's not a lot of no demons in this pitch. Amanda Jade Wellington is a world-class bowler, though, so anything they can pick up, and we know that Perrin will be running all the runs. So.
Yes, Katie George is no slouch running beside the wickets either, and she's also ex-Western Storm player a couple of seasons ago, settled into Central Sparks and has now merged into the Warwickshire team.
Okay, so she's Katie George settling to face her first ball from Amanda Jade Wellington. And that's turned again. And she's gone back and wafted at that and been lucky not to get anything on it. So that's another, not just a dot ball, but a good ball. And this is where you've got to give yourself a chance to have a bit of a look here. So Heather Knight's looking very interested at slip. This time George goes half forward and defends. There's no run, so 2 balls left in this over. Katie George settles again, another high back lift here, and that's ripped out the back of the hand, obviously from Amanda Jade Wellington into mid-wicket, no run.
We've got people in the Hollies stand, haven't we?
We've got, yes.
There's more than you can count.
Yes, I've run out of fingers. Anyway.
Yeah,
so
take your shoes and socks off.
So Amanda Jade Wellington's just pushing mid-wicket out to the boundary, so and here she comes into Katie George, who drives at that one nicely. Oh, that's well stopped at point, but they've taken the single. So George will keep the strike at the end of that over. So Warwickshire now 104 for 2 of 17 overs as the sunshine pierces the clouds a little now.
Yeah, we've got to get some shadows here. That's how good the sunshine is. That was a good stop by Fran Wilson in the point position. Last over. So Warwickshire 104 for 2, 193 behind. Perrin on 10, George on 1. George to face Charlie Dean. Coming in from the Birmingham end. He comes forward and defends that. There is no run.
So Perrin's off the back of scoring. She scored a 50, didn't she, the last game? 60 odd.
She got 53 against the Blaze and 69 against, sorry, I missed that one. That squirted down to fine leg. They're going to come back for a second. Low risk there. 2 easy runs to Katie George.
I think that was a bit of a late decision sweep. I think that was what caused the sort of flurry of hands in airs from the Somerset team.
So the runs are all right, but the 2 wickets down may be a little bit of a worry for Warwickshire in the sunshine. Katie George and Davina Perrin in short sleeves here at Edgbaston. As Katie George works that into the leg side past umpire Clark. Think about a second, but think better of it. Katie George with that big 99 written on the back in yellow on her shirt. You also makes you think about ice creams.
I know.
As soon as you say 99,
that's where I was at.
Soft ice cream,
Strawberry
with chocolate flake and monkey blood. As Dean comes in to Perrin. Makes a big swipe. It's going up and over the top. Are we going to get a 6?
Yes.
We are.
That's
the
into the
first
holly stand.
6 of the game, and not only that, into the holly stand. Well done, Davina Perrin.
Well, it was a filthy full toss from Charlie Dean, but she has just, you know, quite easily hit that, and it is a short boundary, but nonetheless that's the first 6 of the day.
It was a good old. It went quite a long way.
It did. It was a clean hit.
She does a stretch, and Warwickshire on 113 for 2, 184 behind. What's the response? Is this a trap? Charlie Dean. Perry. Ooh. Played sort of through that, and that was a bit messy there. He has a little go at it. I'm not quite sure what it came off, but she kind of holds her grill as though she's sort of embarrassed about what she did there. I'm not quite sure what happened, but there was no run.
The keeper was a bit interested. So
Katie Jones is a bit keen. She's in the sort of chirpy chappy school of wicket keepers, I imagine, and that's played down sort of frustratedly by Davina Perrin. That's the end of the over. So 18 overs gone. Warwickshire 113 for 2. George on 4. Perrin on 16. Warwickshire 184 behind. What do you reckon then, Barbara?
What I'd really quite like.
Yeah, what would you like?
I really would like Warwickshire to win it with overs to spare.
Are we looking for bonus points?
I want to
do it within 40 if they want a bonus.
Well, no, I think that's probably pushing it a bit.
Yeah.
What I don't want to be is on the edge of my seat on the last ball, like last time.
Listen, I shall need medication. Kevin James and I were calling those last few balls, and it was nerve jangling.
Obviously, for the neutral, they might want that. Meanwhile, Amanda Jade Wellington comes in from the pavilion end to Katie George, who just goes forward and plays that down into point, and there is no run. And I don't mind seeing Amanda Wellington get rid of her 10 overs, and then we can carry on. So in she comes again. Katie George plays that very nicely to mid-on. There's no run. And this is, again, as a batter, you've got to not get frustrated here, because you know she can only bowl 10. And I'm not saying don't try and score any runs off her, but, you know, there's other bowlers to come. Yeah. And that's a good shot, so that's a little bit shorter. Katie George rocks onto the back foot and punches that through the covers. And there is just a single as the fielder comes in off the boundary. If they can keep doing that, you know, to 1s and 2s, even if Amanda Wellington only goes for 3 or 4 and over, you know, don't give your wicket away. So she's into Perrin, who plays that nicely off the back foot for none. And this is where, again, I'd like to see, I mean, this is a big ask for a young player, but maturity from Perrin, not to think, I've got to go hell for leather here, I just need to knock the ball around. I'll get a bad ball like she just has and knock for 6. So Wellington in again. And that's well played, actually, because that was well flighted.
Yes, that's hard for somebody who doesn't have the years and years in the game to have that kind of maturity to recognise that there is those opportunities and it isn't all about as you say, hell for leather.
But she does look calmer this year than last year when I watched. I think she's a bit less frenetic. So Wellington in. Oh, that's. I think she'd be disappointed. She made that into a full toss by coming forward, but couldn't find the gap on the front foot. So that's the end of the over, and that's 114 for 2 Warwickshire now off 19, trailing by 183. But yeah, I think look, see, Dean's gone. Obviously, there was the 6, gone for 22 or 4. I think Wellington's gone for about 4 or 5 and over, is she? 4 and over.
I was going to say that at the same stage, after 19 overs, I did manage to make a note of that. They were Somerset put 87 for 1, so ahead of the runs, and with 1 more wicket down. So.
Well, and we still, we know that Emily Arlott, batting at number 7, scored 130 the other day. So, there is batting to come. And
middle order might necessarily be what one might expect of a middle order. That's right.
But what we don't want is, again, that the pressure builds in terms of the last, the people coming in towards the end have got to up the rate. That's what's quite tricky.
But when
change of bowler.
It is Skelton. He bowled very well when Polly and I were up in Durham. She took 3 for 16 off 2.5 overs as George plays that eventually into the leg side. She took a while to wait for that to come to her in the end, but played it to sort of deep mid wicket and got a run off it.
So this is it. So we've got 5 on the onside here, 2 out deep. We've only got 4 in a ring on the offside, but no one behind the keeper, and nobody sweeping. Yeah, so she's got to be bowling straight.
She has. Skelton comes into Perrin. Goes back and defends that down. There is no run.
She's trying. See, Perrin is trying to whip that Caribbean styly through the onside, and just couldn't quite manage it. But that there's a flair about her, definitely.
Yeah, there is. She plays that down again defensively. She seemed, like you say, less frenetic perhaps than previous seasons. Let's hope that the frustrations of youth don't get the better of her.
Well, she's had a couple of good scores this year.
Yeah,
already,
she has.
So
some really good scores. As Skelton comes in again. She comes forward, plays it up and over the fielder. That's good. It's plug in now. Are they going to stop it? They are.
Run.
There's a good stop and a bit of teamwork in the field. And they just get the 2, but over the top. So kind of no risk. Not without a step ladder.
No, she's gone high over there. And if it's a different outfield, that's 4. But she's picked the right ball to do it.
She has. As Skelton comes in again to Perrin, comes down and defends that. And it's recognising the value of sometimes taking a dot ball just to take a breath, particularly with a spin bowler, because you don't get much time in between the deliveries. And Sophie Luff indeed obviously heard you in sending out someone to cover that rope boundary in front of the Hollies. Perrin swaps that into the leg side, and it's going to bounce in front of Alex Griffiths. They get through for a single. And that's the end of the over. So Warwickshire are 118 for 2. That's the 20th over, and they trail by 179. I'm going to have a little drink of water. You're going to be joined by Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Barbara B.B. Daniels.
So yeah, really good start for Warwickshire in terms of runs. So 118 for 2 off 20 overs. So there's still a long way to go in terms of overs and runs required. So the trail by 179, but they will need to just keep going and they won't want to get onto a roll of losing wickets. So there's a long way to go. Warwickshire on top at the moment, you'd say, with Amanda Jade Wellington to continue from the pavilion end.
Wellington in, and that was defended. Back to the bowler, 118 for 2. Davina Perrin at the striker's end. Wellington in again to Perrin, this time slashed into the offside. Chloe Skelton working hard in the slightly empty area of the field. The only fielder about a third of the pitch. I'd say I loved in Warwickshire's fielding innings the creativity of some of the fielding that Georgia Davis was. She was saying some slightly wacky fields, and it wasn't all successful, but I'd kind of admired the creativity
Well, I think that that comes from there was not a lot of wickets, was there? There was not a lot happening. So changing the bowling up, just moving some fielders in slightly different places. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, chopped by George. Goes all the way for 4.
Now this is what I mean when I say it's ever so easy up here. You can say, look, that wasn't a terrible ball from Amanda Jade Wellington, but a bit more width. She's put it away for 4. Can we just nick ones and twos? Otherwise, they're ahead of the run rate. What you don't want to do at the minute is give Somerset a sniff and give them the energy burst of another wicket gone. So you might get a good ball, but don't give it away here because we're on. Warwickshire are on top. Sorry, I was trying to pretend to be neutral. I'm not, obviously.
Wellington, that's pushed into the offside for no run. 123 for 2. George on 10 and Perrin on 20. Amanda Jade Wellington continuing. This one played into the leg side. It was good diving fielding. And that's 123 for 2.
That mid-wicket fielder's now gone out to the boundary.
Ellie Anderson. Wellington, Australian overseas signing.
Shot.
This one's been cut down. It's going to head towards the boundary. Chloe Skelton working hard there on the offside. And I managed to get 2. That's the end of the over. 125 for 2. George on 12, Perrin on 20. Partnership of 22 between them. 172 more runs they need to score with 29 overs remaining.
See, and that's still a lot of runs to go. But again, so Amanda Jade Wellington's already bowled 6 overs. They're taking her for more than 4 and over at the minute. So I think she's gone for 26. So that's sensible batting. You'll get. So she had a 4 off here, another couple of runs. Just got to keep ticking that away. Putting anything, if they get any width, let's put your hands through that. But otherwise, they're in the box seat at the minute, Warwickshire, and they will want to stay there. So we've got Skelton from the City end coming past the umpire now, off spin, and that's just tucked into a space towards square leg by Davina Perrin nicely. Easy single, risk free. So the pressure will switch to Sophie Luff as a captain now to say, well, okay, I've got some good bowlers here, but how are we going to keep maintaining pressure and try and get a wicket? So, that's a good shot for none. So that Skelton came in, and Katie George just moved down the wicket a little bit to drive straight, hit it hard, but straight to the bowler. She's just sorting her bat now. Settles again. Skelton to come. She goes back foot this time, straight in, goes to the cover fielder. There's no cover beyond the cover fielder, so to speak. So if she can find a gap there, it's definitely 4. So Katie George just needs to settle here. Skelton in again, very sensibly. She gives that a little bit more air, and George just forward defensive back to the bowler. It's a good over so far, with 2 balls to go. Just a single off it. And again, now we've got the boundary being covered, so a gap in the cover with the fielder going back to the cover boundary. Bowler comes in, forward defensive. There's no run. So a slightly quiet period here.
It's been good from Skelton, that spin option. Again, just slowing things down a little bit.
That was I had my heart in my mouth then. So Katie George has just hit that to cover, but it was a bump ball. So I did have my heart in my mouth for a second. But there was no wicket and there was no run. So that's the end of the 22nd over. 126 for 2 Warwickshire, with George on 12 and Perrin 21 not out. So is Amanda Jade Wellington going to carry on? No, I don't think so.
I think it'd be a switch to Alex Griffiths.
You're right. So they're saving 4. So again, that's a decision as a captain. She's bowling well. You're keeping the pressure on, but I might need her later. So okay, we'll give Griffiths a go. Now I don't know Griffiths. So what does she do?
So Alex Griffiths
Sorry,
right.
I'm just Polly. I'm just putting that straight onto you.
It's fine. She bowls right arm medium, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, all-rounder from Swansea. Hasn't had many wickets with the ball this season. With the bat, scored 46 against Lancashire.
Right.
But yeah, predominantly a batting all-rounder, but on this occasion has been called into bowl.
So this will be interesting then. So there'll be a bit more pace on the ball. We've got, just looking at the field. So again, we've got a square. We've got pointing very square. There's nobody behind the bat, behind the keeper. The keeper is standing up, and it's Perrin to face.
Griffiths in to Perrin. This has been played into leg side for the single. It's an interesting decision because I guess when you've got more pace, and with Katie Jones standing up to the stumps,
yeah,
as a risky decision. But I guess that, I mean, they've got a lot of faith in Katie Jones in this instance.
But also we've got 1, 2, 3, it's 5 on the leg side here. Ooh,
it's a good take by Jones. I guess you've got a fielder at point, so if they need to run round, it is possible. It is an interesting
but again, so
field.
For the bowler, you're saying you've got 4 on the offside and you've got no one behind, so you're looking for her to really, you're expecting her to bowl straight or leg stump because that's where your field is.
Griffiths to George, played straight down for no run.
And that's a good line. That's bowling to your field, and I guess the potential is that the batters will be looking for the spaces on the offside and maybe will start trying to manufacture a shot into a space that isn't really there.
127 for 2. Warwickshire trailing by 170 runs. Griffiths, number 25 on her shirt, and that's played straight back to her. No run.
Well, that's pretty impressive so far in terms of doing what your captain's asked of you.
Katie George 12, Davina Perrin 22, partnership of 24. Alex Griffiths continuing, running past the umpire. And this one's just nudged into offside, and they do scramble for the single, which is classic fashion for Davina Perrin, really. And Katie George, both very dynamic athletes.
And that's, I mean, that's sensible, that's a single, but again, if that's where you're thinking your space is and you're looking for that, that's when you start playing around a ball. But let's see.
Griffiths Perrin.
Bold.
Defended well. So end of the over, 128 for 2. So just 2 off that over in the end, the first over for Alex Griffiths.
That's an impressive over actually, because she's got the short boundary on the leg side and she's managed to keep that down to two off that and bowled a very tight line. So it's a new bowler for them to look at. So the batters now, you want them to be just, again, not trying to take pressure off themselves, not think, oh, we've had a couple of quiet overs, we've got to manufacture something. They're still, ahead of the game, aren't they? So are we still Skelton? I think we are, aren't we, at the other end? So there's just a bit of a conversation going on between Skelton and her captain, Sophie Love, and they're deciding to, okay, for Katie George, we've got the deep fielder going out at cover to the boundary in front of the Hollies, and mid-on in the ring. So, and then George, actually that's a lovely shot. She moves her feet and plays a really superb cover drive to the boundary for 4 in a fairly effortless style. And this is what I mean, you've had an over, you've only scored 2 runs off an over, then you get that wasn't a bad ball, but you've moved that and you've hit into the gap 4 runs.
Yeah, she came down the track nicely and just striked it at the right time. 132 for 2, trailing by 165 runs.
So Skelton in again. George waits. This time just pushes that into the onside. Very quick call of no. As the ball goes straight to Sophie Love. Katie George just adjusting her gloves. And takes guard again. Skelton comes in from the city end, and George comes forward as if to play a big shot, dabs down into the offside, and that's a very good and a very well taken single. Good running and a good understanding between the two of them there.
Yeah, a little nudge and run, which we've seen across this innings so far.
So Skelton to Perrin, who goes up and over again, and I think she might have hit that one. Oh, I was going to say a little bit better, but it's still plugged. 2 runs, but it's safe again, safe over the top. She's picked the right ball, she's moved, she backs herself. There's a confidence about her to hit cleanly through the ball in an uncomplicated way for Perrin that time.
Yeah, the outfield is kind of plugged all over. There's
Yes,
been quite a few shots all around the ground.
So Skelton in again, and this time Perrin goes onside. That's not going to go to the boundary. She's hit into a gap, definitely 2. And that's good cricket. I'm surprised it's plugging a bit because we've had hardly any rain.
I was going to say,
here
I don't
for the
think
last
it's been
2
raining
weeks,
here.
really. No, there's been a smattering, as I know from my garden. Not enough, but yeah, no, it's not as if it's been wet. So, last ball of Skelton's over to Perrin again. Goes onto the back foot and just dabs that into cover, and there is no single. So good over for Warwickshire there. 137 for 2 at the end of the 24th, so we're approaching the halfway stage in this chase. Still 160 to go, long way to go. And again, at the moment, Warwickshire would be happy, but again, as we always say, 2 more wickets makes a difference.
Yeah, and I think from Somerset's innings, they really pushed on towards the end.
They did.
And actually, the first half of their innings, I don't think was quite indicative of their innings as a whole. And
well, they built a foundation, didn't they?
Yeah,
that's what they did very effectively, actually. And Warwickshire again, the joy of knowing what you've got to chase. They know they're ahead at the minute.
As Alex Griffiths from the pavilion end, that's driven back down past the bowler. I think also for Somerset, they had Sophie Luff scoring that century, but also they had Heather Knight scoring 70, and that was really beneficial. And Emma Corney and Fran Wilson both got 37, so they had multiple players who had decent scores.
Yes.
I mean, I guess Warwickshire have Stair Callis at the top of the order scoring 60, but they need to have at least one of these two go on and make a big score. As Griffiths is in to George, flicks that off the pads into the leg side, and they'll get the single.
No, you're right. Warwickshire, would be in a strong position if one of these goes on, or one or both, but definitely one would need to be sticking around and getting up to the 60, 70, 80 mark, you'd think. Again, Griffiths doing a really good job here. Only going for singles so far.
In past the umpire, and this one's just played back to her again.
That was a bit of an inducker there.
.138 for 2, 159 runs to win. Almost at the halfway stage. Griffiths to Perrin. There's a swipe and it goes through to Katie Jones.
I think that did go slightly the other way. She's bowling very tidily here, Griffiths, someone I haven't seen at all before. I say she's bowling to the short boundary on the leg side with only 4 fielders on the offside. She's making it very difficult for them to find a scoring shot at the minute. So she's only going for 3 runs off her 10 balls so far.
Griffiths, and again, this time pushed into the offside. I'll get 1 run from it. 139 for 2. Just struggling to find the gaps a little bit.
But what Callis has done for them in getting scoring as quickly as she did is give them the luxury of not having to panic at this point. She's got them off to a bit of a flyer.
Griffiths, the final ball of the over.
It's a nice shot.
This time struck into the offside, past the fielders in the ring. 3 fielders in pursuit, but it'll go all the way for 4. That's what Warwickshire needed.
And you
good bit
again,
of cricket from Katie George.
you earned the right to get that. It wasn't a bad ball. It was just slightly fuller and slightly wider, and she pushed that for 4. You know, you've got to be in there to do that, and that means you might have to play a few dot balls or just a few singles.
So at the halfway stage, 143 for 2. And at this point, Somerset were 109 for 1. So you can see 12 come on with drinks for the Somerset players and the Warwickshire batters. Katie George, 23 from 30. Davina Perrin, 27 from 41. And a partnership of 40 between the two of them. And I'll give you scores from elsewhere. So Hampshire versus Durham. In reply to 190 for 8. Hampshire 163 for 3, so just need 26 runs from almost 16 overs with 7 wickets remaining. Charlie Knott and Maya Bouchier both have half centuries there. And then Lancashire against Surrey. Surrey posted 296 for 8, and in response, Lancashire need 136 runs from 20 overs with 7 wickets remaining. Eve Jones has got a century again, and Katie Mack is now 57 not out. So some big scores across the counties even. And in fact, when I went for my lunch, my dad told me a stat from Hypercourse, and I just want to properly look it up so I get it correct. But it's about the amount of centuries that have been scored in the competition so far. And I just found it so interesting because we've seen a number of centuries. And
while you look that up, I gather that I see Somerset have said that Sophie Loss was the first century ever for Somerset, isn't it, in the paid professional era? So
brilliant.
Milestone, talking about centuries.
Yeah, so this is from Hypercourse. There have been 10 centuries scored so far in the first 10 matches of this year's Women's One Day Cup, compared with 12 in 58 games in the 2024 Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy and 13 in 52 matches in 2023. And Hypercourse has also provided a list of centuries in English women's List A cricket, going all the way back to 2016, where in 30 matches there was only 1 century, and in 2017 from 28 matches there was also 1 century. So it has rapidly increased.
Yeah, because I know, and I mean a big factor in that is decent pitches.
Oh, of course.
Because in the old days we've played in some pretty ropey pitches, where the ball did not run away as it does here at these first-class venues. But even so, it also speaks to the skill value of the current players and the time that the contact time they have with the coaches, and the strength and conditioning that they get in comparison with previous, even the regional era. You know, there's a real, for me, there's a feeling of the domestic cricket system coming into maturity now. They're starting to really kick on. Each season there's a massive jump in the skills and the technical ability of the players as they come back to their places. We've reached that halfway stage. We're not quite, because it would be quite nicely symmetrical if there was the same amount of runs needed as on the board, but it's not far off.
Was that just Charlie Dean having a go with Katie George's bat?
Was it?
I think she was just testing it out.
The scoreboard. But there's probably quite a lot of chirp between these teams.
Yep.
Katie George, ex-Western Storm. Charlie Dean, new to the Somerset and Taunton setup this season, previously of Hampshire, of course.
Yeah, I think Katie George and Charlie Dean may have crossed over for Southern Vipers in KSL days.
Sussex, probably.
Yeah, Sussex, like very, very early on KSL days when they were both, I think they were probably both teenagers at the time, maybe 17, 18 years old.
Skelton to continue from the Birmingham end to Perrin. Swipes that round the corner. There's going to be a chase on. They're going to get 2 as the ball's put in the air. 2 more to the total. So Warwickshire edge towards that 150 milestone, and they're at 145 for 2. They trail by 152, so we're almost at that halfway through what they need as the fielder returns to short fine on 45. That's played down and just defended by Perrin. There is no run. You can hear the Somerset players cheering each other on. Skelton comes in again. That's swiped, but only to the fielder, and there is no run. Heather Knight in close there, in her usual position of cover. Skelton hand to hand with the ball. Perrin thinks about hitting up over the top, but instead drives it along the carpet to mid-off, and just a single. One more to the total, rotating the strike here. 146 for 2. Need 151, almost at the tipping stage as Katie George tapped her bat. That's played down and defended. Skelton certainly bowled well when we saw them. We saw them play at Durham on Sunday. We were commentating in the cold at Chesterley Street. Katie George defends that again. Another dot ball to end the over. So 26 overs gone. Warwickshire 146 for 2. George on 23. Perrin on 30. And Warwickshire trail by 151. 24 overs to get them in. What do you reckon then, Polly?
It's going to be a close one. I think it's difficult to call because Warwickshire started really, really well. And I think what Somerset did well is they really pushed their run rate towards the end. And they did really well in that. Whereas Warwickshire, I think you don't want them to get too complacent early on and think, oh, we're really ahead of where Somerset were. As Griffiths continues from the pavilion end, and this is pushed out into the offside for a single. And so, yeah, it's kind of, you don't want Warwickshire to get ahead of themselves, which I'm sure they won't be, but, you know, they'll have in the back of their minds that actually Somerset probably put on a few too many runs compared to what Warwickshire would have wanted to restrict them to at the back end of the innings. Griffiths in again, this time to Katie George, who nudges and defends.
It's like you guys said, it almost felt like Callis gave them a head start with that quick fire innings.
Yeah, no, she
just
definitely
given them
did.
a little bit of thinking time, but still much to do.
Definitely. Perrin 31 and George 23. Griffiths to George, who pushes that into the offside for no run. Just looking for gaps in the field. I've got 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. And I've got Chloe Skelton patrolling the majority of one side as it's been knocked up and heads towards the boundary. 148 for 2.
Of course, we saw Griffiths take a couple of wickets up in Durham as well, 2 for 29 on Sunday. Up at the Banks Homes Riverside, Durham.
Griffiths coming in again to Perrin. Lovely sound off the bat. There'll be no run though.
Jammed in, wasn't it? Good ball.
148 for 2. Warwickshire trailing by 149.
Hampshire on the brink, they need 2 more runs to beat Durham at Arundel Castle.
Griffiths to Perrin, pushes that into the leg side for no run. End of the over, 27 overs gone, 148 for 2, 23 overs remain, and Warwickshire trailing by 149. Katie George on 24 and Davina Perrin on 31. Their partnership worth 45 runs.
It's going to be a key partnership, isn't it? Can they both, or at least one of them, kick on to a big total? Hampshire have indeed won by 7 wickets down at Arundel against Durham, who set them 190 for 8 of 50 overs. They've got them for a bonus point. Skelton to continue. Katie George just rotating the strike there. Last ball. Perrin again uses the same gap to the sweeping fielder on the Harley's boundary, and they get another single. That's the 150 up for Warwickshire, 150 for 2. They trail by less now, 147. So we've passed that tipping point. George to face. Comes forward, works it into the leg side. They think about a run. Davina Perrin has a little mad moment, but goes back to her crease. Take a breath, Warwickshire fans. It's okay. Skelton to George. Comes forward, plays that past Sophie Luff, diving despairingly. They get 1, they're going to come back for 2. Davina Perrin's on a mission. Yep, that's 2. 2 for Katie George, 2 more to the total. Warwickshire 152 for 2. They need 145 now. Just over 22 overs to get them in. They're changing the field. Ellie Anderson coming in behind to cover Sophie Luff, who made a great dive at that. Just missed fingertips length from that shot by George, who places this time into the offside to the point fielder, and there is no run.
$152 for 2.
Yeah. Skelton spinning the ball in her hand. Katie George just taking the time. Comes forward, whacks that past Davina Perrin, the backing up batter, to long on. They get through for a single. Fielder comes in off the rope, and that's the end of the over. 28 overs gone. Warwickshire 153 for 2. George on 28, Perrin on 32. Warwickshire need 144 from 22 overs. Eight wickets remaining.
And it'll be Alex Griffiths to continue. From her 3 overs so far, only conceded 10 runs.
Where I was commentating from at Taunton Vale, I was side on. The action is really nice, actually. Alex Griffiths.
Griffiths to George, who has a big attempt at that, and it's out. Out, LBW. Alex Griffiths gets her first wicket, and Warwickshire are 153 for 3. Warwickshire fans would have been hoping Katie George would have gone on to get a big score. It's what Warwickshire need. But it'll be Perrin who stays in the middle, and George departs. A decent innings of 28, but Alex Griffiths made the difference.
Yeah, 28. I'll make that 40 balls and 3 fours. I think it's a useful innings from Katie George, but I think Warwickshire wanted to have seen her stay in and build on that partnership that they just got to 50 in their partnership, and Katie George falls. LBW to Griffiths.
Nat Wraith heading to the middle for Warwickshire.
Warwickshire need 144. We've got all sorts of people listening to us. Anna the half doctor umpire, who's out in Sri Lanka. She's listening as well. Welcome, Anna.
Griffiths to Wraith. That's nudged into the offside. Scramble through for the single. 154 for 3.
and Sri Lanka with the tri-series, South Africa, India and Sri Lanka.
Rafe in again to Perrin, flicks this straight to Sophie Luff for no run.
Game seems poised at this point. Can Warwickshire kick on? That Wraith straight off the mark.
Wraith coming in again. She tries to turn it round the corner, but it goes straight through to Katie Jones behind the stumps. $154 for 3. Perrin on 32. Rafe just on 1. Griffiths in again to Perrin. This time pushes it, beats the diving fielder inside the ring. They'll get one from it. 155 for 3. So Warwickshire looking to rebuild. As Alex Griffiths proves pretty key for Somerset in the bowling department. This time chipped up and goes straight to
Heather Knight for a bump ball.
Yeah, Heather Knight.
So 29 overs gone. Score is 155 for 3 for Warwickshire. They need another 142 off the 21 overs. Now here's a challenge for Warwickshire fans. Somerset have sold out their Vitality Blast double header down at Taunton. So can we do the same? This is your last day to get early bird £15 tickets for that very first Vitality Blast double header. The game here will be against Durham. Durham Warwickshire women will play their women, and then the men will play the men's side. Which makes sense. In that double header on the 31st of May, as Perrin comes round and swipes that backward of square for a 1 bounce 4. She really meant that into that gap. 4 more runs to Perrin. 4 more runs to the total. Perrin on 37 and Warwickshire on 159 for 3. Trailing by 138. If you can get boundaries in 4s and 6s, that's going to take a big nibble out of that score that they're chasing. Perrin will face again. What can Skelton do as a response to that? Amanda Jade Wellington waiting at square leg. That's up and over the other side this time, but it's straight to the fielder at backward point, and that's out. Perrin's caught backward point, which is Ellie Anderson, I think. Yes, Ellie Anderson at backward point, off the bowling of Chloe Skelton. So Skelton picks up a wicket. She was very useful at Durham, wasn't she? She's now picked up a key wicket potentially for Somerset here, and Perrin goes back to the sheds, and that is, what did she get? She got 37 off 54 balls and 2 4s and a 6. I can't believe she only got 2 4s. That seems a bit mad, but a very good innings. She was working really well with Katie George, and now Warwickshire are going to have to rebuild this partnership here as Bethan Ellis comes out to join Nat Wraith at the crease. Nat Wraith, of course, previously with Western Storm, so she'll know a lot of these players from having played domestic cricket with them. Bethan Ellis, who got 63 against Surrey, so doing well with a bat in the last game. I want a bit more of that.
Yeah, far from ideal. George and Perrin gone in the last 2 overs.
Warwickshire need 138 still. Just a reminder, Somerset got 297 for 6 in their 50 overs. They lost a wicket on the last ball. So, yeah, 297 for 6. And now Warwickshire still need 138. 6 wickets remaining. Bethan Ellis to face. They've brought in short fine at the 45 and a backward square. That's played down by Bethan Ellis, and there is no run as Sophie Luff comes in, collects. It goes back to Skelton, the bowler, into her 6th over. Bethan Ellis sweeps that past the umpire at square leg, and they get through for a single. Good way to start. Bit of a nerve settler perhaps for Bethan Ellis. Chloe Skelton getting a few words from Sophie Luff. We watched her get 3 for 16 up at Durham in less than 3 overs. What can she conjure up here for Somerset in their all black kit? Looping up, Bethan Ellis plays that through the covers. There is a fielder there on the boundary. It comes forward and stops that. They just get the single. Another one to the total. One more got, one more less to get. 161 for 4. Warwickshire need 136. Skelton are bringing in the long on to sort of long, sort of mid off, long off to short off. So that's played into the offside, and there is no run. That's the end of the over, so that's the 30 over mark. And Warwickshire 161 for 4, Wraith on 2, Ellis on 1. Warwickshire need 136. So what were they at the same?
136 for 1.
So ahead with the runs, but
the wickets.
Lost, which not necessarily be the biggest problem, because we know that they can bat down the order, Warwickshire. So this will depend on the fielding and bowling of Somerset.
It's Alex Griffiths to start her 5th over.
Ooh.
There's a big appeal. It's given out. This is not ideal for Warwickshire. Far from ideal. Nat Wraith is out for 2. LBW. And has the 2nd wicket for Alex Griffiths, who has had a big impact in the game. Got some crucial wickets. And this could really be where it turns for Warwickshire. 5 wickets down. Still requiring 136 runs to beat Somerset. Somerset look on top.
Yeah, the balance has tipped, hasn't it? I think those quick wickets.
Yeah, that's a wicket for the last 3 overs. So Katie George, Davina Perrin, and now Nat Wraith.
Some steadying needed on the Warwickshire batting order.
Again, as I mentioned, Somerset, they had Sophie Luff scoring a century. They also had Heather Knight at the top of the order with 70, and then Fran Wilson and Emma Corney hitting 37. Warwickshire, on the other hand, had Stair Callis 70 at the top of the order, and they've got Davina Perrin, who scored 37, but they haven't had anyone that's gone on
since then. Yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
And Callis is the only half centurion. They need someone to put in a big performance. That person potentially could be Emily Arlott, who's coming to the crease again, who came in at 7 and hit a remarkable 130 against Essex, which I don't think anyone was quite expecting. And she'll need to replicate a performance like this, as Alex Griffiths is in again. Just defended tentatively by Arlott. 161 for 5.
Warwickshire need 136.
Griffiths running in past the umpire. This one driven, but goes straight to Heather Knight. 161 for 5, the score remains. Into the 31st over. Griffiths just flicked off the pads. 162 for 5. Managed to add another run to the total.
And 35 to win Warwickshire.
Griffiths to Ellis. A swing and a miss. Goes through to Katie Jones. It's getting a little bit nervy for Warwickshire.
This is a sort of hush descended.
Yeah. Griffiths, only 12 conceded from her almost 5 overs as she bowls the final ball. This one pushed a point and they'll take the 1 run as there's a slight misfield. So Alex Griffiths, 5 overs, 12 runs and 2 wickets. It's been decent from her. 163 for 5, 134 to win. Bethan Ellis on 2. Emily Arlott yet to get off the mark.
Chloe Skelton to continue from the Birmingham end in the sunshine here at Edgbaston. You're listening to Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast. Myself, Claire Jenkins and Barbara Daniels. Metro Bank One Day Cup. 50 over match here at Edgbaston. Bethan Ellis comes forward, drops that into mid-wicket, bouncing in front of the field, and they just get through for a single. Need low risk at this stage, but they need to be rotating that strike also, as Arlott takes her guard. Tall figure at the crease. Skelton, right arm over to the right-handed Arlott. Rocks back, but can only play that straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. Arlott squirts that backward of point. They get through for a single. Testing the wicket keeper and Sophie Luff in the throwback. 1 more to the total. 165 for 5 of Warwickshire. They're 132 behind. Skelton to continue. Swept. Does it go straight to the fielder? It is. She's caught. She's top edge that to the short, fine leg fielder, and it's a catch there. She's out, I'm afraid. And Skelton picks up another wicket. And Molly Robbins, I think. Is that Molly Robbins? 14? Yes, Molly Robbins takes the catch there. So Warwickshire lose another wicket, I'm afraid.
It's not looking good for Warwickshire.
Ellis goes for 3 off 6 balls.
The wickets column is concerning, and yes, they can bat down the order, but when you've got 132 runs to score, relying on your lower order batters in this scenario, I think proves difficult. And of course, yes, there's the caveat of Emily Arlott scoring 130 runs, but it's rare for that to happen. Even if you're an opening batter, that doesn't happen very often. And assuming that it's all going to be fine because of that, I don't know if that's the wisest thing to go with. So Karis Pavley comes to the middle.
Yep, former England under-19 and left-handed bat, crucially, which will at least mess with the bowlers' heads in terms of their lines and length, and also will mean that the field will have to change each time the strike is rotated. But equally, Somerset will feel the confidence of having taken 6 wickets. 165 for 6 of Warwickshire. They need 132 wickets tumbling here at Edgbaston. as the square leg umpire realises it's a left-handed bat and needs to swap to the other side. AJ Wellington goes to mid-on, onto the circle. Sophie Loff drops into cover, and Caris Pavley takes her guard. Skelton is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Pavley, who's just making sure she's got her stance right. She rocks back and defends that textbook style. There is no run. 165 for 6 at Warwickshire. They need 132 more runs. Wickets tumbling. Skelton just has a slightly interrupted run. Starts again. Pavley shapes to come forward. Has a little twiddle at that, but doesn't get anything on it. And that's a dot ball and the end of the over. So 32 overs gone. Warwickshire 165 for 6. Arlott on 1 and Pavley yet to score. Desperately needing to build some sort of partnership here.
Yeah, the last 4 overs have seen a wicket in each, which never bodes well.
Doesn't. Indeed. What about the how are the other games getting on? Let me have a quick look at what's happening up at Southport. I'll make it that Lancashire need 79 runs to win from 13.5 overs, with 5 wickets remaining. Surrey got 296 for 8. Lancashire are 218 for 5. I want to get those PDQ because if they get them within 40 overs, they're at 30. They're into the 37th. If they get it before 40, they get a bonus point.
Alex Griffiths from the pavilion end. This time come off the edge of the bat to point for no run.
Perfectly placed point, wasn't it? For that deflection.
.165 for 6. Here the tap of Arlott's batters. Griffiths is in again. This time down the ground. There's a shot at the stumps. It's going to go for overthrows, and they're going to capitalise and take a run. It was trying to apply the pressure, but not well executed from the captain, Sophie Luff.
Worth a go, probably, though.
Yeah.
They need the wickets, don't they? Put more pressure on the Warwickshire players. .166 for 6. Alex Griffiths bowling well so far for Somerset. Griffiths round the wicket this time. Pavley yet to get off the mark after facing 3 deliveries. Griffiths right arm round and pushed into the leg side. Warwickshire need 131. More runs.
Griffiths threw her rhythm and flicked off the pads by Pavley. They'll take 1. Pavley was keen for a second, but it's a stop. 167 for 6. Adjustments in the field. That left-hand, right-hand combination. Final ball of the 33rd over. Griffiths going put it over the wicket. And this is defended. Little tap and run. There's a shot at the stumps. And it's going to be out. Pavley is run out. Frustrating for a player who's been so fast in the field, so dynamic. And that's the last thing Warwickshire needed. It was a risky move to go for the tap and run approach, but Arlott called it. And that's another wicket for Warwickshire. Pavely slowly trudges back after only getting 1 run, facing 5 balls.
It sort of felt like a risk too far, given they've got plenty of deliveries left. It's
Exactly.
just about not allowing that wicket, and it just was. They have done some drop and runs, but you've got to, you know, there's a drop and run sensible, and there's a drop and run perhaps not.
7 wickets down. 167 for 7. 33 overs gone. 17 overs remaining. As you say, plenty of time.
Yes, Pavely only got their 1 run, a run out affected by Knight and Jones.
So that's now 5 consecutive overs with a wicket, which is
for Warwickshire fans will not be what they want to hear, will it?
No, and it's Izzy Wong to come to the middle. He can be a big hitter at times.
Yeah, they've changed the order a bit. Skelton to Arlott comes forward and plays a defensive shot. There is no run. Warwickshire 167 for 7, Arlott on 2. Warwickshire need 130 runs. Up and over from Emily Arlott into a gap. Is he going to plug? No, it's 2 bounces 4. Well done, Emily Arlott. 4 more runs to the total. She goes to 6. The total moves to 171 for 7, and they need 126. Warwickshire will want to start ticking these off. Get to 120, then 110, then 100. Still 126 to go. Skelton continues in the Birmingham end. Arlott plays that down past the cover fielder, but there is a backup, and there is no run. Arlott gets out of the way. The ball gets thrown back slightly madly to Katie Jones. Sunshine here at Edgbaston. We've got shadows on the pitch from the players. Skelton in. Arlott, just a little nibble at that. It's going to run away. Are they going to cut it off is the question. Ellie Anderson's after it. She is going to cut it off. I think, yes, she has. They're going to have to run them. It's a bit mad, but they have run several there. So that'll be an odd amount because Izzy Wong has ended up at the striker's end, and the score moves on to 174 for 7. Warwickshire trail by 123. Izzy Wong just taking the time, making sure her gloves are on, and she's looking for gaps in the field. She goes back, goes underneath the bat. She does get something on it. Ellie Anderson doing a replay of the last ball. She's going to stop. Oh, I don't know if she managed to stop that or not. She's gone flying over onto some carpet. I hope she's going to be all right. Yeah, she's getting up. She's getting up with a scraged elbow, I think. And I think the umpire is asking, did it go over the rope? And I think Ellie Anderson, sportingly, ex of Edgbaston, Central Spark, says no, I did knock it over. So another 4 to the total. Warwickshire 178 for 7. Arlott on 9, Wong on 4. I need 119, so below 120 now. Skelton comes into Wong. Plays that forwards, but straight to Heather Knight at the covers, and there is no run. That's the end of another over. As mad drivers seem to be going round the outside of Edgbaston. We can see them, hear the revving engines. 34 overs gone. Warwickshire 178 for 7. 16 overs remaining. They need 119 runs. Can they get that below 100 and then start ticking the tens off there?
I've got some fantastic news for Warwickshire fans. Yeah? That was the first over in 6 overs that there wasn't a wicket.
Oh,
so that's a positive steps.
Yeah. It feels a bit like clutching at straws, but you know,
you've got to, as they always say in cricket, you've got to take the positives.
Yeah.
Got to take the positives. Yeah. As speaking of positives, Alex Griffiths, 2 wickets so far, and she's going to start her 7th over. And now and jams that into the ground as Arlott. Oh, I've missed Birmingham and the hum of the cars revving.
The boy racers going around in a ring road. Oh, there might be motorbikes. Something not well tuned engine.
Griffiths running in again to our lot. Struck down the ground. It's inside the ring. It's like Manchester Jade Wellington didn't quite get the grip on that to throw it back and just kind of threw it into the pitch. It happens.
Just laughing at her own joke.
Exactly.
Never a dull moment with Amanda Jade Wellington.
No.
She's dancing down there.
178 for 8 as Griffiths is in, and that's played down the ground. Good fielding by Molly Robbins. Able to stop it in the ring.
A single. Balance is certainly in Somerset's favour at this point, but what can the two players who generally are referred to as bowlers, but they are all-rounders as well.
Griffiths to Wong. He plays like into the ground for no run. Doesn't get the hold on it she would have wanted.
Yes, she demonstrates the snooker action that she just played with the other end of the bat.
179 for 7. Arlott on 10, Wong on 4.
118 needed for Warwickshire.
Griffiths to Wong, this time driven straight to Heather Knight in the covers.
Somerset frustrating Warwickshire here. These are two batters who really like to swing the bat through the ball. And I think the person at cow corner probably needs to be ready because Izzy Wong likes that shot.
Griffiths to Wong. He plays it down the ground straight to Sophie Luff. End of the over. 35 overs gone, 15 remain, 118 to win.
Goodness. It's getting tight for Warwickshire.
Yeah, just one run from that over.
Yes. The opposite to what they need now. Need to find some boundaries. 15 overs to get 118 runs. Are they going to change the bowling? Are we going to see more Wellington eventually?
Looks like there's a discussion between Charlie Dean and Sophie Luff. And Charlie Dean
to come on, is it?
Yeah.
Right, so we're going to see more Charlie Dean from the Birmingham end. This time to Emily Arlott. 118 needed. Dean to Arlott. Defends that straight to Heather Knight, and there's a lot of running round, but it's a dot ball. Heather Knight parried it. Charlie Dean went round to tidy it. There's some big gaps here if they can find them, but the bowling has been good and tight as the cover fielder comes off the boundary into the circle on the offside at cover, coming into a cover point position. Arlott to face. Forwards and defended. Another dot ball. Somerset will want to stitch these dot balls together. Arlott will want to try and get some boundaries. I think it's caught behind. There's an appeal. Arlott is walking off, I think. A sort of quiet one. I think Katie Jones did the big appeal there and didn't even need the umpire to signal. Emily Arlott started walking off there. So Arlott gone for 10, unfortunately. Starting to get settled as well. So Emily Arlott goes for 10 off 17 balls. 21 minutes and 1-4. So Warwickshire hemorrhaging wickets here, getting down to the bottom of the batting order not necessarily bad bats, but people who wouldn't be expected to be relied upon to get 118 off the last 14 and a half overs necessarily. This brings the captain in to bat, Georgia Davis, former policewoman, gave up that for professional cricket. Captained the first ever paid professional team for Warwickshire. There have been previous teams before, of course, in previous county structures, but this is the first time they're paid professionals. In the last 5 seasons they've been involved with regional sides. This would have been Central Sparks at home playing Western Storm in the previous era. Georgia Davis to the crease, exchanges words with Katie Jones behind the stumps, a young wicketkeeper for Somerset. Charlie Dean to continue. Davis just checking her pads. Dean in. Davis. 2 point, and they get through for a single as it's slightly misfielded. Georgia Davis gets off the mark. Wong on to strike. She's on 4. Warwickshire are 180 for 8. They need 117 runs if they're going to win this game. Deliveries left, but running out of wickets. Wong glances that down to leg. There's a chase on down here. I think it's going to hold up anyway as Skelton comes around. They're thinking about getting extra runs here. Skelton has lots of mileage to cover there. 183 for 8. Warwickshire trail by 114. Dean to continue. Georgia Davis looking for gaps. Plays that to point, but there is no run. Another dot ball. Another over passes by. 36 overs done. 183 for 8 on the board for Warwickshire. Davis on 1, Wong on 7. They need 114 to win this game. What do you reckon then, Polly?
I hate to say it, but I think Warwickshire's chances are thin. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be one word for it.
Yeah. I mean, it would be an epic comeback, and it would be one for the history books if they did it, but I think it's unlikely.
14 overs left to get that 114 runs. Big ask.
Alex Griffiths, who's been outstanding to date, from her 7 overs, just 2 for 16. And she's in again. It's flicked into the leg side, and they'll take 1 run. And I think I have to eat a bit of humble pie really with Somerset, because ahead of the season, I mean, a lot of people were agreeing with me, but they looked weak.
Yeah.
And in terms of recruitment, yeah, a young side. They only brought in Charlie Dean. I think obviously having players like Heather Knight actually playing county cricket makes a big difference. And obviously when Danny Gibson's back fit, they're going to have another all-rounder in their ranks. But I've been really impressed with what I've seen so far. Obviously that first game against Surrey was outstanding and kind of shocked everyone. But yeah, I've been really impressed with their team so far. Griffiths in again to Davis. He plays this one straight to point in a backward point area. 184 for 8. There'll be no run. Still 113 required to win. But I think what I've noticed so far is there kind of no guarantees with the competition, and I guess Durham have probably been the weaker side, and maybe Essex, but it's not a guaranteed win over either of those teams. As Griffiths comes past the bowler, beats the diving fielder. It's probably not going to make it to the boundary.
They might be able to run 5 here if they're really fast.
Rapid fielder in pursuit. I think that might be Emma Corney.
Yeah, the red shoes.
And 186 for 8, so I got 2 from that. Griffiths to Davis. Doesn't manage to get that away, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, the lineups when you look at them, and when you consider, Surrey are like the Galacticos, aren't they? They're kind of the Real Madrid of it all in terms of all the stars in the lineup. But then they're not necessarily as good at 50 over, as Ed Seaborn pointed out.
Griffiths to Davis, who strikes that down. Molly Robbins with the fielding just outside the ring. Sunglasses falling off in the process. And just one run from it. Yeah, I mean, Surrey, Lancashire at the moment. Lancashire need 47 runs to win from 8.5 overs with 5 wickets remaining. So it's going to be a close one, I think, there. The wickets will be the crucial part. But Fee Morris is 58 not out and Ellie Threlkeld 11 not out.
Warwick could do with a bit of that.
Griffiths, once again, that's driven straight back to her for no run. So that's a good end to the over. 37 overs gone, 13 remain. 187 for 8. Warwickshire trail by 110. Be Charlie Dean bowling from the other end.
It's almost that they need to think about the game within the game here, don't they? They need to be thinking about those. Get to below 100, then get to below 90, and then get to below 80. But at the moment, it just feels like they need to just get bat onto ball and see what they can get. How they talk about taking it deep, don't they? Which basically taking the game as long as possible. There are the deliveries there. Davis plays that straight to Heather Knight at cover, and there is no run. There was cover behind as well, in case there was a fumble there, which there wasn't. No run. Another dot. Davis crouching. Comes forward, hits it up over the top. It's a low risk, it's going to plug, and I suspect it may not get to the rope. We're watching it. Is it going to get there? And it is. It has run. It's won the battle. So Davis gets a 4 up and over mid-wicket. Nice big shot. It just felt that it was coming down from such height. They might actually stop and not go anywhere, but it did manage to trickle over the rope, fortunately, as Warwickshire head towards that 200 milestone. They're at 191 for 8. Need 106. Next target is getting to 200 and getting it below that 100 required as Davis taps a bat. Plays that down into the vacant backwards square. Fielder coming in off the rope. Chloe Skelton, they get a single. Another one nibbled off. Warwickshire 192 for 8, need 105. Mid-on goes deeper. 20 yards in there, 20 yards in at mid-wicket, and so is the backwards square fielder. Tight on the offside. It's played into square leg, just dropped. They get a single, rotating the strike. Going to need to do more of this as they head towards the middle of the 38th over. 193 for 8, they need 104. Dean to Davis again. Plays that again straight to Heather Knight. There is no run. Feels like a bit of a hush has fallen over the ground. Dean into Davis. Has to go back and can only defend that down. Back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. 38 overs gone. Warwickshire 193 for 8. Davis on 9, and so is Wong. They need 104 to win.
What I will say is, look at the comparisons. At this point, so Somerset were 194 for 2.
Ooh, yes, the wrong
so
way around.
It kind of goes out of the window at this point, and also knowing what we know about Somerset's innings and kind of pushing on towards the end. Yeah, it's. I'll leave the audience with that. You
Yes.
can do the math yourself.
Yeah, 104 to win. Warwickshire, but and also Somerset are about to deploy the Wello.
Yeah, Amanda Jade Wellington returning so far 6 overs, 2 for 26. So she's been key once again. No surprise really in that department. Oh, Lancashire now 36 runs to win. It's getting exciting. Wellington to Wong. That's been nudged by Wong into the offside. Again, two players actually who would have played together in, I think they were both there. I think they were Vipers KSL days even.
Oh yeah, probably
at the same point.
Big bash against.
Yeah, that's very true. As this one's been sliced by Wong down the ground. Chloe Skelton, who's featured a lot today.
She's been busy, hasn't she?
Been doing everything.
Bowling, fielding.
Yeah, WBBL, of course, managed Wellington. Kind of legend of the Adelaide Strikers.
Yeah.
And Izzy Wong with a season with Sydney Thunder as to Davis. This one's pushed into the offside. Wellington takes a few steps into her action. Carried down the pitch on the leg side. 195 for 8. 102 to win.
Yeah.
Of course, there's 2 wickets remaining. Struck down the ground. Fielded by Alex Griffiths, though, just outside the ring. So it'll just be the 1 run. Close to the 200 mark.
As you say, this would be an absolute miracle to pull it out from here.
Gonna need some boundaries in that case.
Jump down.
Yeah. So, end of the over, 196 for 8, 101 to win. Izzy Wong on 11 from 12. Georgia Davis, the captain, 10 from 14. A partnership of 17 runs. Only 3 from that over.
Warwickshire trail by 101. Next target to get below that 100. Dean to continue from the Birmingham end as we hear the builders are in upstairs, which isn't some sort of euphemism. It is. They were actually building upstairs, I think. Clinking noises. Wong awaits. Oh, is it another caught behind? There's an appeal from behind. We're in exactly the wrong angle to see what's going on there. It's the wicketkeeper and the batter in the way of that. It was a dot, whatever happened, as Dean comes in again to Wong. Rocks back, straight to the fielder. Another dot. Somerset build the pressure. Warwickshire need 101. 2 wickets remaining. Dean to continue. Jammed down again. Another dot. Dean already with a wicket in her back pocket. Bowled our lot earlier. Into Wong. Rocks back. Defends that. Sophie Loft tidies up. Another ball gone. Wong. Oh, squirts that an under edge to backward as square. And they get through for a single. She knew where that had gone. Almost nutmeg styley. Dean to Davis this time. That's played into the leg side. They're going to get a single. They've taken it to below 100. It's 99. That's the end of the over. 40 overs gone. 10 overs to get 99 runs. Warwickshire are 198 for 8. Davis on 11. Wong on 12. Partnership of 19. Wellington to continue. She's already got 2 wickets. 10 overs to get 99 runs, Polly.
That run rate has really slowed. It was just 2 runs from the previous over. The over before that, just 3. So the squeeze is really on by Somerset, and they can't get the bonus point now, can they? It's reached 40 overs.
Gone, yeah.
So
they can get the victory.
yeah, they obviously want the victory, and they're very much on course to do that. Wellington for 2 for 29 from her 7 overs, and she starts again as this one just played out to Alex Griffiths. And the boundary in front of the Holly stand. Just retying of shoelaces for Izzy Wong.
There are spectators in all the stands to our right hand side, and we can hear them underneath, but we can't see how many there are of them.
All spectators are technically fielders. You never know where the ball could go.
Oh yes, that's true. Sorry, yeah.
Always roped in.
Yeah. Eyes on the ball at all times.
Wellington to Wong, just nudged into the leg side edge of the bat. There has to be quick between the wickets there. Throw came into Katie Jones, and that's the 200 up for Warwickshire. 200 for 8. 40.2 overs.
19 extras.
Wellington in again, this time flicked up in the air over the jumping Ellie Anderson. It won't find the boundary. That could have been a catch. I don't know how much higher than Ellie Anderson it actually went. She's relatively tall, and she did leap for it. But 201 for 8.
96 to get.
Wellington straight back to her. Both Wong and Davis on 13 runs. Wellington in again, this time slaps it down the ground. There's a fielder in pursuit, that's Chloe Skelton, working hard again. She does cut it off, throws it in, so they'll get 2. I'd love to see Chloe Skelton's kilometre count after this, because wow, she's covered a lot of ground.
She has.
Wellington to Wong. This one left and goes through to Katie Jones to end the over. 203 for 8. So better over, 5 from it.
Lancashire need only 24 runs from 5.5 overs with 5 wickets remaining. They're on 273 for 5 against Surrey, who set them to, well, they got 296 for 8, so they set them 297. So just those 20 runs to get now. Just under 6 overs. But again, Lancashire over the years, I mean, they've basically said the same. They were called Lancashire Thunder, now still Lancashire. When you look at their list of players, and you think that the ability within that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see if they can, especially with Eve Jones hitting these centuries, as Dean comes in again to Davis, knocks that down past the sprawling Dean, but there is no run.
Yeah, a team like Lancashire have always underperformed, and it's been quite frustrating because it's like everything's in place. They're the team that's had the most professionals and all these things. It hasn't quite worked, but this season, I don't want to say anything too soon, but things are falling into place.
As Davis plays that up and over Sophie Love. They get through for 1. They're going to come back for the 2nd. That's 2 more off. It's a big ask. They still need 92 runs. They've got 205 for 8. Davis and Wong both on 15. Partnership of 26. Dean into Davis. Oh, a little nibble at that. It's going to run probably for 4. Yep. 4 more runs to Davis. Just a little edge there, but it was going fast enough from the hand of Charlie Dean to get that boundary for Warwickshire. So another 4 less to get. They trail by 92 runs. Oh, 88 runs. Score moves to 209 for 8. Davis on 19, Wong on 15. They still need 88 runs. Can Davis dig this out? Played straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run. Katie Jones juggling her body around the stumps to take that ball. Got to rebuild the stumps. Umpire Middlebrook just holding Charlie Dean back while Katie Jones rebuilds the bails on top of the stumps there. That's hit into the leg side. Sophie Luff can only dive. They get through for a single. Another one off the total. 210 for 8. Warwickshire need 87 off 8.1 overs. Charlie Dean just examining the ball. Wong to face. That's played behind square. They get through for a single. Jogging them now. That's the end of the over. So 42 overs gone, 8 still to go. Warwickshire are 211 for 8. Davis on 20, Wong on 16. Their partnership to 32. And they still need 86 runs. But the wickets column is the one that's hurting them most at the moment. Started well, Callis went off like a rocket. There was a nice partnership between George, Pavley and one thing and another in the middle. And then there was a succession of how many overs with a wicket in each?
It was 5
overs with a wicket in each, which has left them with a long way to go from here.
Wellington, her penultimate over. This flicks into the leg side. We'll take the 1 run, 212 for 8. Last night I was having a look at the original squads for the regions in 2020. It was such a throwback. I mean, the amount of players that aren't around the circuit anymore, whether that's retirement or different things, as Wellington is in, it's been lofted into the air. It beats the ring. Heather Knight slides to field it, and they've all managed to push for 2. But it was really interesting to have a look at, and obviously you had players like Charlie Dean who were involved in the first year, and she was, like 19 years old, and you had a 16-year-old Ella McCacken for the Vipers, and it was just really interesting to look at. Hannah Baker, who was 16 as well for Sparks. Managed Wellington in, and that's driven straight to Molly Robbins at mid-off. But I just found it really interesting to look at who's around, who's kind of gone from these like teenagers to, you know, professional cricketers who are so well known. This one's been pushed into the offside, and then who's emerged, who wasn't around in 2020, and who's now kind of an undroppable name. So it was quite cool to look at, actually, doing a little trip down memory lane. 215 for 8. Wellington in again and taken to the leg side. There'll be 1 run. But also to think, in that first year, in that summer, there were 25, they were like given retainer contracts, and it was 25 players across 8 regions. And to think now you've got 8 regions with 15 professionals, as
at least.
Exactly, as this has been played straight back to Amanda Jade Wellington. And that's the end of the over. 216 for 8, 7 overs remain with 81 runs required to win.
I think that's the thing. I mean, I was fortunate enough to commentate in 2020. Remember, we were in COVID, but the ECB had promised that they would have some women's cricket, because basically women's sport got shelved during COVID. We won't go into the reasons. But they promised that they would have some regional cricket, which we did. We played 50 overs in that first season. There weren't many games because it was the back end of the season. And through those seasons since 2020, I've commentated on each of those as we've gone through. And as you said, teenagers have become adults in that time. We've had the first 2 women's under-19 World Cups. A lot of players on display here. Ellie Anderson, Katie Jones, graduates of those 2 World Cups, as Wong plays that to long on. They get through for a single. But yeah, it does feel like that those generations are now graduating into fully fledged professional paid professionals, and yeah, a long way from retainer contracts to 15 times 8 at least, as that's played into the offside and there is no run. Yeah, a long way, and as you say, players emerging that weren't even heard of in those 2020 days. Rocks back and tries to play that through the ring, but there is no run. Warwickshire still 2-17 for 8, trailing by 80. Davis on 23 and Wong on 19. Oh, straight back to the bowler, but she puts it down. Skelton had the chance there.
That would have been another 3 foot. She looked frustrated with herself there.
Yeah. She bowled really well at Durham in their Somerset's victory up there on Sunday, Chesterley Street. Polly and I were calling that one as well, as Wong faces this time. Skelton straight back for another hand warmer and another dot ball. Trail by 79. 6.1 overs to go. Wong facing. Plays that back past the backing up batter. They trot through for a single. That's the end of the over. 44 overs gone. Just the 6 remaining. They need 78 runs. They're on 219 for 8. Davis on 24. Wong on 20. Partnership of 40 built between them. 6 overs to get 78 runs.
Yeah, 78 runs from 36 deliveries.
Yeah, it's a tall ask, and the captain Georgia Davis is having a chat with Izzy Wong. What's the plan? What is the plan? And I suspect the bowler they least want to face with ball in hand.
Manchester Wellington, at least for them, it's Wellington's final over. 2 for 39 so far. This goes behind to slip. 219 for 8. Wellington to Wong, who pushes the ball into the leg side for no run.
Warwickshire trying to drag this out, still needs 78.
Wellington to Wong again, utilises the leg side, this time taking a single.
I suppose it's a small victory, making Somerset bowl out Amanda Jade Wellington.
Wellington to Davis, this one chipped in the air and the catch is almost taken.
Would have been a spectacular one.
She made all the yards she needed to, got under it, and just at the last minute popped out. That's 2 opportunities now for Somerset in the last 2 overs or so. They could have had this game wrapped up. Wellington to Wong, pushed down the ground, but straight to Heather Knight. Neither side have been particularly clinical. I think Warwickshire's fielding wasn't too bad, and I was impressed with Karis Pavley in particular, Davina Perrin, who really always put their body on the line. As Wellington to Davis, flicks that into the offside and will get a gentle run. But in terms of extras, so far Somerset have conceded 19 extras, Warwickshire there were 26, so it's been far from a clinical performance, but Somerset have done well to deal with pressure and put the squeeze on. Lancashire need 2 runs to win to beat Surrey.
You're completely neutral to all
Always.
of this, though, always.
Fee Morris 90 not out. Oh, she can't get a century.
Yes,
oh
frustrated
no.
out of that. Skelton to continue her last over. Davis plays that into the leg side. There's a gap there. Is it going to go between the fielders? It is. 4 runs to Davis. 4 more runs to Davis, who moves to 30 off the 32 balls she's faced. Wong on 22. Warwickshire 227 for 8. They need 70. Can they pull a miracle off here at Edgbaston on this beautiful summer's day, actually? It may not be that warm and balmy out there, but it's been perfect cricket weather so far as Skelton comes in again to Davis. Plays that underneath the cover fielder. They get through for a single. Another one off that total. They need 69 more runs.
Lancashire have beat Surrey by 5 wickets.
This is the last game on here then, as Skelton to Wong plays that into leg side, backward square. There is a fielder coming off the rope to stop that. They get through for a single. At this stage, singles are probably not going to do it. Well, they're not going to do it. They're going to need some boundaries. Warwickshire trail by 68 runs. Skelton in. Davis straight to the cover point fielder, and there is no run. That short boundary to the Hollies taunting the Warwickshire batters. Can they get the ball through those gaps? What would be some key 4s. That's worked into the leg side, but there is a short fielder there, Amanda Jade Wellington, and it's another dot ball. Skelton. Can she add to that 2 wickets column? Davis. Can she find that gap? She has found a gap, but they're going to stop it. They're going to get through for the 1. Just the 1 then. That's the end of the over. Another over ticks by. 46 overs bowled by Somerset. 4 overs to get 67 runs for Warwickshire. Warwickshire are on 230 for 8. Davis on 32 and Wong on 23. Partnership goes past the 50 mark. 51 run partnership. This is what Warwickshire needed. They needed a solid platform to build upon. But will it be too little too late? Because it's an awful lot of runs to get off not many balls.
67 from 24 balls. Charlie Dean set to bowl, moving to the pavilion end, just figuring out plans with Captain Sophie Luff. Dean to Davis, and this one struck powerfully down the ground, and it's going to beat the 2 fielders. It's going to be 4. A needed boundary if Warwickshire want any hope of chasing this total down. 63 to win. In fact, it would be 64 to win, just trailing the score by 63.
Ah, yes.
We can't get caught in the score problem again.
Nobody mentioned it. Nobody mentioned it. Nobody knows.
Charlie Dean in again. Played straight back to her.
We were tripped up by a DLS altered total.
It wasn't our fault.
No,
never our fault.
It's never our fault.
234 for 8. Partnership of 55 between Davis and Wong, who have done well to, I say, pull this game back. It hasn't quite been that, but keep the game alive and keep Warwickshire still out in the middle. Dean in again. This one flicks straight to Heather Knight, who
bounced in front of her, didn't it?
Yeah. Always awkward, those ones. Charlie Dean in her 9th over so far. 1 for 46.
Ooh.
This time attempted stumping.
Davis manages to keep her toes behind the line, I think.
It really looked like just her toes.
Yeah.
It was
toenails even.
A nervy one.
Umpire Middlebrook just coming in to check that Katie Jones is getting the bails back on. Little breather for Georgia Davis.
64 to win. Charlie Dean The off spinner into a rhythm. That's been rocketed in the air, and that's going to go all the way for 6.
My, that's a captain 6, isn't it?
That's gone all the way into the hollies. That was a fine shot. Some spectators ducking out the way, and someone's going to have to go and retrieve the ball. $240 for 8, 58 to win. Dean to Davis, this time a more tentative shot. That's a powerful throw back to Katie Jones, who manages to take it. But end of the over, 240 for 8. 3 overs remaining, 58 runs to win.
Well, it's going to take some more hitting into the hollies. If they're going to do that. Wong got 29 off 14 against Essex. She's no stranger to a big 6.
Yeah, they'll have to strike it over 3 a ball if they want to do this. And Heather Knight's going to be bowling.
I've got Golden Arm coming on from the Birmingham end.
Heather Knight, who 3 for 7 against Essex from a couple of overs.
Wong plays that back past Georgia Davis down the ground. They're only going to get a single. Yes, I was there at Taunton Vale. They brought her on. She got a wicket with her first ball, and then a couple of balls later got another wicket. So, yes, the golden arm of Heather Knight. Lottie says she's going to use it for England with bowling as well as batting, as that's worked to Amanda Jade Wellington at short square, and they don't get a run. Dot balls. That's what Somerset want. Warwickshire want boundaries, particularly big ones. Knight into Davis, plays that to Wellington again, and there is no run again. That short square frustrating Warwickshire from getting any runs. Minimum needs to be rotate the strike, preferably a boundary. Knight comes in. Davis plays that backward of square. There's definitely one there, but Dean is fast across the ground or ending up at fine leg. Score moves on to 243. Davis moving towards a potential milestone. If there's enough deliveries left, Davis on 44, Wong on 24. Up and over, mid-wicket, into a gap. There's a fielder there, Skelton again. Diving, but can't get to it. That's another 4 runs. Davis gets another 4. The batters click bats in the middle of the wicket. Warwickshire move towards that 250 milestone. They're 247 for 8. They trail by 50, but they're going to need 51 runs. 2.1 overs to get them. And it feels like Warwickshire have decided that it's ain't over till it's over, as that's carved into the offside by Georgia Davis. But they're only going to get a single. They're going to need boundaries, and that's the end of the over. 48 overs gone. Only 12 balls left, and they need 50 runs. Warwickshire are 248 for 8. Davis on, is that 49 or 48?
49.
49. Davis on 49. Wong on 24. Warwickshire need 50.
Yeah, 25 and over. Just casually.
Yeah, was that like your university game on Monday?
Right, let's not talk about that. Don't make it personal now. Yes, we were going at 1 and over. Charlie Dean will bowl the penultimate over. Struck. Dot ball. Warwickshire can't afford a dot ball at this stage.
Anybody counted the Somerset fielders? Doesn't seem many gaps anywhere.
Dean taking a few paces. Swept down the ground, and that's the 50 up for Georgia Davis, the captain, leading from the front when the team really needed her. It might not be enough in the grand scheme of the game, but it was a decent knock. And
not bad for a number 10.
Exactly.
Be a lot of sides would give a lot of money for a 10 who can get 50.
Charlie Dean. Not a huge task on her hands. This has been struck down the ground, but fielded inside the ring, and that's going to be out. Izzy Wong is run out, and that's the 9th wicket for Warwickshire. Somerset grinning. They know they've pretty much done it. 1 wicket to go, and they'll want to wrap this up before the game finishes. Just 10 balls remain. Warwickshire requiring 49, so they're going to be needing a 6 pretty much every ball. Maybe if they get a couple of early 6s, they can afford to do a few 4s, but maybe 5 penalty runs here and there.
Yeah, some no balls, some wides. Looking for
anything
extras,
will help them at this stage.
Yeah. Hannah Baker comes out, and the applause is for Wong there, who was doing the right thing, trying to get those runs. They need 49 to win.
49 from 9 balls. Dean to Baker. This one just... Charlie Dean just rolling around for fun.
Yeah, I told you, there would be some.
I mean, she does it very elegantly, so she can get away with it.
Some unnecessary rolling that is part of the Dean thing.
Just stay warm. As Charlie Dean to Davis. This one lofted into the air. It's going to be taken, and that's game over for Warwickshire. Georgia Davis caught on 50 by Heather Knight on the boundary. Charlie Dean picks up another wicket, and that is game over. Somerset victorious at Edgbaston. Warwickshire falling short by 49 runs. A frustrating game for Warwickshire, who looked so ahead at the start, and that collapse around the 29th over was where things really went south, and 5 quick wickets, Arlott a couple of overs later, and 249 all out.
On another day that might have been a winning score, of course.
Definitely.
So, yeah.
The players head off the field.
Esther Callis got them off to a lightning start with her 60, and there was partnerships in the middle, wasn't there? And then Georgia Davis, captain, coming in at 10 and getting 50, but Somerset win by 48 runs here at Edgbaston in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
I think fundamentally the issues lay when Somerset, they didn't get off to a really quick start, but Warwickshire just kind of let them get away with quite a lot towards the end. Obviously Sophie Luff, a fantastic innings of 111 not out, supported by Heather Knight at the top of the order with 70, and they should have been below 280, I would say, and Somerset went on to get 297, and then, as you say, Esther Callis, great at the top of the order, 60, but no one kind of stuck with her there. And then, of course, Georgia Davis at the end, 50, a decent knock, but not enough. And good contributions with the ball from Manjade Wellington, Charlie Dean, Chloe Skelton and Alex Griffiths, who all got 2 apiece. And, of course, a mention for Arlott, 4 for 61. Those wickets at the end of the Somerset innings. So, Somerset win by 48 runs here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Next up, Surrey are home on the 11th. Somerset are home to Surrey, on the 11th, and then face Hampshire again at home on the 13th. Warwickshire now will travel to Durham to play them on the 11th, and Lancashire back here next week on the 14th. So thank you for joining us on the live stream today. I've been Polly Starkey alongside Claire Jenkins, and earlier on the voice of Barbara Daniels, and we'll be back very shortly.
And yeah, I will speak to people at the Warwickshire-Lancashire game here next Wednesday on the 14th of May, so I'll be on that one. Thank you for listening.